This is Kate Jennifer recording Ray Millington, Bobby Mandrell, Candida Barry at their house on St Paul Street on the 21st of February 2025. We are starting by looking and exploring a folder of photographs that Ray has that were taken by Tony Ward from Top Colour on Hessel Road. So, Ray, tell me what it is that you can see.
And there I am, that's me. And what it did was, it took a photo of me getting made up. So it goes from, I've bypassed some there, got them, then it goes to that. And if you notice, it at every stage, and he takes it right the way through to that. So that's every photograph of me starting to get made up. One eyebrow, one eyelash.
When was this, do you think?
Oh gosh, I can't remember. It's in the 80s, way back in the 80s, because there we are. That was the finished product. And there's that photo out there.
Yeah.
He did all sorts. Yeah, that one I used. I don't think we ever used that as publicity, but I liked that one. And he did all these. There was all studio mixed. You know.
So tell us what's in that picture. What costume?
That one. It was. I'd said to my dressmaker, I'd always done Dolly Parton in the Shun Country, but I had a pink catsuit, which Margaret made, and I said, I just want something different. So he said, well, what would you like? I said, I don't know. I said, something maybe leatherish. So he made me a full outfit for Dolly Parton, and it's all pink leather, and it's a pink leather skirt and a pink leather waistcoat, and then the blouse is pink with all sequins, so I can take the waistcoat off to reveal the top. Very cleverly done was that, but it weighed a ton. It was just sweat like hell.
And what are you holding?
A rifle. I know. I look like Annie, get your gun. Yeah, but there's all sorts. These are just photos that Tony took studio-wise, because we was having a sift through to see if he could come up with something different for me. There it is again. That's the one with the funny leg again. And that was another one that, I don't know where that outfit ever went. More than likely somewhere. We'll still have it. I don't part with anything. Bit of a hoard. That was the start of the two heads. That was how Tony did it. He took so many. It's all misty at one side. And then what he did was, he put them together, and I didn't see the finished product until he'd done it. And he said, what do you think? And I just went absolutely mental on it. It's fabulous, but my family didn't approve of me using that photo as a publicity photo, because my mum said, Raymond, it's giving too much away. She said, they know you Bobby Mandrell, or Candida Barry as I was then. She said, now she said they can see you as you are without the makeup. And I never thought of it that way. But we did use it as a publicity photo, and it made loads of bloody money for charity, because that's what we used to do with all the photos. We used to sell the photos, and that one, yeah. This one was one of the first sittings Tony did for me up at his Anlaby studio, and and he had this fantastic chair, and I kept saying, can we use the chair? He said, in a minute. He said, well, what are you going to wear? I said, I don't know. And that's how I come to be in silver sequins with red feathers, but a black and white feather boa. But it fitted the chair. It seemed to work, for that one. We had a lot of fun that particular shoot that Tony did. It was night time when he did the shoot, and we was back in the studio, and I was getting changed, and all I had on was stockings and suspenders, and the police knocked on the door, and they said, Tony went and answered the door, and this police lady said, can we come in? She said, we've noticed it's late at night, and there's all lights going on and off in the studio. So he said, and when'd you come through? I was stood there in just stockings and suspenders with a feather a boa on my neck. Daddy said, oh, it's Candy Berry, it's Candy Berry. We're taking photos. We still both laugh about it. But she must have said, oh, okay, fair enough. As long as we know you. And there's a photo, we'll find it. There's a photo, when they'd gone, he said, I've got three snaps left on the camera. And I said, well, I said, I can't do anything, Tony. I said, oh, all I've got on is stockings and suspenders. He went, well, shove a wig on, put that top hat on, and I put the feathers around my face. And that was when, I don't know whether I've got the photo. There's the half and half. That's the one. But I've got one somewhere, and I don't know where it is. And Tony goes crazy, and it's my favourite as well. I don't know where it is. It must be in another album. But it look. Tony always called it Marlene Dietrich, because it's just my head. And, you know, and there's just one little feather off the boa, just out of place there. And he said, you can't use that publicity, the photo's not right. One little feather. But I did use it. Nobody ever mentioned it. But that was another one he said. He said, I said, I want something for Christmas, Tony. So he says, what are you going to wear? I said, this silver sequin suit, spot on. Don't look very Christmassy. So he went and took these out of his shop window, these parcels, and that off the door. He said, now it looks Christmassy. And he took all these photos. And then he said, that's your new Christmas shop. We never used it. But these are all done by Tony at Top Colour. But I hate that one. Oh, I don't like that one. No. There's that one again. That one, my mum never liked that. She said, you look like a squirrel. I said, what do you mean? She said, you don't wear a bright red wig on a bright red background with a yellow and blue top on. She said, you look like a squirrel, Raymond. I don't like it. These was taken live. I don't know who took these. I think it was Tony. I'm genuinely not sure. But it was taken. I was live on stage, and it was through a Bassie set. I think you can tell by the face movements. That's at St George's, it is. I can tell by that it's not. So it could have been. This was Tony as well.
Can you tell us about this particular?
What makes a man?
Yeah, because people talk about this and you doing this.
It's always been the topic of conversations is that particular sketch. What happened was I was in the Merchant Navy, and I was away for Christmas, and I was in Canada. And these people in, I want to say Chicago, I could be wrong. Something tells me Chicago, you get these people coming on board the ship and they're selling things, you know what I mean? They know you've been away at sea and they're selling, I don't know, maybe shaving foam and razors and all sorts. And this guy had these cassettes, which, tell how long ago, it was 1976. Yes, 76, and selling all these tapes and what have you, and cassettes and what have you. And I had a cassette player in my cabin, and I bought these, and there was this one, I didn't know it was Charles Aznavour. I thought, oh right. So I bought it. I looked at what the tracks was, sounding nice, and I was laid in my bunk listening to these tapes. Couple of days later, and this song came on, and it was What Makes a Man a Man. I'd never heard it before, and I thought, wow, something could be done with this song in the show. Anyway, I came home, went to Paris for a long weekend, and saw Charles Aznavour live at the Paris Lido, and he did What Makes a Man a Man. He did the song, and I went, wow. And then it dawned on me, it was all about a gay man who was a drag queen, and he had no friends, and he went home alone. I thought, that's my life. This is me. And I rehearsed it, and I was doing it, and my manager at the time, Leon, I said to him I was living in Bathurst Street in the high-rise flats, and I used to put the tape on, and as I was getting bathed, that's how I rehearsed. And I still said, I'm going to do this changeover that I've been talking about, Leon. And we went, aye, all right then. But gets to the club, and it all went wrong. It all went completely wrong. I couldn't get it right. I didn't know what I'd done wrong, but it wasn't right. So we scrubbed it. And then one night, about 3 months later, I was laid in the bath, getting ready for the show again, and it came on the radio. The song came on the radio, and I'm listening to it, and I thought, I know what was wrong. When Liam came for me, I said to him, I'm going to do the changeover. He said, oh, you effing hell, you're not. He said, it all went effing wrong last time. You nearly got moved off the effing stage. Don't. I said, I'm doing it. And I went, and I did it, and it brought the house down. And what I'd got wrong when I first did it was the timing was wrong. My timing was wrong for taking my clothes off. My timing was wrong for taking the makeup off. And then it's 4 minutes and 24 seconds long. And now I can do it like that now, and that's been in the show ever since. I think I'm almost certain I was the first drag act in the country to ever do it. Everybody does it now. A lot of people have carried on, but definitely it was just so strange.
And so tell us what you do. How does it work? Imagine nobody's seen it.
Yeah, it's we always do a big finish with a show. Like I'll wear one of these costumes that lifts up, the lift ups. I'll say goodnight to everybody, say goodnight to people that are working with me and everybody that's booked me and all the rest of it. And then I just turn around and say to the audience, now I'd like to finish with my song. This is me. And it goes straight into the song. And the song tells the story, and it's all about this drag act that works on a night time and he's on his own. He comes home on his own. He lives with his mum. And he helps his mum do all the washing and everything, but he does it better than she does because he's gay. Bang. And it's at the end it's telling you, tell me if you can, what makes a man a man? I'm a woman. I'm a man dressed as a woman at least. And then I'm changing back from that woman to a man, so what am I? Am I right? Am I wrong? Should I be this? Should I be that? But no, I'm me. I am that man. And this is how. And when I've finished the spot, I'm completely dressed back as me. So I've gone from a female back to a man. The makeup, I take all the makeup off. What a lot of people don't know is, but I'll let you into a little secret now. What a lot of people don't know is, when I go off to get changed for the last spot, I come back on, I've got no eyelashes on, I've got no false nails on, and I've got no tights on. They've already been taken off. That's why all the finale outfits are all full length, so you don't see my legs. And then, when I come to take the makeup off, I can take the makeup off very quickly with theatrical makeup remover, and I've got nothing to worry about. No eyelashes to worry about, no tights to worry about, no nails to worry about, and it's off. And then people that seen the spot will notice that I have trousers on, then the makeup off, then a shirt on, and then that's the end. And I always like to finish up with both my hands, praying to God, praying to Christ, thank you very much. I've got through it, I'm here, I'm still here. Bang, thank you. This is me. And that is the end of it.
And how does it make you feel to do it? When maybe it's different now because you've done it a lot, or I still
get the same feelings. Definitely, I still feel as if it's telling a story. I know nowadays, when I first started with it, when I all those years ago, I mean 1973, I think I started doing the shows, and it was hard. It was really, really hard. It was hard to be gay. We very, very rarely went out. On dark nights, I didn't like to go on dark nights. I've been threatened. I've been beaten up. I've I've had my nose broken twice. I've had takeaway food thrown at me. But but Esler Road and all the people on Esler, not in only Esler, but Hull in general. But I started doing the shows down Hesler Road, and people used to say to me, "Aren't you frightened of all them fishermen?" I said, why? They're only human like we are. But you're wearing a frock, you're dressing as a woman. Nobody had ever done it before. It had never been done in this city, not by anyone. Danny LaRue on the television, but never a local lad doing it. And what a lot of people didn't realise, that is, I come from a fishing family. My my father was a fisherman. You know what I mean? And it never, to be quite truthful, I never really thought about it. I wanted to entertain. I couldn't sing, and the only way I could think of entertaining was doing the drag. And it just seemed to be right, it was right. And I mean, all these years, I've had some strange looks by people in the pubs, and I've been threatened by some women for talking to their husbands. But I'm sorry, I can't help it if I look better than than you do. And that has actually been said to me by a landlord of a pub. Said that once to me. My wife has been all day going, having her hair done and her nails done and buying something new, and you have to come in a full length ball gown. I said I was asked to. And that was for a licensed victuallers do that. I've never told anybody that ever before, but it's the gospel truth. And I didn't wear the ball gown to outstand anybody. It was just the brewery wanted me to be there as Bobby Mandrell, looking after my pub, which was the St George's. I was the landlord of the St George's. The landlord of the St George's was Bobby Mandrell. Bang. So they expect to see Bobby Mandrell. I was once working behind the bar in the pub. We'd not had the pub very long. And I was working behind the bar. It was Thursday night. And this gang of people came in. I say a gang, about 12 people came in the pub. And they're all going. I said, sorry, are you looking for someone? So she said, oh, we thought Bobby Mandrell would be here. I said, oh, really? I said, he doesn't work on a Thursday. I said, not on the we've come all the way from Bridlington. I went, oh, I am sorry. I said, I won't be a moment. I went upstairs to Alan, get the gear ready. I said, I'm going down there as I'm going to do. You watch the bar. And I came back down and I said to him, I am Bobby Mandrell. And this woman went, dressed like that? I said, I only wear the gowns. I said, when I'm up on the stage. Oh, well, we've come all the way from Bridlington. So I said, if you wait, give me 3/4 of an hour. I said, I'll do you a quick show. And that's exactly what we did. And from then on, we realised that people did want to see Bobby Mandrell. So I was in drag Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, every week. And every Saturday was my night, Bobby Mandrell's night. But every Sunday, I had drag acts from America, France, all over the country.
Well, who were they? Can you say who they were?
Oh, yeah, there was the Dream Girls, Etienne, Brian Murphy, the Broadway Bells, Bells, Lips and Lashes, the Harley Queens, oh, God, there's Gale Force, Penny Change. There's hundreds of them. I've got photographs of nearly all the people that ever came to work for me. And Deja Vu, Adrian James. There was so many, but it was nice. It was nice for me to stand back and let somebody else take the stage. And I used to get a big kick out of that. And then I did the Ladyboys. There was the St George's Ladyboys. I mean, Blackpool had Funny Girls, Hull had the Ladyboys. And I think everybody used to think, oh, they're going to be all these pretty little boys. There wasn't. Not at all. There was pretty to me, but they weren't tiny little boys. Not by any means. I mean, we had nurses that used to come and shove a frock on. Big Les, he came on and did Cher, a 30-stone Cher. We had him. Then there was, and I gave them all names. We had Miss Fanny, nice and tight. Patty O'Dowd, Legs Lamore. Even Denise that you interviewed yesterday, I was one ladyboy short, so we shoved her in, dunk. And I was saying to the audience, which one's the woman? And not many people got her. Sorry, niece. Although she was one of the lads. I had the most fantastic DJ, Crystal. He was fantastic. He used to make sure the show went perfect. The nights was perfect. If you wasn't out in the George by 7:15 on a Saturday night, you'd no chance of getting a seat. You'd no chance of going in. It was like that every single week for 4.5 years. But every Sunday, I used to love Sundays. And people used to say to me, well, why don't you put a male singer or a female singer? And I said, because you don't want it. I said, I've had singers on, and what do you say? Can't we have a drag act on? I said, I was getting drag acts from all over the country. And in the end, one of the drag acts, Penny Change, he owned an agency. Prime Core, the agency was called. And I used to get all my drag acts through him after a while because it was the best way to do it. And he'd make sure, little story here. A lot of them was just starting off, bless them. We've all got to start off somewhere, haven't we? I know that, and I appreciate it. This particular Sunday night, excuse me, as I just told you, every Sunday was drag night, but I used to know more or less a month in advance who was coming. And this drag act arrived, and she said, so and so, I can't remember the names. I generally can't remember the names of these people. I said, are you through Prime Court? Yes. Oh, well, here's the dressing room, and I used to make sure there was all looked after in the dressing room. There'd be drinks in there for them or whatever. And this particular night, he went on and he had this brown Mac on and a suitcase. And the song was Just Arrived Track 22 all the way from Tulsa, Oklahoma. I said, that's from Copacabana. Quote unquote, we don't own none of the copyrights to any of this music, by the way. And he did the show. It was all right, not bad. And the following week, this lad arrived. I said, hello. He said, can I speak to Bobby Mandrell? I said, you're speaking to him, sweetheart. I'm the drag act from Newcastle, from Pride. The music started up. He come out the dressing room, brown Mac, suitcase, just arrived, track. And I thought, well, last week's did that. Never mind. Carried on, did the same show. The following Sunday, another one arrived. You know what's coming, don't you? Brown Mac, and in the end, I got on the phone to Penny Change. What's going on? I said, I've had 4 acts for 4 weeks, all doing the same songs. And he went, oh, didn't they change them? I said, no, it was the same suitcase, the same Mac. I said, the audience, the audience knew the song. 4 weeks. And he went, he said, well, they're just starting up. One of them looked as if he'd been on the milk monitors round. He didn't look old enough to have been out, let alone on the stage. And I'm thinking, I was paying a lot of money. I was paying a lot of money.
How much?
Then, oh God, we're going back to, 1998. And I was paying him £200. Mm-hmm. That was a lot of money. You know what I mean? I mean, when I started, £3.50 a night I got.
What year was that?
1973. And if I did a Friday and a Saturday, I got £7. If it was at the same venue, which it would have been at the Vauxhall. And I used to chafe about it. You know, I got £7, and my mum used to say, Raymond, shop assistants are doing 40 hours for less than that. And I thought, oh yeah, she's right. So I thought I was quite well off, actually. You know what I mean? Plus, I was still doing I was still in the Merchant Navy as well. So I was absolutely knackered. I used to have to pay 2 lots of stamp, 2 lots of tax, honestly. Because I was working for North Sea Ferries as well. I used to do 8 days away on the ship, 8 days home on leave. And the 8 days I was home on leave, we did 7 shows. So I did 7 nights. I had 1 night a month off. That was it. Yeah. But I was working up and down the country, everywhere. I've worked all over the place. I haven't only worked in England. I've worked in Turkey, Belgium, France, Germany, Holland, all over the place. And a lot of people go, oh yeah, but it's right. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't realise, I think, that some of the things that I have done, you know, some of the
Like
people
what?
that I have met. I mean, you don't blow trumpets or anything, but I mean, I've worked with quite a lot of celebrities that, you know, that you think, oh really? I've worked with Cilla Black. I've worked with the Bachelors, Cannon and Ball, Little and Large. And the list could go on and on, but I'm not going to do, because I don't blow trumpets. The only person I will say that I loved, absolutely loved working with was Jimmy Cricket.
Really?
Yeah, I adored the man. I worked with him on his series on the television, so I've been on the telly as well. I've done Emmerdale Farm, I've done Coronation Street as extras. I ain't always only done the drag. I did extra work as well. I was once in some Victorian series, and I looked like Mr. Pickwick out of the Pickwick Papers, because he had a bit of a tummy on me, and they put this big orange moustache on. Oh, yeah, we worked. I used to think, yeah, to see me this afternoon and then to see me tonight. I'm in fishnets and feathers tonight. This afternoon in this pompous fucking suit on, with a big belly and this waistcoat and a tailcoat and this massive big wig. And I got there early, so I was made up early in the morning. And she said, don't eat anything, I was starving. And I was having to drink a cup of tea through a straw. I thought, so the moustache didn't come off. a lot of fun. But Jimmy Cricket, he did a sketch, and it was Jimmy Cricket is Boulder Fun. So it was 5 bald men, all dressed in dinner suits, and we had to come on pulling a chair. And then he played a tune on our heads with the silver hammer. Dum, 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 dum. And that went out, and my family was all settled. Did it hurt? And what nobody knows, well, they do know, a lot of people know this, but I'll tell you. The night before this was filmed and was done, Phil and I had been to a friend's birthday party, and I was absolutely hammered. And I had a mega hangover, and he's bashing our heads with this rubber hammer. And they said, oh, don't worry, it's not real hammers. I thought, well, obviously. But the paint was real hard on my head. And at the end, I had to pull all these faces. And my face is the last one as the credits are going up, and the director said, perfect. How did you manage to do that? I said, I was in fucking agony. That's why. And he went, all right. We thought you'd done it for the telly. He went, no, I'm hurting. Honestly. It was so, and the reason I love Jim so much is because months after the show, I was coming home from Watford or wherever, and we pulled into the services. Phil had gone to get some coffee. I was sat falling asleep, and as we walked in, there was this table of people, and one chap was reading the newspaper. And when Phil came back, he said, "There's Jimmy Cricket there." I went, "What?" So he went that, and I went, "Oh," and with that he moved his paper down. He said, "Now then, Bobby," bang, and he remembered my name, and I thought, wow. And I went and had a good chat with him. You know, I have a lot of time for that man, a lot of time. You know, it's like Joe Longthorne. I worked with Joe many times. I worked with Joe.
Did you know him through the Hessel Road family? Is that how you first knew him?
Yeah, Joe. I've known Joe all my life. Oh well, yeah, literally all my life. My mum was a barmaid in Halfway, and she remembers Joe when Joe used to dance on a table. And she turned around and said, he can dance, but my mother was a dancer. She taught Joe how to tap dance on a table. So there's all sorts of things. And my father played the piano, you know, and my father played the piano all over the place. So Joe used to watch me dad play the piano as well. So it's there, you know.
And what was important? What's important for the record about Joe Longthorne? Tell us, like, if you don't know John, like we might know the story of him from that area, or what happened.
It was lovely with Joe. Joe, I'd loved one thing that always took with Joe's dad. Joe's mum and dad used to come to my shows when I did Rainers, and Joe'd come in and he'd sit, with Clarice and what have you, and he'd get up and sing a song. And a lot of people don't realise that Joe was what you saw was what you got. He was just so perfect in the respect of no airs and graces. I come from gypsies, blah blah, and it was all true. You know what I mean? What a guy. I've seen Joe being that pissed he's been carried out arenas and they showed him in a Rolls Royce and drove off. But that was Joe. Why not? His time off. It's his time when he's not working. He can do as he so wishes. But his dad used to drive this butcher's bike, and it had a big basket on the front, and he used to have two little Yorkshire Terrier dogs in, and be riding down his road. I'd be on his road shopping, and he'd go, "Now then, Candy, you all right?" and ring his bell, then carry on. His dad, looking brilliant. The times he's bought me a pant when I've been up on the stage, I've got your pant, mate, on the stage. But Joe was lovely. Joe was really, it was so it was so funny. Really, really, you say it was funny on stage, but it was funny off the stage as well. Really, it's. I've seen him when he's been absolutely brilliant, and then I've seen him when he was so poorly, and it was so sad, to see so much talent just gone. I once went to see him. We'd gone for dinner, and Joe was doing Churchill. I think it was Churchill's, just in Headon. Churchill. Anyway, we'd gone to see him. He didn't know who was there, and in that club then, all the tables went to a round stage. So he'd went the stage, and he clocked that I was sat there, and he went, "Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a celebrity in it." Oh, and I wish the ground had just. I said, Joe. He said, "We've got Candy Barry in," as I was then. And the full audience gave me a standing ovation. I didn't know where to look, I didn't know where to put myself or anything. When he'd finished, and what have you, and fantastic show. And he said, "Will you stay back for a drink?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "You and Phil?" I said, "Yeah, no problem." The people that we was with, they'd got the taxi and they'd gone home. And we stayed back for a drink with him or what have you. And I said to Phil, "We better order a taxi." He said, "No, you won't." And we came home. We came home from Churchill's in an open top Rolls Royce, singing with Joe Longthorne all the way up Headon Road. And I think big things like that. And I lived in an high-rise block of flats, and some of my neighbours said, "We fucking heard you going home. We heard you going in." And who was that he was with in that yellow bloody car? I said, "It was Joe Long." "Really, Joe?" "Yeah." Great kids. Yeah, a lot of fun.
And I mean, people, I guess, we know that Joe Longthorne was a gay man,
Yeah.
and performing all over the world, doing all sorts of stuff. I guess part of this work is looking at the acceptance of gay and queer people in that area.
Joe never came out for quite a lot of years. We knew he was gay, and he used to go. He used to put his finger up to his lips, and it was always kept under wraps.
Why do you think that?
In case it affected his career, because in them days, all that time ago, if you was gay out like that, it was, I mean, I knew a lot of people that was gay. That's big names that I've seen in clubs where I've worked, where they've worked, and I've been in, names that I could mention, but I'm not going to mention because it's their business, not mine to say so. But Joe had to keep it under wraps, and he had children as well, which was like sort of like his cover. You know what I mean? It was, yeah. I'd been married. Way back in 1970, I got married. a lot of things had happened before. I was only very young. I was only 17, 18 when I got married. And cut a long story short, I was raped when I was 16, badly raped. Finished up in a mental institute, finished up under psychiatrists, because I didn't know what was what. I didn't know what I was. I didn't know anything. In my family, you didn't talk about sex. It wasn't discussed. It wasn't at all. But I remember my grandfather saying to me once, I'd be about 13 years old, maybe about 13. And he said, my grandfather never called me by my name. I always got called Tom or Nancy. I know why you call me Nancy now, but I didn't at the time. Tom, because I'm named after his son, my Uncle Raymond. I'm named after him. So I suppose it was maybe easy to call me Tom. Because we lived with my grandparents, and he says to me, I want to ask you something. And I went, what? He said, do you prefer little boys to little girls? And I said, I don't know. He said, well, he said, you're one of God's special people. He said, you are so special, it's unbelievable. He said, one day, when you get older, you'll know what I'm talking about. And I'm assuming now that he meant I was gay. I'm assuming that's what he meant. Because he died. He died when I got married in 1970. My grandfather died in 1971. So, but I often sit and wonder what he would have been like with me, with the shows, because they all sang. My father played the piano, my mother sang and danced. I had an auntie, she was a country and western singer, an uncle who was a Irish folk singer. I've got my Uncle Raymond sang with Shirley Bassey. The entertainment's there. And I often wonder what my grandfather would have thought of me being Candy Barry Bobby Mandrell. I think he would have looked after me like you would not believe. He'd have pushed me all the way because he loved entertainment. He loved that side of life. They all did. You know, my parents. My parents used to come to all the shows. My mother was the biggest critic he ever had. Don't like the frock, don't like the wig, and the music was crap. Oh, well, thank you very much. End of. That be it. I was once working in Vauxhall, and he was trying to work the bar top. There's no stage in them days. Work the bar top. Bang. And I had a microphone stand at the end of the bar, and the bar went like that, like an L shape. And my parents were sat with my grandma right at the end of the bar on a double seat there. My father came up to the bar to order some drinks, and he'd got his brand new burgundy two-piece suit out the catalogue. Brand new, he loved it. Wonderful. And a new colour, real trendy. He'd ordered the drinks, and I went like that with my hand on the microphone stand, and all the drinks went all over him. He got drowned in all these drinks. And I was virtually crying, and he said, no, you carry on, I'll be all right, we'll get dried off. And that was my dad. You know, it's things like that. I once asked him to make me a wig box, my dad. Very clever man with his fingers. He was so talented, he was clever, beautiful artist and everything. So while I was away at sea, he made me this wig box out of wood. By the time I'd got the 4 wigs in it, we couldn't lift it up. And he said, shall I put wheels on it? I said, I'll need a truck to carry it. And he went, oh, well, never mind. I've still got that box now, and it's full of shoes. Honestly. My poor old dad. It's full of shoes. But he couldn't even lift it up. It took 2 of us to carry it. You know? But it was these funny things like that. It's like when I first came home from America, and I'd stopped doing the shows by then. This is how it all started again, right? I'd done shows when I was down in London, in Millwall Docks and all the rest of it, because that's virtually how it all started, was on board the ships, all the drag, for me. And, and then, Ben, come on. Come on,
Where
babe.
do you want to go? Do you want to come up?
Your mother let me go. Oh, hello. Oh, dearie me. Yeah, hello, you. I'd come home from America and I'd gone into Polly's Tudor Bar, as we all knew it as Tudor Bar then, in Paragon Street. It was the back end. You used to go to the back entrance of White House Hotel, and the back entrance was Paragon Street, and that was the only little gay bar we had, was Tudor Bar, Polly's, and I'm talking tiny, not much bigger than this room. If you got 30 people in, you'd be squashed. It was a cocktail lounge for the hotel, but the guys adopted it. And I'd been away, and I'd gone in there, and all that. I said, "Where you been?" I said, "I've been away at sea." "Well, you've been away forever." I said, "Yeah, I know. We're just going." I said, "Oh, well, great." I said, "I've only been home." I said, "I only came home 2 days ago." No, I'd been home 2 days. I had a beard, a moustache, the lot. And they went, "Don't you look different? Don't you look you're fabulous?" I said, "Oh, yeah. We're all going down to Vauxhall." I said, "Oh, great." I said, "So that leave me here. Well, come with us." I went, "Well, what's going on at Vauxhall?" "There's a drag act on." Bang. "Oh, great, do it." So we got a taxis down. We're going back. I said, "I'm going back. We both get taxis. I'll pay for it. Boom, boom, my money, no object. Just go home." 2 taxis down there. Clarice, the landlady, she said, "I hope you lads haven't come down to see the drag act." "Yeah, he's poorly. He's not turning up tonight." And I went, "Oh, you're joking?" She went, "No." She said, "All these people have come in to see him, but Dave," they called him. Dave and I became real good pals. He helped me with the early years of the show for Candy Lee Barry. He used to do all my music and everything for me. And when I first started, well, story. So one of the lads said to me, "You used to do drag?" Oh, I said, "God almighty." I said, "It was a while ago now." I said, "I'd done it for ages." "Well, can't you help her out?" Clary said, "I'll pay you." I said, "It's not the money." I said, "I just ain't got anything." I said, "I've got no outfits, nothing." She went, "Oh, well, that's the end of that then." And they all said to me, "You're a miserable. You are." So I jumped into a taxi, went all the way to Orchard Park, flew in. My dad was poorly, and he went, "Remember what's going on?" I still said, "Where's my mum? She'll be in soon. She's at work, but she'll be in soon." "Oh, right, okay, yeah." So I went upstairs, off came the beard, in my mother's wardrobe, a wigs, she used to wear wigs, that'll do. Jumped in the taxi, I said, "Tell me mum I'm at Vauxhall and I've been in a wardrobe." He went, "Hey, what? Yeah, all right. What's going on?" I said, "Never mind." Flew back to Vauxhall. A dancer record player behind the bar with the records, and I've still got the records in there where we'd marked the cover with a tick, so Clarice knew what tracks I was doing and what number I was doing. Still in there, the record, the actual main records that I used. and I said, "Where am I working?" She'd, "Up there." I went, "You're joking, aren't you?" She had, "No, up on the bar top." And I wore all my mum's clothes, my mum's wigs, and she said, "Oh," she said, "you are good." She said, "And across the ceiling in Vauxhall is a beam, a big beam going right across. And where the bar is above the bar." And I used to do Judy Garland's "Somewhere Over the Rainbow." And you could see years and years and years my fingerprints was on that beam for years, because it never been decorated. And the more it nicotine, the more it got on my fingernails up there. "Will you come back next week?" So I went, "What for?" "She didn't do me another night." I went, "Oh, I don't know about that." I said, I'm home on leave." "Oh, please." Anyway, I did do. I went in and I went and bought a couple of wigs, had them specially combed up, and went into C&A's and bought a couple of the most glamorous gowns I could find in there. Bang. That's how it all started. In Hull, and it was in Vauxhall, on Vauxhall's bar top. And that was for Clarice. And oh, the laughs we had.
So when would that? So if that was what year was that?
1974.
So tell me about the first time. So if that was the second, you said that's when it started again.
That's when it started in Hull.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, before it was down in London, but it was just done for fancy dress and all the rest of it.
You mean dressing up? You
Yeah.
would dress up for?
Yeah, I'd go out. We'd all go out into London itself, into all the gay venues, and 9 times out of 10 I was in a fucking frock anyway. You know what I mean? So they used to say, "I'll put that on and put songs on." You know what I mean? And we used to go and watch all the drag acts, and then they used to get me up on the stage and maybe do a couple of songs and at the Vauxhall Tavern at, good God, the Elephant Castle, loads of, I can't remember the names of them. Oh, loads of pubs, you know. But that's basically how it started down there. It was just done purely as a joke.
Amazing.
I was once in the mess room on a ship in full drag, and the captain came down. They was doing a presentation for something. I can't remember what it was. I can't remember. And every time I stood up, he stood up. And every time I sat down, he'd stand up to let me sit down. And in the end, I said to one of my friends, I said, Tubby, I said, why does he keep, should he think you're a woman? I went, what? I said, for God's sakes, don't tell me I'm one of the fucking stewards. And he genuinely, from that day to this, he doesn't know I was a fella. Somewhere, I've got the picture of me set and what I'm wearing. And I don't know where it is. It's in one of the albums. Every time I stood up, he stood up. Are you all right, dear? Would you like another drink? This is the captain, the ship telling me everything. They'd have slung me down the bleeding gangplank if they'd have known. The ramp, at least. But yeah, that was 1972. 71. No.
So from 73, when you did the on the bar top in your mum's outfit
Vauxhall.
At Vauxhall, that was the first. So who was the? Do you know who the drag act that had been cancelled? How? Because was she showing in drag at that point, or was it a thing that was just starting to happen? Or
yeah, it was just happening. What it was a group called the Changing Scene, and Dave was a little stocky guy. He was the vocalist. He was the singer, and there was Laurie. Laurie played the organ, the keyboards. Brian, I want to say Brian was the drummer.
Michael
was the second drummer. Michael was the drummer when they became the Starlight. So that was Michael who's got the piano shop. Yeah, no, it was before him. It was Dave. And Dave used to do drag in their show because it was a comedy show band, and that's all it was. But he looked so good, and he had the most fantastic voice, and that's how it started. So it was Dave, and Dave did all my. I've still got somewhere in the house. I've still got the original tape he did me. So it must be that must be nearly 50 years old. But I used to do shows with them as well. You know, they used to say, oh, Candilee Barry's in the audience, so we'll get Candilee Barry on the stage. Dung, dung, dung. You know what I mean? So, or it'd be pre-arranged.
I'm going to say, because were you going out dressed up?
No. Do you know something I never did? And there's something I do now, and people go, I've been doing this now 52 years just gone. And I know there's RuPaul and all this around, which, I'm sorry, it's not my scene. I don't like it. That's another scenario. I think they're all talentless, but that's me. But when I arrive at a venue, we rig all the gear up, all the electrics are done, do a sound check, and then I disappear. I've gone. Bobby Mandrell is in the dressing room. You might see my dresser. I'll go to the bar maybe for a drink for us, or I'll chat to somebody, but you won't see me. And I'll refuse to come out that dressing room until I am Bobby Mandrell. And then you won't see me until I'm on the stage. My intro comes on. That's the first. I won't come and socialise with everybody. Because, and that's not being bitchy or being a diva or anything like that. To me, it's an illusion. I don't want to break that illusion for you. I like it when I'm in dressing rooms and I can hear people say, I wonder what he really looks like. What do you think he's going to be wearing? I wonder what colour the outfit is. Do you think it'll be sequin? Do you think it'll be big? Do you think it'll be a coat? Do you think it'll be the... And I love that because they want to know what I'm going to look like when I come out. If I go in the audience when I'm fully made up, there's no illusion. The only thing that you're going to be captivated with is because I would go off and get changed. I would wear one outfit to come out in, but another outfit to the stage. The stage outfits are always special. They've got to be special. I've got to wear things that you'd like to wear. I want to wear things where you hear women say, oh, I'd love that. I would love one of them. And I love that. Because it means I've made the effort. I've done something that you want me to do. It's there. I've had people ask me if they can borrow clothes for weddings. You know what I'm saying? Of course you can. What do you want? Here. Oh, you wore a sequin jacket when you was at so-and-so. And I've got a pair of trousers. It'd go perfect. Take it. Borrow it. I've had to me. You know, it's down to me. As long as they look after it, I get it back. And then I don't have a break. I've started to have a break now, but most drag acts will do maybe one spot, then go have an hour off, and then come back. I don't like that. I want to go from 8:30 till 11. The only time I'm off the stage is purely for a change of costume. That's it. If you're going to toilet, go now while he's off. Otherwise, you're going to miss it when he comes back on. Because I'm there to entertain you. And an entertainer is what I am. I like entertaining. I don't want to get you all warmed up and bouncing and then go off for half an hour and then have to start again. I've got you. I'm going to keep you. And I was told that by lots of people in this business. Well, not in drag, but in show business in general. When you've got them in your hand, keep them in your hand. And I've done that. I've done that all my drag life. You know, it's really strange. And then, as I say, the next time they see me as me is when I've done what makes a man a man. And then I come off the stage, and then I can, funnily enough, only last week, a lady had been to the show that I did at Comedy Lounge. And I'd seen her the day after. I was shopping. And she went, fabulous show. Loved it, absolutely fabulous. And that blue outfit. And I thought, I know, I said, it was brand new. I said, so was the finale. She went, oh, she said, that was a dream, but the blue one, it's the blue one, it's the blue one. We couldn't even look at it. She said, it was sparkling that much. My eyes was, I went, all right. She said, but why don't you come out so people can have the photograph taken with you? And I thought, oh, she's not the first person to ever say that. But when you think about it, Kate, years ago, we used to do publicity photos. People didn't carry a camera with them like they have with the mobile phone now. So you'd stand there and I'd sign autographs. Well, I used to sit at home and sign autographs, dozens, thousands of them, before we went, so they could have a picture in it signed. Just put your name on, off you go. And we're dyslexic as well. There's no worse when they say, oh, my name's Theodora. I say, oh, do you spell that then? And there's one say, and my name, I say, what? Kimberly? Yeah, all right, yeah, in a minute. I think, Christ almighty. And I used to say to Margaret and Big Les, how do you spell phone? Honestly, truth, I wouldn't lie to you. I've sat at a table. We used to go out and do the photos. And I'd been maybe sat at a table maybe an hour.
Amazing.
It's no good. I'm not being paid for that hour. I am when I'm up there. Anyway, that was bad, but it's... And she was right, and I've thought about it since, and I thought, do I start taking a short break? Because when I work there, I've got to take a 45-minute break. And it's like Andy says to me, my dresser, he says to me, he said, you'd have to come off stage, have an outfit purely for going out, and I said, that's no problem. He said, I can guarantee, he said, you've only got 45 minutes, he said, everybody would want a picture. It's going to take over an hour to do this lot. Because there's, what you're talking about, 160 people. And I'm thinking, So it's like that. And it'd be nice, But I don't think it'd work. It'd work for me. It's crazy and it's silly. It's just I don't know. Mm.
And I mean, you could have promo shots again.
Yeah, there is that. There is some kicking around somewhere. There's loads of them, but they don't want that. She wants Jill and Jack stood with Bobby Mandrell. This was us. This was us when we went to Benidorm. And that's Bobby Mandrell in the middle. This is what you get, and I know that's what they want. So I'm very seriously thinking of altering the show so that I can do that. You know, arranging it with the management, you know, wherever it is that I'm working. If they agree with it, we'll do it. Because it is a nice thing, and it's nice. I mean, the whole people of, well, they've just been wonderful to me. They've given me the most wonderfulest life. I've had a fabulous, fabulous life. I've had a hard life. It's been hard graft. But I've had a good life, and the support that I've had. When I was poorly, everybody knew that I'd got cancer, and the doctors wanted me to take time off. I had to have 37 sessions of radiotherapy and 2.5 years of hormone implants, hence the weight. Because when you have a man has hormone implants, it's the same hormones that a lady has, and it puts weight on, and on a man you don't lose the weight. So, and I thought, well, the whole, I forgot what I was saying now, the whole crowd.
That when you were poorly.
Yeah, when I was poorly, I worked every single show. I didn't have one single night off. I never took any time off. If I was booked to work in Oxford, we went to Oxford. I'd have my chemotherapy, my radiotherapy at least, not chemo, radiotherapy, 8:30 in the morning, and we'd be on the road to go down into Oxford maybe at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I used to fall asleep in the car and what have you, and Les or whoever was driving would say, "You all right?" I say, "Oh yeah, I'm just a bit tired," because the radiotherapy made me tired. But I never missed a single show. Not one single show did we miss. I did everyone and took more on. I had to do, because that was my way of fighting this. It was my way. I thought, you bastard, get the better of me. And the people of Hull, I mean, on Facebook alone, I had over 4,500 get well soons. To me, that's unbelievable. You know what I mean? And I thought, wow. And you're not giving it up and all the rest of it. And it'd be about 5 months, 6 months. I had a bit of an hiccup. I'd got over and there was an hiccup, and they pulled me back in again, and they thought the cancer had come back. It hadn't, but they made sure. And I had to see this counsellor while I was there, because one side people didn't know. They also it was ripping me heart out, absolutely ripping me to shreds. But I wouldn't let nobody see that side of it. If I cried alone. I wouldn't let you see me cry or anybody else. Anyway, I was having these sessions and what have you, and I was talking to somebody at Castle Hill in the Queen's Centre, and she turned around and said, she said, I'm going to say exactly what she said, so if this offends, I'm sorry. She said, I've got cancer, love. She said, it can kiss my fucking ass. And I went, oh, right. So I thought, really? So I got in touch with a friend of mine who was a tattooist. And he had a tattoo shop on Esler Road, just across the road from Asda. So I parked my car in Asda car park. I went across the shop, and I went, excuse me. I said, can you do me a tattoo? He said, well, that's what I'm here for, mate. I went, oh, I'd never, I went, oh. And he went, what do you want? Is it a big and a little one? I said, I want a pair of lips tattooing. And he went, a pair of lips? What? He said, on your neck, on your chest? I said, no, on my bottom. And he went, what? I said, on my bottom. He went, serious? I said, yeah. He went, all right. Okay, no problem. What's the name? I said, Mandrell. And he went, what? Bobby Mandrell? And I went, yeah. And he went, You're joking, aren't you? You are Bobby. I said, yeah, I'm Bobby Mandrell. He went, I said, why is he? He said, you did my mum and dad's wedding. He said, before I was even born. I went, what? He went, oh, where's my phone? Mum, I've got Bobby Mandrell in here. And I thought, anyway, I had to go back, and this is the funny part. I had to go back. Nearly, it was lovely. I love him to bits. And he says to me, right, you ready? He said, I'm going to warn you now, it fucking hurts. He said, it's one of the most tenderest parts to have. Anyway, I said, okay, fair enough. So he lays me down, gets me all ready and what have you. And he went, are you ready? I went, yeah. Out. He said, I haven't touched you yet. He went, I said, what was that? He said, that was the anaesthetic cream going on. I thought, oh, okay, fair enough. Anyway, he said, are you all right? And his tattoo, and he went, it's there. I don't know whether you can see it. It's
Yes, I can see it.
there. Right. Marilyn Monroe's lips hairs.
Of course.
That's whose they are. Anyway, so he said, how are you feeling? So I said, I'm all right, listen, wait for it. He went, here's the punchline. I went, oh, great. I parked my car in Asda. I thought, oh, I need some bread and what have you, but I gotta do that. And I'm like, what that is? This woman, oh, I love it. I went, you love what? She said, your tattoo. She said, it's marvellous. I said, why was you in the shop watching? She said, no, it's all over Facebook. He'd only took bastard pictures of me of my bottom and put them straight onto Facebook, and everybody, and they're all going, everybody had seen it before I did. and now, when people say to me, you know, about the tattoo, I go, yeah, the cancer can kiss now in ours. But it was this woman, love it, it's all over Facebook. I went, so I phoned the shop up. He went, oh, he said, I thought I told you. He said, no. He said, oh, well, my mum wanted to see what I'd done. He said, so it must have gone on Facebook. And I very good. But it's crazy things like this. I just love it. You know what I mean? But, yeah. And now I get people saying, now, you know, if they remember, they go, showers your tattoo. So I put it on Facebook. I said, yeah, the cancer in ours. But oh dear, but it was so funny. I just looked at her. Do you know when you want to curl up and die? I thought, what she? I thought she was maybe hiding in the shop somewhere. I thought,
Yeah.
Where was she? No, it's on my Facebook. I thought, I'm shopping and all. How's your bottom? Is it so? I went, no, it's fine. She said, have you just had it done then? Because we've only just seen it. I said, yeah, half an hour ago. Oh, right. Yeah, oh. Maybe you should put some ice in it. Go stand in the freezer. Oh.
But does it feel... I mean, clearly they love you, don't they? They love you. You're hilarious. And they love that in the act.
Yeah.
But is there something about being of that place, do you think? What is that?
I'm a Gemini by birth.
Of course.
Exactly. I had to be, didn't I? A Gemini by birth. And believe you me, I live up to my birth sign. I am two different people. Completely two different people. You're here today interviewing me, and I'm very chatty. When you've gone, I go real quiet. I can go into a pub with friends, and I can sit there and be real quiet. And people go. When I come off the stage after a show, I'm real introvert. Yeah. This is why I was just saying about the photos. Whether that's part and package of me, I don't know. But all my friends that I go out with, they take me all over because they know I'm a nutcase. I just love a good time. If I'm out, I'm out because I want to enjoy myself, and I want you to enjoy yourself as well. And I've got the most warped, weird sense of humour. I can laugh at everything that you couldn't laugh at. I will, and then you'll laugh at it because I have. I'm one of these that if you've seen an old lady fall on the ice, I'd be on the ice with her laughing because I won't be able to get her up.
So is there something about that? I mean, the question was, what is it about? You know, those women loved the fact that you'd had a tattoo on your bum, and it's just you, and they're in Asda, and you're in Asda, and you're very approachable, and all of those things. So, is that important for you?
Yes, yeah. People see me. I get sometimes.
Is that to do with your background? I mean, I
Yeah.
don't want to put words in your mouth, but
No, but I think you could be right, yeah. I mean, I can be in Boises, and people have come up to me in Boises. I've been shopping with my sister, and excuse me, I know you're out shopping. Could I have your autograph? And I've been dressed as me. So yeah, of course you can. When did you see the show? Dun, dun, dun. You know what I mean? And I ain't got no to write on. Can you do it on here? You know, and I've had all that. You know, and yeah. But I think I like people. I've always wanted to be liked. I think all my life from being a child. You know, because I was very quiet, very introvert as a child, which I've been told by my brothers, well, my sisters, and my parents when my parents was alive. But I think it's acceptance. I want to be accepted by you. Someone once asked me, an agent once asked me, and I've said this in lots of interviews, and they've said to me many times, you know, what do you hope to achieve by doing drag in this city? This was an agent in Hull. And I went, what do you mean? He said, what do you hope to achieve by a man wearing a frock in Hull? And I said, if I can make, I said, somebody laugh once in the night, I've achieved something. I've made that person happy for maybe 5 minutes. I said, they could be going through a crisis, but I've made them laugh. That means the world to me. That means more to me than all this lot, than anything. That means more to me than anything. If I can make you happy and make you smile, I'll do it. I've got my road to do it. I want you to be happy. You know, because I've gone through hell and back over the years with the marriage, divorce. I lost track of my two boys. My oldest son died. I'm now in contact, thank God, with my youngest son. You know, we're good pals, but to lose them for 30 years, it was so hard. People couldn't understand what I was going through. You know what I mean? But I kept in touch with the boys through my ex-wife's family. I knew what my two boys was doing. I knew where they was, and all the rest of it. And nobody knew that I knew. Well, me and this family member did. She'd tell me, and that's how it happened. I mean, I've told this story before, and it's gone on script that I was working at a pub, and I used to park the car in the pub's smoking area when I did a show there. And we always used to say, and we still do, that if you haven't seen my show, you're a Bobby Mandrell virgin, because everybody's seen the bloody show. You know what I mean? Or I like to think near enough all of them have. And Andy was waiting for me, and I pulled up in the car, and I was just about to close the window, and he went, Bob. I said, what, love? He said, we've got two Bobby Mandrell virgins here, and there was a man and a woman stood. I said, no, then. I said, I clocked you. I said, I know which ones you are. I said, you won't be virgins for very long, will you? And this woman went, oh, so we're really looking forward to it. And a voice said, and I'm a Bobby Mandrell virgin as well, Dad. I went, what? He said, it's Lee, your youngest son. Well, I thought, eh? Wow. It was like somebody had smacked me in the face with a tennis racket. And I did the show. He stayed in all night, did Lee, watched the full show. And I says to Jim, the landlord, I said, there's my keys. Shove them in the safe. I said, me and him's going out. And me and my son, we went out, well, I didn't get home till 7 that morning. We went for a drink, and we had a talk like you would not believe. He wasn't drunk, and I definitely wasn't. Because when I'm working, I don't drink. You know what I mean? And bang, and we've kept in touch since. But I'm one of these people, I don't, I'm not on your back all the time. You know, I don't phone him every day. I don't text him every day. But if he needs me, he knows exactly where I am. If I need him, you know what I mean? I know where he is. But that's the way I am. I'm like that with my family. I'm like that with my friends. Sometimes I just want to be on my own. Over the years, I've belonged to the public. I felt as if I know this might sound wrong, and I don't wish it to sound wrong, but sometimes I felt like a possession, as if I belonged to you. It's like people have said to me, "We've paid so and so and so and so to come and see you." So, well, that's nothing to do with me. I said, I work for a set amount. That's the management, not me. I've had people say to me, "By God, you must be a bastard millionaire. We've paid so and so and so." I said, "Hang on a minute, no, that ain't me. That's the management." Not that I have to explain this to people, but that's the way I look at it. That's the way I feel about it. You know what I mean? I mean, honestly, I'm, I'm, I am very private. I'm a really private person in the respect of myself and my partner parted in Millennium 25 years ago. And I turned around and said, as I walked out the pub, and I'll say it again, and I'd say it to his face, there'll be nobody else. There'll be nobody else. And there never has been. I've been on my own 25 years now, and that's through choice. And I don't mean that to sound nasty, but it's through choice. I couldn't be hurt anymore. I couldn't be used as a punch bag anymore. And I don't mean punch bag as in physical, I don't mean that. I mean emotionally. I couldn't do it anymore. You know what I mean? And Alan used to say to me, "Ray, you're wonderful, but your sarcasm." But that is that is my barrier. That is me protecting me. You know what I mean? And no, I'm not saying I've been an angel in 25 years, because I haven't. That'd be a lie. You know what I mean? We all have needs. Well, used to. Not at 72 so much you don't. It's a nice thought, but there you go. But no. There's never been anybody else. And I turned around and said, no one will ever use my tele-remote control but me. Oh, and him, me dog. That's it. Me dog. I live and die for him. You know, don't we? Because you go, yeah, yes. 13.
Yeah, and so do you think, I mean, I think it's a well-known, lots of performers talk about this other side, or needing to be this quiet
Yeah.
person that withdraw, like your social battery gets exhausted, or however they say
Yeah,
it these
yeah.
days. But do you remember this as a child, or how your family, like, was this a,
I
because
was
you
like,
taught they were entertainers, I guess
yeah.
that wasn't their trade, they would.
No. Oh, no. Far from it. No.
Yeah.
My uncles and some of my cousins was fishermen. My father was a fisherman. Well, my father was a cook on trawlers. My mum was a barmaid. My grandfather was a shipping clerk. My grandma was a cleaner in Woolworths. You know what I mean? So they all had their own jobs, but just loved fun. They all loved a night out. They loved parties. We used to have this piano in my grandma's front room in Edinburgh Street, and I'm the middle of five. So I've got two sisters older than me. Valerie's 76, Sandra's 73, I'm 72, and then I've got two brothers younger than me, and I can't remember how old Barry is. Anyway, and my youngest brother's 62, the youngest. So you see, for quite a few, there's a 6 year gap between me and my brother. And when we lived in Edinburgh Street, we had this piano in the front room, Grandma's best room, and it had candelabras things stuck out of it. We'd all be in bed, and if they came home with a party, get the kids up. They used to sit Sandra at one side, me at the other side. On the top of the piano, we had to sing. It's like performing monkeys. And the times my dad would be bashing it on the piano, we'd used to fall on these candelabras. Oh, ouch, it ate. Yeah, but that was my family. You know what I mean? It's like I laugh and joke on the stage when I say I used to share a bed with two sisters. I always used to manage to get the shallow end. But I was really shy as a child, really shy. You know what I mean? If you said jump, I'd say how high. I did as I was told. Um,
Why do you think?
I, I, I think in my own mind, I knew I was different. I knew I was. I liked little girls, but I preferred little boys, and I knew that from a very, very young age. From a very young age. Um, yeah, definitely. And I always liked to be around the girls. If the girls was having a party, a garden, I had to be there. I'd wear a tutu, out you like. I'd dress me up, do what you like. The times I used to dance around the living room in my two sisters' ballet frocks and then get slapped for doing it. But nose went back and did it again. Lovely, sorted out. Yeah. You see, when we lived with my grandparents, there was my grandma, my granddad, my mum and my dad, my auntie and uncle, my two sisters, and me, all in one house.
Amazing.
Oh, it was wonderful. What a life. What an education. What an education. I can remember one of my uncles coming home. You're going to love this. One of my uncles coming home, and down Edinburgh Street, every so often you've got a passageway that goes in between the houses. And when you went through that, one side was my grandma's, the other side was Mrs. Boast. That side. Bang, 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 bang on the front door. My grandma was cooking dinner in the kitchen. Go see who that is. I went running up the passage. There's a horse stuck in the passage. What? So I said, there's an horse. No. There's an horse stuck in the passage. Crack. Don't be so bloody stupid. I said, that's what Kenny Lawrence has just said. She said, what passage? When she goes out, my Uncle Bill, pissed as I knew, he tried to get the horse down the passage and it got stuck. The horse was stuck in the passage. Truth. Grandad Grandad played cards and he'd come home with a pet pig. You never knew. When we was kids, we never knew what was coming home to. There'd be chickens in the back garden. We've had ducks. We've had goats. We've had sheep. Pigs. The horse. Alsatian dogs. Pigeons. What a life. And people say, oh, you must have had a real posh upbringing. Did I? Never. Never. We once went to one of my auntie's weddings and my mum and dad was that hard up. I had a patch on my trousers, short trousers I had on, and I had to go to the wedding in a patch. And I vowed from that day to today I would never, ever, ever go without. I have always made sure that Bobby Mandrell has had the best I can afford. I've always made sure. I've got over 300 shirts. I've got over 500 pairs of shoes. Because I vowed it would never ever happen again. Nobody's going to laugh at me again. And they did. My aunties and uncles laughed at me because it was grey trousers and it had a black patch on. And I felt I was only a child. I'd only be, 11, 12 years old. But I remember it. I remember it as clear as yesterday. And I vowed it'd never happen again. And I've made sure it never did. I've always, when C&A's was open, I'd go in C&A's. If I liked this blue shirt, they had it in green, and I'd have them and all. I'll take all. My mother used to say, why do you need all these clothes? It was like like a defence mechanism. I don't know how to explain it. And I'm still like that to this day. I'm terrible. I can take you shopping now, and I can guarantee I would come home with either a pair of shoes, a shirt, or a jacket, or something terrible. I'm a compulsive buyer. Terrible. Compulsive shopper, is it? But not only with clothes and things, but with everything.
But do you think that comes from, often working class people talk of this similar stories, don't they? They had nothing or there was nothing, and then this is a reaction to.
Yeah.
And we are the products of our childhood, aren't we?
Oh, yeah.
In many ways.
Oh, very much so. Very, very much so, yeah. Definitely. I've always worked. I've always done 2 jobs. All my life, I've worked 2 jobs from being 14 years old. You know what I mean? And work to give my mother money to feed us. You know what I mean? There weren't only me. There was my sisters as well. You know what I mean? It was hard, really hard. And I remember telling my mum and dad I was gay. I'd been married. As I said, I'd gone through I'd gone through the rape and all that lot, and then my dad turned. My sister was getting engaged, and I was going out with Carol at the time, and I was 17, and my dad turned around and said, right off the cuff, he said, why don't you make it a double engagement party? Never thought about it. He knew. My father knew. He knew I was gay. Anyway, we did have a double engagement party. We got engaged in the April, married on the... Got double engagement party in the April. Was married by the December the 5th. Married. Done. Wasn't right. I knew it wasn't right. My auntie came through from Mansfield. We got married, a big wedding. We had a nice wedding, you know what I mean? We didn't have to get married. We never slept together. Nothing like that. Oh, no. And my Auntie Vera was through. And I used to go stay with my Auntie Vera in Mansfield when I was a bairn, because I lived more with my grandparents in my teens. And when they went to stay with Auntie Vera, I went as well. I think it was just to get me out the bloody road, to be quite truthful. But, and Auntie Vera always turned around and says to me, there's things going to happen in your life, you know, that you won't realise. And I used to think, all right, no, you don't as a kid, do you? Anyway, stood outside and having the photographs taken, and my mum says to Auntie Vera, are you going to get on the photos? We said, no, she'll give 16 months that way. She said, Winnie, you should never have made him get married. You should never, ever have made him get married. And my mum said, what on earth are you talking about? She said, you'll find out. You will find out. And they did. 16 months later, I'd already got one little boy, Carl. Carl was born, we got married in the December and Carl was born in the September. So it proves there was nothing like that going on. I used to, it's difficult to talk about. I used to, Carol and I had make love and then I'd get up and go out. I couldn't stay there. I had to get out. It wasn't right. I shouldn't have done that. It wasn't right. And I knew it wasn't right. I shouldn't be with that lady. And this is one of the reasons when we separated and we divorced, it's one of the reasons why I cut the boys off. I wanted them two lads to have a normal upbringing. I couldn't provide that. I was a queer man. I was called queer by all the family, their family and everything, you know what I mean? But we're saying that, I'm still in touch and friends with all their family. We have still, in fact, I'm friends with my ex-wife now, but it was wrong. I shouldn't have got married. I fancied my best man more than I fancied my wife. I mean, what do you do? So I cut myself off from the boys, wanting the boys to be brought up what I thought was correctly with a straight mum and dad. I was wrong. I was a freak. You know what I mean? Because I still didn't know what I was. I'd been married, but I still didn't know I was gay. And by that time, I was having sex with men. By that time, we lived in Terry Street. I used to climb out of bed with her and go into Pearson's Park, and there'd be men hanging around at Pearson's Park. I was so mixed up and confused with all of it. You know what I mean? Because one of the guys that raped me, I was madly in love with him. I was absolutely madly in love with him. It was so... And I remember going home to my parents living on Orchard Park. And I remember going home and my dad was in the garden. And I said, where's my mum in? He said, now then, son, what are you doing? What's the matter? I said, what do you mean? He said, what's the matter? Remedy said, what's the matter? I said, I want to talk to you and my mum. Oh, he said, Jesus Christ. I said, is Carol all right? I said, yes. He said, is the bairn all right? I said, yeah. Where is my mum? She's at work. And within 20 minutes, my mum came in and I was outside and my dad was in the living room. No, the other way around. Dad was outside. I was in the living room. Anyway, she said, now then, what you were doing here? I said, I've got something to tell you both. She said, where's your dad? And my mum called my dad in. My dad came in, and he was stood, and I'll always remember it. In my mum's house, you had a door here that led into the dining room, a door there led into the hallway, and the sofa was across the room there. So there was the fireplace, and that carriage clock, the silver carriage clock there, was in the middle. And my dad got his hands around this carriage clock. And he's tapping it. He said, "What, Raymond, what's the matter?" I said, and I'm looking at him, "What are you doing with that, George?" And he's tapping it. And he went, "What's the matter?" So I said, "I think I'm bisexual." And my dad went, and I moved. And the clock moved. And I thought he was going to pelt it at me. And he went, "I've known forever. I've known forever that you was queer. I have known forever." My mother, "Well, we know you," she said, "we know you like a good time," she said, "and you're gay, and we like going to gay parties and everything. So we all know that." My dad said, "No, he's queer. He likes men." And my mum went, "George, go get Ellie's gear from the house. He shouldn't be that way." She said, "I told you that Ben one is." Oh, it caused such a fucking riot. Honestly. My mum wouldn't have it that Carl was man. And anyway, we separated. And
How did that make you feel, what happened in that living room?
I felt dirty. I felt lost. I felt completely alone. I had nobody. I hadn't been into any gay bars or anything like that at the time. I didn't know anything. And I got on with a window cleaner. I got on with George, the window cleaner, and I was staying back at my mum's then, and I says to my mum and my dad, I said, "Is it all right if George stays overnight?" And my dad went, "You what? Two blokes sleep in the same bed in my house? I don't fucking think so. I've got two younger sons." I said, "Well, okay, I just thought I'd ask." And my mother turned around and said, "George," she said, "he has been married. He's not an idiot." Anyway, he allowed it, and I only had a single bed. And I'd been seeing George for about nearly a year. So I was seeing him on and off for 5.5 years. And my dad gave me the money to go out and buy a double bed. I don't think it's fair that two grown men should be sleeping in a single bed. Go out and get yourself a double one. I just don't believe this. And but
so what do you think happened? What was happening for him?
I think it was starting to accept the fact, because my mum knew a lot of gay people. My mum used to work in Sportsman on Headon Road when all the gays used to go upstairs. She was the barmaid. So my mum knew gay people, and my father used to go in there drinking. And you can't tell me that he never ever met any gay people in his life. He had a massive accident with my dad. When we lived on Newtown Buildings, he was a docker then. And a ton and a half of timber crushed his legs. And he had a plaster on, a plaster cast and what have you, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, gangrene set in, and yeah. And we was having to push him. We moved to Orchard Park. We was having to push him round in a wheelchair, and his heart was bad. He'd had heart attacks, what have you. He was only 54, my father, when he died. And he was in Old Royal. And my mum says to him, "Raymond, you've got to go visit your dad." I said, "I don't want to." "You've got to go visit your dad." I said, "I don't want to." He turned real nasty with me just before he died. And, I was a letdown to him, and I've shown the family up, and, everybody thinks I'm this, that, and the other. Anyway, I did go visit him, and I went to a Royal, and he was in this bed, and he was in this machine, and I was stood at the side of his bed. So as he was laid there, I'm stood here. There's the door. The door opened and a vicar walked in. Father opened his eyes. He shot up, screaming, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'm too young to die. I don't want." And I had to ask this vicar to go out because my father thought he was there for his last rites. So he's laid there and he was crying and what have you. And he put his hand out. I got out of his hand and he says to me, "I've got something to say to you." And I went, "What?" He said, "I've been so wrong. All your life, he said, I've been wrong." He says to me, "I don't love you, you know, and I've always loved you." I said, "Yeah, but it's too late. It's too late, Dad." Anyway, I left. And the next day, the phone rang. And I answered the phone, and it died. It died it was like through the night, so to speak, and it died. And that was the last time I ever saw him, was then. But there was too much water gone under the bridge, too much hate, too much. I'd be on the phone talking to my mum, and he'd click the phone off. It threw cups of tea. It was awful. Yeah. And in the end, I moved out. Obviously, I moved out, and I moved in with two gay lasses, Jackie and Midge. I wish them two was alive for this interview for you. Oh, I do, because they would tell you things about the gay ladies more than I could ever do. And I lodged with them for, wow. Well, we stayed friends for over 50 years. And I lodged with them for about 4 or 5 years. I had my own room and everything. And then Jackie became my driver. Midge used to make me clothes. They was the first before Les and Margaret. So it was before them. But the terrace, we lived in South Boulevard. And the terrace, Jackie and Midge lived at the top of the terrace. Two gay lasses, and I can't remember the name. I can't remember the names. Two gay lasses lived at that side of the terrace. Ruth and the Rudens lived there. I lived next door to Ruth. Terry lived next door to me. All gay. Across the other side was Tammy and Synth. She lived there. Out of all the houses, there was only 3 houses that weren't gay down the one terrace. It was brilliant. Absolutely fucking brilliant. Honestly, we're down the queers terrace down there. Everybody knew where we was. Everybody. Fucking brilliant. We'd have parties. I'd have a party one Saturday, and then somebody else would have a party the next. We used to go around each other's parties. It was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. But Jackie and Midge was lovely. Jackie was... Midge worked... She was a seamstress at... somewhere in Hull. Dewhursts on Sutton Fields. But Jackie, she'd been a traffic warden, she'd been a clippy on the buses, she worked at Armstrong's in Beverley, she'd been a taxi telephonist, and when she spoke to you like that. If she said jump, you'd say, "How fucking are you?" And how long do you want me to stop up here? She was 6'2", and if you didn't know, you'd swear blind it was a man all the way. Honestly. No, they had a dog called Benji, and I used to think, bless him, he was lovely. He was the most skinniest little thing with real long legs, and he always looked as if everything was an effort. There was nothing wrong, it was just the dog's metabolism. Benji, get your boy. All the kids down the street would say, "All right, Jackie, I want to talk to the dog." Everyone was frightened to bleed death. She was a typical lesbian, a butch. She was 150% butch lesbian. She was. People in pubs would say, "Who's your mate?" I said, "That's Jackie." She's a big bastard. I said, "It's a woman." "Well, can't be a fucking woman, that." I said, "No, it is. It is."
I mean, it makes me think. I mean, this may be for another conversation, but there is something about the people that were around, you know, who you spent time with outside of your family, who were, you know, the street of the gay street or whatever you call it.
Very influential on Clondilly, Barry, Bobby Mandrell on the show. One of the bus drivers, he's dead and all. Oh, Carla. Not Linda. Val. She was from down south. This'll make you laugh. She was real butch. Just walked like that. She was walked like Popeye. I was, she's at it. Oh, she's on. And she drove for me for a little while. Jackie was poorly, so Val took over. And Midge was cooking her dinner, and she said, I don't know what to do for tomorrow's dinner, Val. She said, do you like belly pork? And she went, oh! She said, I loves belly pork, so I do. And it was, well, I was in hysterics. I couldn't do it for laughing, and Jackie went, well, of course it came into the show, didn't it? Oh, I loves belly pork, so I do. And she went, that sounds just like me. I said, I'm taking the piss out of you. And she created the nun. She created the full nun sketch. She said, I've seen you do a pregnant bride. She said, but you want to do a pregnant nun? And I went, really? She said, yeah. But she said, it has to be a white outfit with black accessories. And I went, well, that's the novice. She said, a pregnant nun novice? Bang. And it took us 5 weeks to record 11 minutes of music. And she sat, not in this house, in the flat and what have you, in Jackie's, I think. And we went through it, and all the little snippets, and it was Val that created it. It's very strange that a lot of people that come to see the show, they'll say to me, you could do Amy Winehouse. I brought Amy Winehouse into the show. And I only mentioned this last Friday on the stage. I've changed the show around a lot. You know, I've brought in... Oh, I don't know. I've brought in Adele. I've brought in Amy Winehouse. I've brought in different people. I'll be on the stage. Are you doing Cher? You are doing Tina. Are you doing that one with the big... What about the nun? Oh, are you going to do that one? What about... And I'm thinking, I've just spent all that money on these outfits and time, and they don't want it. People in Hull want the old Bobby Mandrell. They don't want the new stuff.
Why is that?
I don't know. I wish I did know. I just do not know. Whether my dad used to say, he used to say to me, if it's not broken, don't repair it. And I'm thinking, but I've got to keep the show up to date with people. Don't. If I do Cher and I haven't got a pair of thigh-length boots on, well, you didn't wear the fucking boots, did you? Oh, you didn't wear the boots, did you? And this would be the men. Well, you should have done. Always looks good with the boots. I said, I've got 7 different outfits for Cher. Yeah, but we like the black one. I said, oh, okay, fair enough.
Isn't it interesting?
They've got the favourites. They've got what they like. A few
tradition.
Yeah, but it was like a few months ago, I did the Comedy Lounge, and this lady says to me, she said, oh, I think it's about time you changed the end of your show, So we've been seeing it for years and years, and a woman says, I'm going to punch your effing lights out. She said, that's the best part of the show. I went, oh, thanks. And I thought, oh, I can't leave it out. I've got some old contracts somewhere, I can't remember where they are, and it says, Mr. Mandrell must put in what makes a man a man. That's written in my fucking contract from the agents.
And so, I mean, we're all over, jumping all over, but the man makes a man, what would you call it? Section? What do you call that? How would you describe it?
It's the finale.
The finale.
Yeah, the finale of the show, yeah. It brings all the fantasy down to reality. And that's what I've always told people. You've seen me up there all night for maybe 2-3 hours or whatever. Cheeky little chick with all these costumes, blah, blah. And then at the end of the night, you've got a little bald-headed man there. All the fantasy's gone, and it all comes down to reality. Bang. I am them people. Done. It brings, the fantasy becomes reality, and it's me. The times that...
But it's a very important performance for you, but also within drag, historically for drag.
Yeah, very much so. Very, very much so, yeah. I know there's a lot of people do it now. A lot of people use different songs now as well to do the same thing, to do a changeover. One of the big ones is from The Greatest Showman, This Is Me. That is one of the biggest ones at the moment, that one. Gavin does that one, Gavinia. Gavin Render, I don't know whether you've heard of Gav.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He does that one, him and his great partner. You know what I mean? But, yeah, I've laughed and joked over the years about what makes a man, and I said, oh, well, it's dead easy for me. I said, it saves me going in there and going undressed to get dressed again. I said, I can do it out here. And I've laughed about it, and they'll go, really? And I thought, I shouldn't have said that. You know what I mean? Because it does mean a lot to a lot of people. I get it as I arrive at a venue. You are doing that last one, aren't you? To call your makeup on. So, yeah. It's oh, good. We'll stay then. Like, you're going to fucking stay if I don't do it? You know what I mean? Sorry about that. Would you like a tea or a coffee?
Shall we stop?
Yeah, I'll make you a drink.
Let me pause.
I don't know if you can see properly on this. Oh no, that's the Broadway Bears. I've got the wrong ones. They called them the Broadway. Where have I got it? I've got photos of the Broadway Bears.
So are this all the people that would have gone?
Right, see that? That's Paul O'Grady.
So these are people that you put on in the George?
No, these are people that I worked with down in London all those years ago. They're all dead now. Paul's dead.
Yeah.
He's dead. He committed suicide, and Paul saw it. Him do it. But this is the plague. This is going back to wow.
So 70s.
70s, yeah. But
there's you.
yeah, there's one particular photo I want you to see, and I can't find that fucking now. Oh, there's that. That's the one.
Yeah, that's the beautiful one. I love it.
Yeah, that one. But hang on.
So is this all you on other?
There's loads. They're all mixed up. There's most of these.
Here we are, the Broadway Bells.
That's it.
That's them.
Right. Now that's Tony on there, but this is John. This was the original Broadway Bells. And then John and him parted company. They had a big massive fallout. So John he was a nurse. So he went back to nursing. He's now married to somebody abroad. Tony
is the Beaumonts.
Yeah, Tony Beaumont, yeah. And on the picture you've got is his partner. Now they've got they've got the most fantastic hotel in Blackpool called the Mardi Gras.
Do you think they'd talk to me?
I would imagine so.
But were they Hull?
Yeah.
So they were Hull. He's the Beaumont Hull.
He's from Hull. Oh yeah, definitely. But I think that's the only. No wait a minute, I've got another one somewhere of them, all in feathers, but I don't know where. There's that many bloody photos in this house.
We it's gonna take it's gonna be a task. Because you know, like at Denise and Chris's, they got all their photos out, and look, this is this.
That's Tony. That's John.
Partner.
His partner.
In Blackpool.
Yeah, not this one.
No, but they're in Blackpool.
Yeah. That's they now run the Mardi Gras in Blackpool, and that is Lee. Now, count that one out. If you're going to talk to anybody, talk to these two, because these two put drag acts on all of them. They used to be the landlords of the Earl de Grey.
Were they?
Yeah. Oh yeah, they had the Earl de Grey for a while. I went and worked for them when they had the Earl de Grey.
So this is the person. This is the Lee. This is Lee.
That's
that one, isn't it?
No. Yeah, that's Lee. That's John and Tony. That's them two.
John and Tony.
Yeah, that's Tony.
Oh, sorry, babe.
That one's definitely Tony.
Yeah.
That's Tony and I think that's Tony and Lee.
Yeah,
Tony
I think
Lee.
this is this
Yeah, that's Tony and Lee, that one. That's John.
So these performed as a, because would Tony be right? So this was a double act, a solo, or a triple, if you want, depending on the budget.
They've done it. They've done it all. They've done solo,
Yeah.
double and trio, but mainly there was known, and I repeat, mainly known
As this.
as them two, not them. These was created after these. It was John and Tony that created the Broadway Bells.
And then what did these go out
that
as?
John, still as the Broadway Bells.
Kept the name.
Yeah, because he came out of it. He came out of it completely. But these two, M and M, were DJs. And I worked for them at the Wellington Club for years. And then all of a sudden, he started doing directed Tony in the St George's.
For you?
No, for Clarice.
Before you?
Yeah, and they came as these two.
And what was this man's name originally?
John Garlick, that one.
That was John Garlick.
Yeah.
And then
that one was, yeah.
Okay. Tony Beaumont.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they were DJs, and then they started doing drag.
Yeah, and then they started doing drag, and then these two started touring all over. Then they had a massive fallout, and John put it dead.
Yeah.
Didn't want to know.
Yeah.
And because we tried to persuade John to go as himself, we gave him a name, I can't remember. Anyway, he said no. I said I've had enough. And then we found out the reason why he'd had enough, because him and his partner had done the dirty on him and stripped the house of all the drag, stole everything. It's
terrible
there's
story.
a lot to do with it. Yeah, it's not nice, but bloody hell, God, I hadn't seen her for these.
No, well, these I discovered in Tony's collection.
Yeah, well, that is definitely John.
Second
and
John.
Tony. That's the other John.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the other John called? Do you know his surname?
No,
Do you remember?
no.
John the Second.
Yeah. John,
Blackpool John.
Yeah.
I mean, those costumes. What date do you reckon that is? Mid-80s?
Yeah. I would assume mid-80s.
Because it doesn't look that... I mean, there's a similarity to...
Yeah, they're a bit... I've got one photo, but I don't know where it is. I've got a photo where they're all in feathers. The outfits are... The guy who made all their outfits...
I mean, this is another conversation.
Made all my outfits.
Costume people.
Yeah, well, it was James. He made a lot of my costumes. I see in the back of there, that's all strippers that I've worked with. I could have sworn I had one of the Broadway Bells, but I don't know where it is. It'd be a big photo like that.
You'll find it, or won't it?
Yeah, it's... When I was putting them in there last night, I never found it in there. So I don't know where it is. But these are all what Tony's asked for. These are all...
Oh, Tony Ward's asked for to see.
Yeah, he wants to...
Take print,
yeah,
scan them for me, yeah.
Oh, I got away with it. I will never know.
Gimp mask.
I will never know. I got away. I used to do Saved. Come on, as a gollywog, dressed like that. Oh, I got away with it. I wouldn't get away with it.
Well, you wouldn't know. It was at the time.
Jesus Christ. No. These are a lot of Tony's proofs.
Yeah, these are amazing.
The CP ones. That's that.
Yeah, I really like that one.
But Snow White. The reason I'm going through them is because I don't know whether there's any Tony and John in any of these, because I didn't go through them. That's the original Union Jack.
Yeah, which was in the Humber Street.
Yeah, that was the one that was on
Russell
display.
George,
That one. Yeah, and then Margaret designed and made the new one, which I'm still wearing now, all these years later. This is all in
There's that dress from those...
Yeah, that's it, but now it's only that much. It's just the bottom. I had that took off because it was too difficult. In fact, they're all like that now. What makes a man a man? St George. That's Clarice.
I mean, I'd like to do a whole recording
complete.
About... Oh, with the
bottom on.
The bottom on and the bottom up.
Yeah. Andrew, he used to work for me. There's a lot of dresses over the years.
And are those dressers, are they people that were in the community? Were they friends
Just friends?
that you just asked if they wanted to do it?
No, they came and asked me.
They want.
Yeah.
But they could be gay, straight, didn't matter who it was.
Yeah, it didn't matter, but there was
No.
nearly all gay. You know what I mean? I had one girl who used to work for me, Susan, and she was just in love with me. She was straight, but she was absolutely madly in love with me. And I never knew. She worked for me for quite a few years, but I never knew. Until one day, she said, "But I do love you," and I went, "What?" I said, no, don't go there. You know, you've been there, done that, didn't like it. That's another one, look, that's silver, that one.
Amazing.
There's loads of them. There's gold, pink. There's loads.
Anyway, let me make a cup of tea.
Make this bloody drink. I'm just going to be here forever. I could have sworn I had.
Could I look in that folder? Is that all right?
This one?
To look in that folder, yeah.
That's the Dream Girls. That's the Dream Girls. That's Steve.
Yeah, that's right. Well, they're now
That's
not
Gary.
this.
No, he's died. That was Adrian. He went under the name of Deja Vu, and then he had to change the name because there was a group out called Deja Vu. So he changed it. So he changed his name to Adrian James. But he died a few years ago. Oh, he was lovely.
That's who Denise and Chrissy said. Oh, I think it might.
Yeah, there they are again. Look, that's the Dream Girls. Take it out because it's a folder that it's. This is when there was at the Dream Girls show. It was when there was over in Turkey. So, right. That's Steve, and that's Chris. Now them two are the Dream Girls. He wasn't. They introduced him into the show. So there it all is. That's Adrian. But one of the most funniest drag acts I have ever seen in this world. Him. I would pay hundreds to go see him.
They were at Oak Vaults on Saturday night.
Mm.
Did you
No,
know?
I I don't get on with the landlord.
No.
I'm banned.
Oh, are you?
If I had the landlord by the throat. I think that's maybe the reason for it.
Possibly.
Yeah. He was. I used to know.
They've been very. They took a lot of tracking down.
Yeah.
But now they're like, yeah, I'm in. And I said, oh, would you? Because obviously, as part of the project, there's money to do events. And I said to them, you know, if we put on an event in Rayners, you know, if Bobby will do it, would you do it? If you do it, will Bobby do it? If there's anybody else, who should we ask? And they were like, we've never worked with Bobby. We've been on the set. We've worked with him, but we've never been in the same thing. And I was like, yeah. And they were like,
We've worked
course.
together. We worked together once at a charity that I can remember years and years and years ago. But when I was on the road with the show, so was they. So I might do Rayners tonight,
and
they'd be there next week, or they might do Oak Vaults this week, and I'd be there next week. We seem to follow each other around the country, but was working through the same agencies.
And they were very over the phone. They talked to me about being very complimentary of Hull, and they were like, it was either Manchester or Hull. They were so accepting, and they were like, we've never had any bother. Everybody was so welcoming and friendly. It was brilliant.
Lovely. They're two of the most loveliest people. Honestly, I adore him. I adore Steve. Absolutely adore him.
But they were never Hull people, were they?
No.
They're Castleford.
I think they're from Leeds originally.
Oh, that's right, because they worked in the New Penny.
Steve, they was the manager of the New Penny at one point.
Yeah. There was some connection to the New Penny.
Steve, I'm going to show you something in a minute. Steve, the funny one, he is an hairdresser in his own right, but Gary.
He makes all the clothes.
Oh.
Steve is the one that makes. Apparently, I said who makes the outfits, and they said they do.
Just one sec, I've got something to show you because I've just seen it in here. Where is it? Oh, I've seen it in here. Where's it? Oh, right. That is him. When they're separated, because they did separate for quite a while.
Yeah.
And
But they're a couple, aren't they?
yeah. Well, Steve, that one, he went under the name of Stevie Charles, and he went under the name of Chris Black. Chris Black. But his real name's
Gary. Yeah.
Just I saw that and I thought he was marvellous. He committed suicide, did this lad. I was in the New Penny one Sunday afternoon, and because I was working Leeds all the night time.
Just wondering where that is. 01532.
Oh, it's ever so old, this picture.
No, but that code would still be right for. Anyway, carry on.
To see him live, you'd have thought it was Shirley Bassey. You know what? I was stood talking to her, and I went, that looks like Shirley Bassey. That's the drag actor, daft bastard. And it was him. He looked like her. He sounded like her.
I'm going to say the physique.
Oh, it was on. Ooh.
Mind you, flowers.
This bloody thing. You see, in my opinion, with RuPaul, they all look the same. You can't tell me that those people on the television have done all their own makeup. Never in this world. All them fabulous, outrageous wigs. Never in this world. They couldn't afford to buy them. Some of the wigs that they wear on there, you're talking, what, £500-600 to £1,000 just for the wig? Let alone the costumes. To me, RuPaul, it's like, we've got loads of little boys, right? You, go through the conveyor belt, and as they plop off the other end, they all look the same. The makeup's the same, the smile's the same, the way the dress is all the same. But there's no comedy. They want to look so gorgeous. They've got artificial hips on, artificial boobs. Fair comment, makes it look good. I never had any of that. I didn't have anything at all like that. I had no props to get me through.
So what is old drag? Describe to me what you mean by old drag, like your version of drag.
Old drag, it's
because we're gonna have to have a conversation about drag, like the changes in drag, but your version of drag.
But to me, drag is. Well, when I say the old drag like me, I don't mean as in age, but I'm on about. We do comedy stuff with mime, most mime, which most of the new ones sing live. Good luck to them. I can't. Fair comment. It's never to me. No. I mean, Shirley Bassey's been real good to me over the years, but I mean, the old drag is. I want you to sit down and I want you to laugh at me. Don't laugh at me, laugh with me. And if I can make you laugh, I've achieved something. I can't see these new drag queens making you laugh. That isn't old school. We do all the old music. We do send-ups of ourselves. I love, there's nothing more I love than slapstick drag. When I say slapstick, I can come out in a beautiful sequin gown with feathers and all the rest of it, gorgeous. I'd sooner come out in a smart frock with false teeth in, the wig falling out all over, and you're laughing at me now, and you haven't even seen what I'm talking about. That's old drag. It's the old stuff of entertain me. I was brought up in Newcastle and around there. You could see the audiences going, come on, entertain me. You could see it in their eyes. I thought, I used to shake myself and think, good. I once went to a club in Newcastle, bang, and there was all these baseball bats all over. And I said to the compere, what's these baseball bats? He said, if they don't like you, he said, they'll bat you one. I went, all right, never happened, thank God. He said, you've got one there on the stage if you need it to pass them back. And that is the truth, that. Oh, yeah. It's old drag, it's old school, it's
about banter.
Yeah, take the piss out yourself and the banter, a lot of the patter. Most of my show is audience participation with me, with patter. I might say something to you, and 9 times out of 10 you can't answer. Or I might be thinking something and I'll say it. Example, one of the things, a woman the other night, she had the most beautifulest dress on, all floral. I said, what a beautiful dress. She said, oh, thank you. And as I was walking away, I said, she looks like a well-kept grave. That's old school. That's what it's all about. If you can say things and get away with it, I know now how to I can push them so far, but I can only push you so far. I said to a bloke the other night, oh, I said, you smell. I said, your husband smells good. She said, I know it's a new aftershave. I said, is that French one? No, it's not. I got it from Boots. I said, well, it smells like that French one. Whoa, la, come to me. She said, no, that's what it smells like, come to me. And I walked away. And she went, oh. The woman didn't get it. He did, she didn't. But it's things like that. It's having the cheek and the guts to do it, you know, and get away with it. I want you to leave on a night time and think, there might be something in the show you don't like, but I'm hoping and praying that there's something in the show you don't like and you think you'll remember it. Earlier on we was talking, you remember what makes a man, but somebody else will say, oh, did you see the nun? Oh, did you like that one when he pulled all that stuff out with his knickers? I hear it, so I know what they like, what you like, and I'll try my best. But the new drag, it isn't like that. To me, the new drag, it's all, look at me, I'm gorgeous. You want me. I used to think that. Look at me, I look like an old trollop. I bet you don't fucking want me. You know what I mean? But that's it. I want to make you laugh. I want to make you happy. And that's all drag. It's old school in my eyes. Steve and Gary, when you meet the Dreams, honestly, them two, Steve's cracking. They're both very, very good. But Steve is patter, bomb. I can't touch Steve. And I know, touch wood, I think I'm quite good. But
So where is that? What is the history of that? So we talked about Danny LaRue on the TV, then of course there's Music Hall and all of that history. But that patter, the banter, the sarcasm, that
it just sort of came.
What do you think it comes like? What do you think its history came from? You know, you might have seen something in London and thought, oh, I'm gonna put that in my. You've developed things over the years.
Which I have done, yeah. Working with Chubby Brown and certain things Chubby would say, and I've retwisted it round to work for a drag act. Yeah, it's difficult to answer. It's I don't really know. You know, I genuinely don't.
So could it be? Some of it's got to come from comedy, hasn't it? It's got to come from stand-up.
Oh yeah.
But this idea of female impersonators, I guess, of why is. Yeah, I'm interested whether what you think that history is for you.
I think a lot of it came definitely from Danny LaRue, definitely. I could watch Danny LaRue as a child, well, when I was younger, on the television and think, wow, the glamour was unbelievable. But so was his scripts was clever. The people that wrote the songs for him. Little Red Riding Hood is one of his songs that comes straight to mind. How could Red Riding Hood have been so very, very good when with all these men at the door, bang. For the year that came out, wow. And in my family, I came from comedians because it was all funny. There was always something funny being said, which maybe wasn't supposed to be funny, but I would see the funny side of it, and I think there's got a lot to do with it. But with drag, it's like a defence mechanism, I think. I don't know. I'll get one over on you before you get one over on me. You know what I mean? And yeah, definitely, I love music. I've always loved entertaining, you know what I mean? But I think putting the music over the years, I never used to speak much at all when I first started.
Just
it was nearly all ma'am, yeah. Well, it was all ma'am. And I wouldn't even say good evening or anything like that. Or I'd do sketches and then I used to think, oh, they laughed at that. Keep that in. And oh, they didn't like that. Take that out. And that's how it developed. And then, I don't know, over the years, I've worked with comedians, I've worked with comedians, I've worked with Chrissy Rock loads and loads of times with Chrissy over the years, early years, and she's hilarious. And I think it sort of seeped in, you know, I think it seeped in, and I'm thinking, I've been called quite a lot more of a comedian than a drag act. I mean, I once did a show and I was on stage for 2.5 hours solid. just telling jokes. Literally 2.5 hours. Did nothing else. Came on in a gown and went off in a gown. I didn't even do what makes a man a man because we'd gone half an hour too late over. And you know, but if you've got the audience there, if they like it, it comes naturally. I don't know why. You know, it's like I turn out and say now, I'm 72 nearly, and I forget things. I forget a lot of things. I can go out shopping, but we all can forget what I've gone out for. And sometimes I might tell a joke, and I've told you the punchline, and then I start telling you the joke, and they go, it's too late. We know what the punchline is because I've got it all backwards. But that's part and package of getting old, I think. But yeah. A guy used to write a lot of my material that lived in Grimsby, and he died at 94. And I was real upset because he was halfway through all my new scripts when he died. And I said, why is he fucking dead now? And he did them. But you tend to take stuff from other people. You listen, you hear something and think, oh, I can use that. And you twist it round. You know, it's so clever. But when you go and interview Steve, ask Steve the same because he is absolutely red hot. Honestly, he's like a razor blade.
And so people like
Love
Milan, you said Milan, or who's the person you work with?
Fanny, Brian, yeah. I doubled it with Brian. People wanted us to do a double show. When I had the Ladyboys, Brian is one of my Ladyboys, and there's pictures of the Ladyboys somewhere here. We'll dig them out another time, but there's loads of pictures written. You'll see Denise and everybody, and they're all here. In fact, they're in there, I think. Anyway, it doesn't matter. And we do double shows. He does his own show. He came when we had the St. George's. He came as one of the Ladyboys. Never done it before. Never been in a dress before. And I got him involved. And I knew instantly Brian could make the grade. I knew he could become a drag queen in his own right. Just by watching him. He had the talent to do it. He had the nerve to do it. He never used to speak on a microphone, but he could do everything else. He could do all the miming, all the comedy and whatever. And now if we go out together, which people ask us to go out, we go under the name of Demon Divas. So it's Brian and I as the diva, and what I've done is I've made costumes identical. So we're dressed absolutely, and the amount of times people have gone, we didn't know which was you. I said, hang on a minute, he's only 49, I'm 70. One, bang. You know what I mean? Because it's like his style is very much me. You know, I think over the years he's developed my style, and I like that. You know what I mean? It's a good lad. And as I say, he does his own shows as well under Miss Fanny, and they're single shows, you know what I mean? And he's doing really well, and he's been doing it now, what, 26, 27 years? Must be, maybe longer. But Milan, what I love about Milan is a drag act, but it's not a show drag act. It's like an hostessy drag act. In the respect of when you go into Zinnia, he greets you, he's in full drag, but he's got this style all of his own. He's got a vintage style. His outfits are vintage, his wigs are in a vintage style, his makeup is, and he's got like a geisha skin.
Like a powdered
skin. And that's his scene. And I think it's wonderful. People go in there just to see him, because he's got very funny on the microphone. 2 weeks ago, we had a crumpet night with Milan, and he had a crumpet. Would you like a picture of my crumpet? Bang! But it worked. It was so funny. So it's little sausages next time. Don't ask. But I like it, and I like his style. He's a drag act, but not a show drag act. Not like me. It's not cabaret. He doesn't do the cabaret. It's like hostessing, but it's nice. It's good. Yeah, he'd be lovely to speak to, because he used to work at Propaganda and Fuel, and he worked there when Gavin and Rusty worked there. Now Rusty now works up in Newcastle, and Gavin's still working in Hull, but he worked abroad. They nearly all worked in Turkey at some point. The Dream Girls started it off, and then you'd got Marmaris was this show. You'd got Bodrum was this show. You'd got somewhere else, the same show. It wasn't the same show as such. It was three of them doing this show. And Gavin and his partner, his work partner, they do big shows. They've got one coming up very soon at the Good Fellowship. But it's completely different to my kind of show. Theirs is what I call holiday drag, in the respect of they could work with children and everything and it wouldn't offend. I can't. I refuse, because I've always been a naughty drag queen and I aren't changing it for anybody now. You know, your kids shouldn't be in the pub to kick off with, in my opinion. End of. You know, if I'm working anywhere, and I always say, if easily offended, stay away. It's not my problem. You've got your kids in. It's your problem, not mine. You know, and people know that now. I think they know that I use a lot of the language, but it's done purposely. And most people understand it anyway. You know, if you're going to use it in the pub, I might as well use it on the stage. That's my attitude. But with Gav, I don't know whether you'd be able to speak to Gav or not. I genuinely don't know.
I guess there's an interest in, to me, because the research is about Hessel Road and the pubs, the pub and club scene of Hessel Road, rather than larger Hull. That's the focus of the research, and because I've got a sense that place birthed, for want of a better word, a particular type of drag, because it's a particular a particular place.
Vauxhall. Years later, after I did it, and Clarice left, Clarice took over the St George's. I went to work there at the St George's with her. I did Vauxhall with her, Rayners with her, Vauxhall, and then the St George's. I worked for Clarice 29 years in total at all the pubs. But a chap called Harry Barker took the Vauxhall over, and they brought out a drag troupe called the Vauxhall Dragettes, and Gavin was a member of that then, and he's come on in leaps and bounds as that guy. I mean, now he does fantastic shows, very Danny LaRue-ish when he works. The costumes are unbelievable, you know what I mean, but it's a different kind of show to what I do. But he was one of the originals from Vauxhall. So it really, maybe you should try and talk to Gav. I don't know how you're going to get in touch with him.
We'll find a way.
But because I don't have a number or anything for him. But he worked Hessel Road at the Vauxhall. Because Twad's, it's a shame Twad's isn't with us anymore, Twaddles, because, you'd have loved him. Oh, you'd loved him, honestly. I'd pick him up and cuddle him. We lost him a few years ago. But he was one of the Vauxhall Dragettes as well, and in drag, he was looking at Judy Garland. He looked just like Judy Garland. You know, out of it, you'd have thought, good God. But in drag, wow. I said to him, you ought to do more Judy Garland songs, which he did. People have taken notice of me over the years, or I like to think they have, touch wood, you know, which to help them along. I've got nothing to lose, I've got nothing to hide anymore. You know, they all say, but I said, I don't need any publicity. Been there, done that. I don't need it. You know, but these people, but Gavin, I'm hoping and praying he can. His second name's Gavin Render.
Render.
Yes. He's a florist.
Yeah, I think somebody's told me this.
It's a florist in Hessel. But I don't know which florist shop.
Tony knows. I think Tony's told me this florist. Anyway, talk to me about Twaddles, because other people have talked about Twaddles, and I've never seen this person in a photograph.
He was wonderful.
So was this a Hessel Road person?
No. Yes.
Born and bred.
No, I don't think he was born and bred. I just genuinely don't know where he was born and bred. But his mum and dad used to have the Rampant Horse pub in Paisley Street. Oh, thousands of years ago. I mean, and then they took a pub over called the Olderness, and I worked the Olderness many times with his mum and dad. But Twads, Oh, it was so fun. It was just a born comedian. You spoke and stood and talked, he'd have you in hysterics. You'd wet yourself with laughing. He was just a natural born funny man. He was in the Royal Navy, and when he came home from the Royal Navy, he came into Polly's, Tudor Bar, as I was telling you, and this bloke said, "I know who are you?" He said, "Oh, my name's Gary." He said, "They ought to call you fucking Twaddles," and it stuck. Twaddles became Twaddles. He was so funny. it was going on this trip to Nottingham. Was picking the coach up in Ferrens Way, and everybody was on the coach. Well, where's Twads? Oh, don't say. Well, driver, I've got to go in a minute. And he had this whistle blowing when we all looked out the back window. Twaddles had a pair of hot pants on, roller skates, blowing a whistle coming up the street. Oh, I loved him. You saw that outfit in one of these. I don't know which one it's in now. And I've got an orange and green silk Bassy outfit on. I lent Twaddles that. And what you don't see on there, but the bottom come right down here. And he went walking into a pub dressed like that. Just like, we'll get served. Oh, he got served, or X of his ass. When he died, bless him. Gavin, who I'm talking about, when Twads died, I loved him. When Twads died, I was stood outside. You couldn't get into the chapel. It was absolutely, it was too many. So we stayed outside. And Gavinia did Shirley Bassey, big spender, in a cutaway dress and walked down the chapel to his coffin. And Gavin was all in, dressed as Shirley Bassey, and he did the song and everything for him. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. And wrote alongside it, the flowers, said Twaddles, all in white flowers. And he loved bingo. He absolutely loved going to bingo to Cecil. So after the funeral, they took the flowers and put them outside of Cecil for him.
That's nice.
He was loved by so many. It was so funny. It was so funny. He said to me, "Now then, Candy, all right? Yeah, I'm fine." And then there's a couple of quid. Aye, all right, go on, off you go. But it was so funny. We had, in Vauxhall, when it was one of the Vauxhall dragettes, above the bar, they had swings put into the ceiling. So you'd be on the bar top, and they used to put these swings used to come down, and they used to swing across all the customers.
What, the axe?
Yeah, all the drag queens. I never was frightened to death of them. Twaddles would be in one, Gavinia would be in the other, and they used to swing on these swings, and Twads' stiletto heels used to stick in the ceiling. Don't say, "Oh fuck, I've done it again." Dunk in the ceiling. Honestly. I haven't got any photos of any of those days there at Vox. Gavin might have. But it was, oh gosh, there was loads of them. There was about 8 of them in total.
In the
dragettes. Dragettes, yeah. I'm going back to, it's got to be the 80s. It's got to be the early 80s. Got to be. You know. And as I say, Gavinia, he carried on doing the shows, worked abroad and all the rest of it. And he's into amateur dramatics as well, so he's in quite a lot of things, but very, 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 very talented man. Very, very creative. I mean, the costumes are to die for. I mean, I've got some beautiful costumes, but certain ones of his costumes are, I would think, I would wear that. That is me, that. You know, because he wears these hats, and it's a hat, but then it's a hat. So instead of being a hat just that way, if you turned it that way, it'd be that length.
Amazing.
And it's all like Danny LaRue. They're all big and brassy and glamorous. Lots of money has been spent on his outfits. Lots of money. You know what I mean? But and he's so pretty. He's got it. How's Gavin now? Gavin will be 50, maybe 50 plus now. So, and Twads was 63. He would be 63 if doing alive with Twads. Oh, it was funny. I found a picture. Oh, where is it? I found a picture of me. I think it's in there. Me, Twads, and a lad called Les in the St George's when Clarice had it. And we'd gone to, she said it was a pyjama party. We're having a pyjama party. What would you think? You'd go in pyjamas. We did. I went in this nightie with the boobs cut out, so I had big boobs. Twads has got a wig on with all fucking plaits in, all sorts in it. I was the only three in there. It's next week. Oh, right. Fair enough. It was a twat. It was a twat. Oh, I loved him. I loved him to death. We had so much fun because when Joe Longthorne died, Joe Longthorne's funeral went down Hessel Road, and we was at the funeral directors, which is the naughty one, and it went from there, on Hessel Road, and I'm stood, and I walked past this person who went, ignorant bastard. I went, oh, sorry, Twads, I said I didn't see you, love, which I didn't. Anyway, it was stood like this, and I said, oh, oh, it's lovely, isn't it? He went, yeah. I said, are you all right? He went, yeah. I said, you look cold. I'm fine. So I've got to go down to this shoe shop. Anyway, cut a long story short. I said, well, I've parked my car, I said, in Ryder's car park, if you want a lift down there. He went, no. He said, but I could made you a soft drink. I said, well, come on, we'll go and have it. And in the end, I said to him, what's the matter? I said, what you got stuffed under your bloody shirt? I said, nobody's going to rip your bag off you. He said, what do you mean? I said, he went, Candy. He said, it's an hernia. I went, what? And he had this hernia as big as a rugby ball. And I thought and I could have hurt myself. That was the cancer. And I didn't know. And he didn't it for months and months and months, and nobody knew. And what they told him was that if he drank, I went to the bar and I said, pint of lager? No, just a lemonade. And I went, and then I found out, because I hadn't seen him for a while, and then I found out that he'd got cancer, and it wasn't long after that he died. But this hernia, I thought he'd put his bag under his coat. No. It's an hernia, it was as big as that.
Terrible.
Oof. But when he went, God. We seem to lose so many people all around the same time. In the respect of Steve Floyd, you'd have loved Steve. If anybody could tell you about the gay scene and all, it'd have been him. And I was talking to Steve one day, and a fortnight later he was dead. Cancer. I said I didn't know he'd got cancer. So you see, once they all found out I had cancer, they're all like mother hens, because we all look after each other, obviously. Steve died. A guy called John Trott, he died. Mike Smith, he died. Twads died. Roy Wendy Gibson, he died. And it was all like together. Like 3 months, then 6 months, then a year.
Horrible time.
Terrible. Frankie, I wished you could talk to Frankie from Vauxhall, the landlord. But
I've talked to him on the telephone at Tony's, but it's becoming more and more difficult, it seems.
He's got Alzheimer's, so it's I don't advise it, because he phoned here and he said, who am I talking to? Now, Frank and I go back 100 years. Frank and I was stewards together in the Merchant Navy, so we go back a lot, well, since 1973. That's how far back we go. Frank's claim to fame was putting makeup on my false tits. And my false tits was hung behind my cabin door, and every time the ship moved, so did the beads and the tits. That was Frankie's claim to fame. He always says that. My claim to fame was when I did her tits. I did her fucking tits. I thought, all right, Frank. But he's got Alzheimer's, and it's bad. And he phoned here, and he kept going on about lips and lashes, and I didn't know what he was talking about. And I thought, lips and lashes, a drag duo. I didn't know, because I knew nothing about none of this. Anyway, cut a long story short, I'd spoken to him. Once he realised who I was, I put the phone down. 5 minutes later, he phoned me back. And that happened 10 times in 30 minutes. He phoned me back. Why have you phoned me? I said, I haven't. You phoned me. Oh, all right then, lass. Put it down. Then he phoned again. So he's got it bad. You know what I mean? It is bad, but God, he could tell you stories. Jesus Christ, could he ever? But I don't think you'd be able to get. He doesn't remember, and that's the problem. You know, if you jog his memory with the thing, then I would imagine he would be able to answer you. But
yeah, and I did, because Tony said we should. Tony was like, "Why don't we go together?" You know, like Tony would take me and we'll sit there and he'll talk. You know, like to talk in that way. Whether that would help.
It might
but
do.
then, or like with you, you know, like if you were
Yeah,
there, you might
yeah.
know those stories.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this is the nature of this project in a way, which is people are.
Yeah, Kevin.
This story is getting lost.
Kevin, Frankie's business partner at Vauxhall. Kevin was Frankie's business partner, and then there was Stephen, was Kevin's partner. So the three of them ran the place. And I was talking to Kevin a few months ago, and I said, "Oh, it's Frankie," because I haven't seen Frankie for a while. And he went, "Candy," he said, "you don't know half." He said he phoned up, he said, the other day, 3:30, and he said, "Where are you? You're supposed to be coming down to bring me some dinners. Where are you?" Kevin said, "Frank, it's 3:30 in the morning." He didn't even know. We went to a funeral, and I was the lad, my dresser's boyfriend's funeral, and Frankie arrived, saturated, wringing wet through, an hour after the funeral. He'd got the times mixed up for the funeral, but he knew that the wake was at Good Fellowship, so it was pissing down with rain. And he said, "Oh well, I better go." I said, "You've just got here." Have I? Yeah. No, I'm going back. This is 3 years ago. So anyway, I said, right. He said, "I better go. I've got to do some shopping. So I said, "Frank," I said, "I've got the car parked outside. I'll take you home." "I can't go home when it's dark." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Oh, I can't. No, I can't go home when it's dark. I can't do no shopping when it's dark. No, I can't go out in the dark." I said, all right. So anyway, I said, "Get in the car, come on." I said, "Where do you want to go shopping?" "Home Bargains." He said, and halfway home, he said, "No, don't take me." It was just like it is now. Yeah. And he went, No. "Can you do me a favour?" So I said, "You know what? Take me home." It was dark when we got home. I had to sit in the car with my headlights on full at his front door while he got in. He was so frightened of the dark. He was caught a few weeks ago, sat in a doorway with one of the down and outs, drinking whatever. He shouldn't really be on his own, if the truth's known.
No, sounds like he needs more support.
Yeah, he's 70. I'm 72. He'll be 77. About 77. But him and Kevin, they ran the Vauxhall, but they didn't have drag on, only me. I was the only drag acts they ever had.
Every week?
Once a fortnight. I was the only one that have. They wouldn't have anybody else. And I says to him, "Why?" Kevin said, "You're the only one that can fill it." He said, "Well, like a till that rings. When you're on, we go it. When everybody else is, we don't." I thought, "Oh, well, fair enough." So my money went up.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Don't tell me that.
That's right. You know, I thought, fair enough. But
you are a living legend.
Oh, do you know when people say that I could scream? I know, you know, everybody knows me. You know, it's crazy. Who was it came here? Oh, I had the gas fire serviced 3 weeks ago. He come in and did this guy, only a young guy, and he went, "Gas fire needs servicing as well as the boiler upstairs." I said, "Yes, I know." So he went, "Oh, I'll do the fire first then, Mr. What's your name?" I said, "Millington." He went, "Oh yeah, Mr. Millington. Oh yeah, I've got it here." Taking this to pieces, and he went, "Oh, one of the bricks is broken." I said, "Yes, I know it is." I said, "A guy from your company last year who serviced it, because I have it done by the same." Anyway, I said, "Broke the tile." He went, "All right. Oh, this one's cracked as well." I said, I can't buy him anywhere. He went, "I think I've got some in the van." So he went out to come back 4 brand new bricks. I thought, oh, £46 they are to buy. I thought, oh, thank you very much. I was fucking made up. He's only going to smash the fucking thing, the switch, but that's not what I'm telling you. So he's upstairs, and the boiler is in my bedroom in a cupboard. That's the way it's done. So he came out and he went on the door. Mr. Millington? I said, yes. He said, I know this is a crazy question. And I went, what? He went, but all them pictures of Bobby Mandrell on the walls upstairs, said, they all look like you. Are you Bobby Mandrell? And I went, yeah. He went, oh, Joan, I'm in Bobby Mandrell's house doing his fire. I said, oh, was Joan? He said, my wife. She thinks you're marvellous. I thought, please. I just didn't, I thought, oh, don't do this to me. But could I sign a photograph? So I signed one of them. No, it was, where are they? Oh, they must be in, I signed one of them from, because that's what we used as new publicity photos. You know, because it's got
But
everything.
at that point, do you feel like you're in service, I guess, in a way, but do you feel like, then you have to become, like there's, because I guess that, like you said to me earlier, you're
yeah,
there's
I can switch Bobby on like that. Yeah. I can switch him off. When we're doing the shows, I always arrive at all the venues with my eyes made up, unless it's out of town. If it's a long drive, I don't. But if it's local, I always make sure that because my eyes have to look exactly as I want them. They've got to look right. Because where's the opening in your world? Your eyes. So I always do that. And when we get to the venue, you get people. They all do it in and I go, after all these bloody years, you know, I've been doing it in years, please. You know what I mean? But we set the electrics up, do a sound check, microphone check, blah, 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 blah. Get the dressing room sorted out. And then I get ready. Then I finish off doing my face. I get fully made up, fully dressed, all the rest of it. And then all I need is 5 minutes to me. Just 5 minutes. And the dressing room will go real quiet, regardless of who's in there. That's my time. Just to get this put right. And then all of a sudden I'll just say to Andy, right, I'm ready, Andy, let's go. Let's go. I'm ready now. Not in a minute, now. And that's the show. Because Bobby Mandrell clicks in. Dunk. I said the other week, we was working at the Comedy Lounge, and I said in the dressing room, Andy, he said, what's the matter? You're very quiet. Because I'm usually chatty like this all the time. It gets on your nerves. Gets on mine. And I was talking about Fanny. I was on the phone to Fanny the other night, an hour and a half. He'd only phoned up to see how I was. Anyway, but this is me. And he said, you're very quiet. I said, I'm worried about the show, Andy. And he went, what? I said, I've never ever heard you say that before. Never. What's the matter? I said, I can't remember anything. And I'd woke up the night before, sweating like I'd had nightmares over it. It's horrible feeling. Because my older sister, she's got Alzheimer's as Valerie. 3 parts of her brain are closing down. And my other sister's a little bit, and I'm thinking, fucking hurry up, it's not coming my way and all. You know what I mean? And he went, you'll be all right. Excuse me. What's the opening set? I said, you've got it wrote down there. And the music came on, and he went, yep, no, yep. I said, why have you said no to that? He said, it's too slow. The song. I said, oh, take it out then. You're controlling all the music. I'm just the puppet at the front. And the minute the music started, dunk, it all went. It just went. It just completely, all the worries went, everything. I was more concerned about falling up the fucking stairs on the stage. And then he says to me, what will your first spot be? I said, about 25 minutes. 55 minutes later, I come off. And he went, yeah, I thought you couldn't remember now. He said I was whistling and clicking and all sorts, because as I'm here, he's there. I wasn't taking no fucking notice, just regardless. And I should have been off half an hour earlier. I thought, oh, terrible. Brian says it though, funny. He says, you're the Wales West. I've been talking on the microphone when my microphone's been switched off to get me off the fucking stage. And I've carried on talking. I think the microphone's busted. And you get it in. I've switched the bleeding thing off. You get off. It's true, honestly. But that's me. You know, as I say, it's with Bobby Mandrell. When you're up there, I'm up there. That's it.
Yeah, and so the gas man or the gas service man in that moment, does it feel like, oh, you've got to suddenly find that energy, even if you don't?
No. I used to be like that, but I'm not anymore now because I just laugh and I go, yeah, it's me. And he goes, oh. And so which picture do you prefer out of them all? Anyway, then I usually say to him, why have you seen me before? Have you seen me? Yeah, we saw you at such and such a place. And that I can recall maybe he turned around and said it was a place in Cottingham. And I went, Cottingham? I said, Civic Hall? He went, no, it wasn't there. I said, it was the pub. I said, it was the pub. I said, in the little market square. He said, yeah, it was. I didn't remember them, but I remember doing that pub. And he said, yes, it was before me and my wife got married. Bang. And you did son. And I went, God, you've got a good memory. He said, we've seen you a few times since. And I went, all right then. But he said, I've never seen you like this. I said, you must have done. I said, if you saw the full show. And he went, I said, well, I take it all off at the end. He went, don't remember that. So whether they left before that or not, I don't know. But I do look completely different off stage. And when I'm on stage, I don't have the glasses on. Bang. But he pointed it all out, and I went, oh, right, okay, yeah, fair enough. But I do get a little bit embarrassed. I won't say I don't, because I don't. But it's fun. But I always throw that at them. Wow, where did you see me? Have you seen me? And then I can go into a conversation with them. Oh, remember that place? Yes, I did so. And it's like all the photos up the stairs. There were all the publicity. And I don't think of when people come here to do repairs on the place or I've got joiners in it, I don't give it a thought about the publicity. I don't give it a thought. I live with it. But people going upstairs, you automatically look at the pictures. Well, you're not thinking, this little bald-headed fella down there, surely in love with fucking Bobby Mandrell. Then they don't realise it is Bobby Mandrell. Bang.
This is Kate Jennifer recording Ray Millington, Bobby Mandrell, Candela Barry at their house on the 5th of March for the project Seen But Not Heard. Right, can you tell me where were you born and something about your family?
I was born the 9th of the 6th, 1953. Number 1, Henry's Terrace, Wasson Street. My dad was a cook on trawlers. My mum was a barmaid. In that little house there was my mum, my dad, my 2 older sisters, and I was actually born in the house. My oldest sister was 5 at the time when I was born, and she helped deliver me with the nurses and everybody and the neighbours that was there. So yeah, very close, Valerie and I, very close. 5 years old she was. But it was only a 2 up, 2 down, so we stayed at, I can only just remember Wasson Street because we moved away when I was 18 months old because my mum and my dad, the house wasn't big enough, there was too many of us, so we moved into my grandparents' house down Edinburgh Street, and my mum's youngest brother had just got married, so they took over the house in Wasson Street, so the house still stayed in our family, but we moved on and we lived in Edinburgh Street with my grandma, my granddad, my auntie, my uncle, my mum, my dad, me, and my 2 sisters, in this big rankling old house in Edinburgh Street. And the fun we had in the house was unbelievable. Because my grandparents were both nutcases. I just loved them, you know what I mean? And, you know, I've told you this before, we never knew what was coming home to. We'd have ducks in the back garden, chickens, there'd be the odd pig, a goat, or maybe a sheep. And depending on what my grandfather won when he was gambling, he used to play a lot of cards. And,
in the pubs?
In the pubs and the clubs, yeah. And he'd come on one night and my grandma said, where's your best boots? And he'd lost his best boots in a gambling game. And my grandfather's family was all bargees. So my granddad's father owned barges that went up and down the River Trent and up and down the Humber. And my grandfather, when his father died, lost the barges his barges in a card game. So all the wealth went down that way, but it was, you know, they go on, I mean, great, you know, it was nothing unusual. We used to come home from school and my grandma would be cooking in the kitchen and she used to smoke number 10 cigarettes. Always, every time you saw her, she had a fag in her hand and a fag in her mouth, and she'd be staring this whopping big pan on the cooker. She used to call the cooker a bingo cooker, because every time the payments was due, she won at the bingo, and that paid for the cooker. And there was this massive big pan, and it was, and I'm talking huge. It must have been nearly 2 foot across. And she'd be, what we having for tea? We're having stew. And she'd blow the ash off, and the ash would go in the stew, and she'd just carry on staring. So we never knew what was eating. I'm still here at 71 to say I've survived. And she, yeah, be all right, and I'll go out and play then, and she'd carry on, you know what I mean? And then you'd come in again, and she'd still be staring this bloody stew. Is it anywhere? No, it won't be soon. And once a week, she had a pantry. This house was massive. She had this pantry and was all frightened of this pantry, because once a week she used to grab us and shove us in the pantry, and then it was this whopping massive big spoon of this stuff we used to have to, I can't remember what to call it now. Oh God, and she used to have this stuff down, and
like malt or cod liver oil.
Cod liver oil, that was the stuff. But the spoon was huge, as if she stretched your mouth, and she'd have you in between the legs, down your throat, and then she'd let you go. And Sandra, my youngest sister, she used to race all over the house trying to find Sandra. And Sandra was the only house in small Edinburgh Street that had a bathroom. We had a proper bath, and everybody had a tin bath. We had a proper bath, and Sandra used to hide underneath the bath. Then they couldn't get her out. But bath night was hilarious. A bath night was absolutely hilarious. My 2 sisters, both older than me, and me. There was only myself and my 2 sisters up to me being 6 years old, and then my mum had Barry, my brother. But when it was bath night, my father was very clever with his hands. He was very, very, very talented man. He could make anything, and beautiful painter and everything. And he made this frame over the bath, and on the top of this frame was this boiler. So when it was bath night, I stood in the bath, filled this big enamel jug up with cold water. Sandra was stood on the toilet. I'd pass it to her, and then she'd pass it to Valerie, and Valerie would pour the water into the boiler. And once it was full, we used to shout to the stairs, "Dad, the boiler's full," and he used to come up and light the boiler. When it was hot enough, they used to pour the water in off this bloody framework. And I'd be, well, once we'd got it sorted, Valerie would be at one end, Sandra would be, and I always got the plug, all 3 of us together, go in there, dunk. There was some battles like this, until we got a little bit older. But honestly, as I said, I used to have to sleep. When we first moved into Grandma's, the 3 of us slept together. The 2 girls at one end and me at the other, you know. And I've always laughed on the stage and said, I always tried to get the shallow end. People know what I'm talking about. And Sandra, my sister, was a prat. It was my birthday once, and Mrs. Bose next door, she'd brought me they call them crossbow. I'm asleep in bed. Sandra rigged this crossbow up, went like that, and then it went right through the window. She climbed in, she woke me up, climbed in. My mother came racing up the stairs. She said, "Our Raymond's just fired that right through that window." And I thought, I didn't even know what it was. I've not even seen the bloody thing. And that was the last time I ever saw that crossbow.
Yeah,
I've never seen it since, from that day to this. Too dangerous. But the laughs we used to have. And another thing, when I was a baby, when I was very young, I had pneumonia, and they nearly lost me. I nearly died when I was about 2.5, nearly 3. My grandfather was poorly, and my mum knitted him Muffin the Mule. There used to be a programme for kiddies television called Muffin the Mule, and every afternoon Grandad used to say, "Right, does me, you and Muffin the Mule want to go for a lay down?" And that's how they used to get me to go to bed. so that I'd lay down and have a sleep in an afternoon. But it was Muffin the Mule, and I always remember that, this Muffin the Mule, you know. And I had him for years and years and years, you know. But it was knitted. My mum knitted him.
And so, what was your mum? Was your mum working as a barmaid?
She was a barmaid.
Whereabouts?
Halfway on Esler Road.
Yeah.
And she was very small in height, my mum. She was only about 5'1", 5'2", and she was to have to have a box behind the bar so that she could see over the bar to serve the customers when it was manual pumps. Well, my mum worked all over the city. All over this city, she worked at Locomotion. She worked at Rayner's, Vauxhall, Alex, Phoenix Club, Sportsman, Orchard Park.
And she loved it.
Oh yeah, she was a barmaid for about 28, 30 years. Yeah, she went to the Greenwood. Yeah, Golden Key. When she worked for the Keys, we know it was the Keys clubs. She worked at nearly all their clubs. You know what I mean? But she'd always it wouldn't be far away from home. It was never a distance to travel. You know, because no, my dad wouldn't allow, you know, no, not late at night. Can't walk home, blah blah blah. You know. Oh, she adored it, did my mum. And my father, as I say, we moved on to when I was be about 8, 9. I want to say 9, 10. We moved on to Newtown Buildings, and it's the first time we'd ever known anything. Me, I'd never known anything apart from being with my grandparents. And all my friends was still Edinburgh Street and Esler Road and round there, and you know, we used to get into so much trouble. It was great. Those kids, you know, Esler Road. But Esler Road is just Esler Road. There used to be a pig farm at the bottom of Esler Road, dairy coats, and Laurie, my cousin, was a little swan. And he says to this bloke one day, there's only me and him swinging on this fence, and he says to this bloke, "Can we come in and stroke the pigs?" The bloke said, "No." He said, "Well, our Laurie said, well, you either effing let us come in and stroke the pigs, or I'm going to let them out." He said, "You daren't," and he did. And there was all these pigs running at Moorthorne having did we get leathered when we got home? Everybody knew who'd done it. Yeah. And then he did it with the cows and all the cows at somewhere else we was, and they let them out and all. It was terrible. But we had a lot of fun, and we had so much fun, you know. But yeah, because we was all like cousins and my aunties and uncles. We all lived on Esler Road. I had aunties that lived on Scarborough Street, down Manchester Street, Wasson Street, Edinburgh Street, and every Saturday morning, they all used to congregate at my grandma's. All my aunties, all my uncles, them that went away at sea, all down Edinburgh Street. And we lived at the bottom of Edinburgh Street, so it was Little Eddie we lived. So it was a long way to walk from there onto Esler Road. We weren't allowed to go out, we weren't allowed to go past Woodcock Street. We could go up to Woodcock Street, without an adult, we weren't allowed to go over, which we did. And there used to be, I can't remember the names, Norris's had the horses and such. And we used to go riding on the bareback on their horses and also going out with the rag and bone men and everything. All the kids, fucking brilliant. But Edinburgh Street, my uncle had pigeon lofts. When it was old, had a big Edinburgh Street, and you went like under this like archway, and it brought you out into like a courtyard. And then he'd have like there was like all these barns and things at the bottom, and he had all his lofts above these barns. And I remember my grandfather used to race pigeons and such. You know what I mean? So always going down to clean the pigeons out. As a bairn, I can honestly and truthfully say I was up to my knees in shit. It was always bed shit. I wasn't allowed to go out and play with my friends until I'd cleaned them beds, them pigeon lofts. When people think, oh, you've had it easy, but God, I haven't. You know what I mean?
Did they win prizes?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah. And I once went with my grandfather to Kirby Moorside because he'd bought 2 pigeon eggs. And I had to sit with these pigeon eggs in a little box with cotton wool and all the rest of it in, and a little hot water bottle to keep them warm, because they'd cost him, I don't know how much they'd cost him, a lot of money I suppose, but he was going to breed off these 2 pigeon eggs, and and the dad, they never survived. These pigeons. My grandma said, "Did you think?" Well, there you go. Both the little eggs never materialised. You know what I mean? And outside, when we lived in Edinburgh Street, Granddad had all these lofts in the garden. I'd be a teenager then. But before that, the outside toilet was there. You used to come out of the scullery, and it was like this, I don't know what you'd call it, like a shed but with no front, just like an awning, and then there was the toilet, and then the coal house. And then Sandra, my younger sister, she'd been having an argument with my grandma over something, and she ran out. My grandma threatened to throttle her, and she ran out, and she ran into this dish. We weren't supposed to go in this disused toilet, and as she slammed the door, the ceiling came down, and she was sat there. She was sat there on this broken toilet, and my grandma up the door. She said, "That frigging teacher, wasn't it?" And she was sat there with all the plaster and everything. Help me, grandma said, "No, you can help your bloody self." And she left her sat there for nearly an hour. Then my dad used to breed budgies. And my Uncle David, it was a beautiful sunny day, and my Uncle David came from the army. He was in the army, and he was outside having a shave in the scullery and outside. And my mum came home from work and she said, "David, where's the budgie?" So he said, "I opened the door." He said, "It's only gone for a fly around." He said, "It'll come back." She went, "Budgies don't come back, it's not a pigeon." We never saw the budgie again. He thought the budgie had come back like a pigeon would. So he just brought the empty cage in. I won't repeat what my dad said. God, the fun we used to have was unbelievable. My 2 sisters, there was only 2 or 3 years between my Auntie Carol and our Valerie, my older sister. Mrs. Post, that lived next door. It used to be a brick wall. And over the years, the top part, and the girls, Valerie, Sandra, and Auntie Carol, had all got ready to go to Sunday school. We had to go to Sunday school. Every Sunday, 3 times a day on a Sunday, we was in the Salvation Army, and oh God, we had to do it. My grandma was a Sunday school teacher. So we went, and they'd all got ready to go to Sunday school. And there was talking to the boy next door, I can't remember his name, but there was talking to Mrs. Bo's son. And the wall went, doink, and all the wall went over. And all you saw was 3 pairs of legs and knickers, and all sorts up in the air as the wall had collapsed. I got blamed for that as well. I said, "How can it be my fault? I wasn't even on the wall." But oh dear. But Sunday school, they did this. We could all sing. It was like the Von Trapps us, honestly, because we all went together. And at the Sunday school down Beecroft Street, I think it was, there was doing this through the ages. It was all history. And Sandra, my youngest sister, she's only 4'9". She's ever so tiny. And she was tied to an oar, an oar on a boat. And they also said, "What are you?" She was Joan of Arc. So they said, "But you're tied to a horse." They didn't have anything else to tie me to. So she was stood there on that. Jesus Christ. I refused. We'd gone to the Salvation Army, and I came home. I got into trouble for that. I got smacked for coming home on my own. So I wasn't supposed to cross the roads. The girls didn't even have gone. And my mum said, "Why have you come home?" I think I'd be about 6. and they wouldn't let me play a tambourine. They gave me one of these triangles and I didn't have it, so I threw a double six and I walked out. And the lady that came to make sure I'd go home safe, she said to me, mother, I don't know where he's learnt the language from, but by God it was blue. So my mum said, well, what was the problem? So she said, well, he wanted to play a tambourine. She said, what did you give him? She did what, play a triangle? She said, his dad plays the piano, his uncle plays the guitar, his grandfather plays the trumpet, and you give him a triangle. I didn't know what to do with this triangle. Never went back anymore. They wouldn't let me. So every time I use a tambourine on the stage now, I always think about it. Always. Because one of the tambourines that I've got upstairs somewhere was my great-grandmother's. The tambourine that I've used on the stage. It's like a pair of tap shoes that I have, black tap shoes. They was my uncle's. And they're still used sometimes in the show, even now. You know, but some of the crazy things they used to get up to.
So was a religion big for your family?
Oh yeah.
At Salvation Army?
Yeah, very.
All of them?
Yeah, the Salvation Army. We had to go to church. We had to be in choirs. We used to have to go to the youth clubs, and all the centres. Oh yeah, definitely. I was christened at the Fisherman's Bethel, and my auntie, bless her, she's no longer with us. She was the last bride to get married at the church on the corner of St George's Road, which is now a shoe shop. You know, and she used to live down Hesel Road, near near Eaton Street. Was it Eaton? No, it was further up. It was near Wasson Street, and she lived above a pool hall. I can vaguely remember it, and lived in a flat above that. Yeah, but as I say, we moved. Oh yeah, religion. But when we moved on to Newtown Buildings, it didn't exist no more. We didn't go to church. My mother had no chance of us going nowhere. But we moved on to Newtown Buildings, and it was a 3-bedroom flat, and we'd never had anything like that before. You know what I mean? And a separate toilet, and the bath was in the kitchen. You didn't have a bathroom. It was in a kitchen with a big board over it. And now I can laugh about it now, you know, because my mum you'd have the bath, and right at the end of the bath was the cooker. So we had this big wooden board like a door over the top of it. And my mum would be doing all the cooking and everything on the top of this board, and doing sandwiches and cooking dinners and teas and such. And then when it was bath night, the lid would go up and they'd dump us in that. Oh, the laughs we've had. My mum used to tease us. She used to say, "Go wave to your dad." And for years we didn't know well, for a long time we didn't know what she meant. And on a Sunday, always on a Sunday, the prison was right next door to Newtown Buildings, and the prisoners used to wave handkerchiefs and such out the windows. And my mum we used to go and wave. So we've waved, and we knew in full well it wasn't our dad. Our dad had been coming in from work. We used to go and wave to him. Oh, true was crazy family, but a lot of fun. A lot of fun. You know, I had a fantastic upbringing. There was never a dull moment. It was always fun, and I was always with the girls. It was always, if they went, they had to take me. And my mum said now, well, as I got older, there's no wonder you turned out like you did, because if they went to swimming baths, I went to swimming baths. If they went to the park, I went to the park. I had to be with them. But you don't, little boys don't go with little girls like that anymore. This one did. You know what I mean? They used to dress me up in all sorts. I never knew what I was coming downstairs dressed as next. You know, ballet frocks and all sorts. I was in a frock, even at that age. You know.
Did you enjoy it?
Oh yeah, definitely. Because they used to go to dance class and everything, you see. So we all went to dance class. Well, the 2 girls and myself, before my other 2 brothers was born. My other 2 brothers. Jeff, my youngest brother. When we lived on Newtown Buildings, we lived on the middle floor, and you used to go out of the lounge, out of the living room, and you had this door, a big door in the middle of the living room, and a window, but a big door in the middle. When you opened that door, you was on a balcony, and the balcony was all metal. It was all metal railings. My mum was doing something in the house, I don't know, I think we was all at school, I can't remember. And I know this story because I remember seeing it when we came up. It would have been, we'd be coming on from school. And Jeffrey, my youngest brother, he'd be about 2 years old. And he had this little blue bib and brace thing on. I always remember it as he was dressed. And my mother was screaming and shouting to get the fire brigade in. He'd got his head through the railings, but they couldn't get him out. So when she picked him up, it was just moving him up and down. So the fire brigade had to come and release his head. And they said, well, my mum said, well, how has he got his head through? So the fireman said, it's his ears, stop him from pulling it back. So they had to up the railings. Yeah, good old Jeff. I have to say to him now, I mean, he's 61 now, is Jeff, and he'll say, how's your head? And I always get a polite you know.
And so where was your dad while all this was happening?
Oh, Dad was at work. My dad was a docker. When we moved, it was a docker before we left Edinburgh Street. I think he worked on the fish docks then. I can't rightly remember. But I know when we moved on to Newtown Buildings, he worked on Alexandra Dock and King George. And as I say, it was a docker, and he was working. One day, he was working on these ships, wood, carrying wood, and 1.5 tons of timber fell on his legs, on one of his legs, and crushed his leg. So he had to have a plaster cast from his toe right up to his groin, completely. And every Sunday, I had to wash his toes. And I didn't like it. Sorry, it's still, even though it makes me squirm, I don't like it. I don't like feet full stop pop because of it. But I used to have to wash his toes. And my mum was still working. And this is when my mum was a barmaid then at I've just said the name of the pub earlier on Eden Road. Sportsman. And she worked downstairs, and then they opened they opened a room upstairs, and I remember my mum saying to Aunt Ada next door, we always called her Aunt Ada, who lived next door. She looked after us when Mum was at work, Dad was at work, and she always made sure that we was okay. You know, there was looked after us when we come from school until Mum and Dad go home. And I always remember my mum saying to her, she said, we've got a funny wedding on Saturday. And they just, what do you mean? She said, well, she said, 2 men. I think they're getting married. Now I'm going back. I was about 11. I'd be about 11 years old then. And I thought, oh really? 2 men? Never thought no more of it. And it was, my mum used to say, later on in life, she said to me, oh Ray, we used to get all the gays in there. Loads of gays used to go upstairs. They only go upstairs, not downstairs. And my father was poorly, and as I say, he was off work, with this broken leg and what have you, and there was a court case going on about him having compensation because it wasn't his fault. And all he ever wanted was a boxer, my dad. All my father wanted was a box puppy. So my mum bought him one. And that was the start of the breeding of the boxers. You know what I mean? And it was so strange because they left there and they moved on to Orchard Park. And Dad was still really poorly. We used to have to take him out, and we used to take him to the centre every day in a wheelchair because he couldn't walk. And I could see things was changing at home. And Cindy, the boxer, she was knocking on then, she'd be a good 12 or 13 years old, and he was sat in his chair, and the dog was sat here, and I don't know where I'd been, and I walked into the lounge, and he was stroking on. His exact words to that dog was, if you go, I go. And I said, what are you talking about? And he went, oh, how long have you been there? So I just walked in. When my father died, we had to have the dog put to sleep, and he died 2 weeks later. It was so strange, you know what I mean? And Cindy, she was just devoted to him, absolutely, you know. But it was gangrene setting, and you know, and that was all because of the leg, you know. And as I said, he died 1976. My father died.
And how old would you be at that point?
I was 23. Dad was 54. My mum was already seeing somebody else, but my father knew all about it. My father knew what was going on, and my mum was still only very young, and she married. My dad died in the December of 76. 20th December 1976, my father died, and we had to have him buried on the 23rd. It was really quick, and my mum remarried Christmas Eve 1977. So it was all done. We all knew what was going on, you know what I mean. It was all, and Arthur, my mother had never travelled. The furthest my mother had ever been was Scarborough. She'd never been anywhere else. But my stepdad, Arthur, was an engineer in the Merchant Navy. So for the last 10 years of my mum's life, she travelled all over the world. She went everywhere she wanted to go. If the ship was going, and she used to go for 3 months at a time.
Wow.
And they said, do it. And my brother, my oldest brother, he said, well, I think she should be at home. I said, what for? Yeah. To be at home on her own. I said, why? I said, we've all left home, all 5 of us, have lives of our own now. She's there on her own. Let her do it. Let her have some bloody happiness. She looked after my father for what? The last 10, 15 years of his life. She looked after us. She looked at, you know. My brother was very about her getting married. You know, didn't want her to get married, and I said to all 4 of them, I said, no. You've got your husband, you've got your wife. You're due to get married. Why shouldn't she have some happiness? They could never understand that of me, because I was always the odd one out. You know what I mean? I was the one that joined the Merchant Navy. I was the one that travelled the world. I was the one that was on the stage. You know, completely different to my sisters worked in factories, and my brothers, they did whatever they do. You know what I mean? And I was always the outside of them all. Because all my family, all my uncles and cousins, well, most of my cousins, was all fishermen. And I turned around and said, I would never, ever, 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 ever go to sea. I'm not a brave man. I think they're very, very brave. All fishermen. I honestly, I'm not brave enough. I'm sorry, I'm a coward. You know what I mean? I've seen films of it. I've heard stories. No, I wanted to go see something of the world. I wanted to travel. I didn't want to be on board a ship, bouncing up and down, and all you see is sea. I wanted to see the world, which is exactly what I did.
So tell us more about the Merchant Navy and how that happened, because you were in school where, and then how did the Merchant Navy happen? I was in school at my last school when Mum and Dad moved to we moved from Orchard Park, and we moved from Newtown Buildings onto Orchard Park, and I only had 1 year to do at school. And my mum said to my dad, well, it seems silly bringing Raymond out of school, because I was at David Lister then, and she said it's silly bringing Raymond out of David Lister for 1 year. My father said, I'm not having that lad travel every morning on 2 buses to get from Orchard Park, he said, to South Coats Lane. He said, no, he said, I'm not having it doing it. He said, it's alright in summer, Winnie. He said, when it's fine. He said, but in winter, he said, what time's that lad going to have to leave? Which was right. So I finished up going to Silly or Schultz, which was my last school, and they used to give us these lessons, and you know, career lessons and everything. And I said, what do you want to do? I said, well, I don't want to do anything what you've ever said. And she said, what do you mean? I said, well, I said, I'm not intelligent enough, I said, to be a doctor out like that, or a nurse or whatever. I said, I want to travel. And she went, what do you mean, you want to work on the trains? But I said, no. I said, I want to go to sea. I said, in the Merchant Navy. Anyway, I left school when I was 14, and I left school on the Friday,
And first thing Monday morning, I was working at Hull Brewery. My mother had got me a job at Hull Brewery. Bang. I'd been for the interview, passed the interview, I didn't even know what I was going for. There I was at Hull Brewery. I left Hull Brewery after quite a few years. I met my wife there, and you know, and I left there, and then Carol and I split up and what have you, like, you know. I left the brewery and I went to work at Needler's Chocolate Factory. I went there, yeah. 2 days. Stuffed up your ass. I am not doing this. You know, I'm only 5'5", and when I was younger I was like a little stick insect. I used to push these bloody things with all these boiled sweets in. I couldn't even move them, let alone push them. So I left there. And then I got a job at Rosedale and Thompson's, welding. I didn't like that, it was too butch, didn't like that at all. Not my cup of tea. I left there, joined the Merchant Navy.
And what was it about the Merchant Navy why? Because of the travel?
Yeah, I joined, when I first went I was on North Sea ferries. Just loved it. Absolutely, it was hard work.
Between Hull
and Rotterdam. Yeah, at the time then, Zeebrugge and what have you. I did Zeebrugge later, but it was, I absolutely adored it. I loved every single second of it. And there was a lot of, it was hard work. It was really, really hard work. You know what I mean? And it was 12 hours a day, 2 shifts. You worked from 5:30 in the morning till 12, and then from 4 in the afternoon till whenever. Could be 10, could be 11. But it was hard. But the crowd that I worked with was fantastic. And we used to have all these big parties and such on the ship. And then one night, one of the lads said to me, one of the gays, a lot of gays, Frank Green, of all people, he says to me, do you know, he said, you'd make a fabulous little girl. Bang. There we go. And that was one of the starts of it all. And we did it, and there was all in drag and what have you. And every time another time, the captain came into the mess room, and every time I was in full drag, every time I stood up he did, every time I sat down he did. It bought me a drink, and to this day that captain didn't know that I was one of his stewards.
So was this just for personal funniness, or was this performing?
No, it was
stuff in the back room.
It was just funniness. It was literally just funniness, yeah. And then things, Frank, Michelle, Steve, they all said to me, you would get away with doing that on the stage, you know. And that's how it more or less started. We started doing it, started doing the shows, songs on the ship, and then it just progressed and progressed and progressed. And then it just wham. And then the mess room used to be absolutely heaving. If all the wives was travelling over, they'd all be in there as well. We used to get passengers coming in as well. You know what I mean? I once came home on leave and made a full Carmen Miranda outfit out of crepe paper, and then took it back on the ship. I've took my full PA system on board the ship on a trolley. I've had the ship's police helping me push it up to get it on there. And years and years and years and years and years ago, I bought this boob plate. It was a rubber boob plate. It was false boobs, but it was a different colour to my skin. So Frank Green was sat on my bunk with pancake, and he said, my claim to fame, he said, is colouring Bobby Mandrell's tits with his pancake. And when we weren't doing the show, I done them on the back of the door in my cabin. And every time anybody had beads round so you couldn't see it, all of these beads used to go around my neck, and then this part would be hidden by the gown. And every time at the door you could hear was these beads clacking again. So I wish you'd move them bastard tits off the back of your fucking door, because everybody could hear them bang, 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 bang. And when the ship was bouncing around, these beads was cracking against the door.
So how long were you on the ship for? How long did you work on the ships?
The Merchant Navy?
Yeah.
27 years. I did 27 years in total. I did 18 years on the Norland. I left her just before she went to the Falklands because I'd been offered another position with a different shipping company. Otherwise I would have gone to the Falklands. There'd have been no ifs or buts about that. I would have gone. My family was down there. My friends, my family. And it was just unfortunate. There was a waiting list of 5. So if 5 crew members pulled out, I was the 5th. And I think 3 pulled out. So I never went. But I would have gone. Definitely I would have gone down to the Falklands. There's no ifs or buts about that.
And what would your role have been on that ship that went to the Falklands? So, for example, what
I would have been a steward. I would have been a bedroom steward on there. On the Norland, you started off as a bedroom steward, but I was only talking about this, funnily enough, the same story to someone on the other day, and we worked hard. We worked really hard, and when passengers was coming on board, with their with the tickets, they'd say, "Oh yeah, do you want to be cabin so and so and so and so? Up there, turn right, then turn left, then turn right, and then turn left. It's there." We knew that ship like I know these hands. And you'd have 1,000 passengers coming on board, and then right, they've all embarked. They're all got sorted out. They're all in the cabins. Then we could go and have our teas. So we'd go down and have our teas. Then at bang, 6 o'clock, the restaurant had opened. So we'd order, and you get people say, "I thought you was a bedroom steward." "Well, I am." "Well, you're serving us here." And I said, "Yeah, I know." I said, "I'll be serving you frigging breakfast as well. And then I'll be making your bed." It was hard work. It really was hard work. But it's the old scenario, the old saying, innit? We worked hard. And by God, we bloody played hard. The times I've got into trouble, they used to say to me, "Candy, nobody called me Raymond." In the Merchant Navy, when you're gay, you're a queen. You're automatically a queen, whether you're a butch queen or a feminine queen, you're a queen. End of. And they say, "What do they call you?" "Oh, my name's Graham." "No, we're not going to call you Graham. Graham. "Oh, we'll call you Gertie." "Well, I got Candy." Bang. And that came out because my family, I'd been called Candy before when I was younger. I was never called Raymond. And and I forgot what I was saying. Candy. That's where the stage name comes into it all as well. But
you were saying about being a queen, don't matter what, on the Merchant Navy being gay.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. So as I say, it was Candy. And the mornings I used to tend to do breakfast, and Fred Fox, my immediate boss, one of the assistant peasants, said, "Candy, go downstairs and get your nail varnish off. People don't want to be served breakfast with plum-coloured nail varnish off a man coming over." When I looked, I've still got all plum-coloured nail varnish on. I've turned to with eyebrows on. And then one time I was having my eyebrows done and they didn't do it right. So I shaved them off. And all I had was 2 little black bits there. And the purser says to me, "What the fucking hell have you been doing to your eyes?" And I went, "Why?" He said, "What's these black bits?" They made me pencil my eyebrows in on board the ship. So that I look like everybody else.
Why do you tell me more about there being so many gay people on the boats? Why do you think that?
Oh, the nice girls love a sailor, isn't it? That's the thing. But a lot of gay people, gay people just have this. I don't know how to word this, but I worked with a lot of gays on various different ships, and they all have this flair. They all seem to have this flair for whatever. And one of the guys that I worked with on North Sea Ferries, Mike, a bouquet of flowers arrived for me from a partner and for my birthday. And I went, "Oh, so I ain't got a vase to shove them in." And Mike said, "Give me them." And he said, "Go on." He said, "Get back upstairs before you get into trouble again." "Aye, all right then." When I come down, it displayed All right, Pud. It displayed all the flowers like you won't believe. It was a display. It wasn't a bunch of flowers. It was a display. He went on, when he left the Merchant Navy, he went on to become a teacher at, the place out of town. Through Market Wheaton. Oh, what do they call it?
Like a college?
A college, yeah. And
floristry.
That's what it does. It was a teacher of floristry.
Yeah.
It was so strange how people... Most of my friends stayed in the Merchant Navy till retirement, but some didn't. Stephen, a friend of mine, he was one of the stewards with us. He lives in he's gay. He lives in Leeds now. He's married to his partner in Leeds, and he's a chiropodist. You know, Martin, my best friend on the ship, he breeds dogs now in Oswald Twistle, but he was a cleaner for the police. You know, it's different things. I mean, me, I fall back onto the shows straight away because you found that a lot of the gays on board ships was feminine. You know what I mean. You know, quite camp. You know what I mean. And people loved it because they could have a good laugh with them. And I think that's a lot. But the attraction is, it's like a small. You're a community. You're a family. You become. You are a family on board that ship. I've worked on ships where there's been 32 people, from the captain to me, the steward. But I was never allowed to go show me own. No. Queen goes show on his own. You'll have a chaperone. Dave, you're going to show tonight, right? Take Candy with you. You're not going on your own. No. Look after you. Always so well looked after. It was really strange. Really strange.
So family you choose.
Yeah, exactly. I was asked, as I say, I stayed on North Sea Ferries for 18 years. You know, I had a short break from it when my dad and everything was poorly and what have you, and then I went back. And then I left. I left for Bobby Mandrell, actually, and I don't know, I was left about 3 years, and I concentrated on the show. Might have been slightly longer than that, I can't remember. And I concentrated on the show, but I always wanted to go back. It was real strange, like a magnet, you know. And I carried on doing the shows and the Merchant Navy. And that was when I stayed on North Sea Ferries, and I was the captain. I was the captain's steward for what, 9 years. I went from being a bedroom steward to being the captain's steward. You know what I mean? And all I looked after was 18 officers, the captain and 18 officers. And it was all silver service. You know, flambering and everything. Yeah, yeah. It was, yeah, right, kid. So, but...
And what was... You said it was like a magnet. What was magnetic about it? The fun times? The family?
I actually loved... I'm one of these people that... I'm real... what's the word? If I'm in a routine, I like that routine. I don't like break in routine. It has to be the same. When I'm working, doing the shows, we do a full sound check and everything. And if something goes wrong, no, I've done it. Oh, so-and-so's gone, we'll put it right. If it isn't right, put it right. If you can't put it right, you shouldn't be doing the bloody job. End of. And that's the way I am. I'm very, very... difficult at times with the show. I want the best for my audience. I want the best for you. I want the best I can do. I don't want 95%, I want 100%, and it has to be 100%.
And tell me more where you think that came from.
Once again, I think that comes from the Merchant Navy, because in the Merchant Navy I knew what time I was getting up in the morning, I knew what my job was, and I liked that. I liked the routine. It was a bit like being in the army, I suppose. In the army, you're told what to do, what not to do. You didn't really have to think. You know, and me being the way I'm, a bit dippy, I was like, bonk. And yeah, And I liked that. I like the good boy. I liked the it's the same thing all the time. You know, it's like with the show. I don't like change. I'm not all that keen on change. If I'm rehearsing some new music, I won't do that new music on that stage till I've got it off 100%. It has to be 100% right. Otherwise I just don't want to do it. I don't like, I mean, the amount of people that over the years have said to me, was you singing that song? And I've gone, no. I said, are you sure? I said, I'm positive I wasn't singing it. Because the lip sync was so perfect. And that's how I'd do it. I used to sit in the car for hours and hours and hours and hours, driving wherever. My driver at the time used to say, do we have to wear this once more? My neighbours next door here, I'd been away on holiday to Benidorm. And in this gay bar that we kept going in, the garden bar they called it, he played this tape, this music, and I went, wow. I said, I love that. That's a perfect opener to a show. And he went, oh, it's Ethel Merman. So when I phoned my partner up, he went on holiday with me. I was away with friends. Yeah. I said, Alan, will you do me a favour? I said, I want this CD, so by Ethel Merman. I can't remember the title. Ethel Merman and More, I think they called it. And he went, yeah, who's Ethel Merman? I said, just get it for me. I couldn't buy it over in Spain. Anyway, he bought me it. And when we come, and the song's called Gee, But It's Good to Be Here. I laid on the floor with Alan, when I come on my holiday, on the floor right there, right? I'd got a bottle of wine, he'd got a bottle of whiskey. We was both sat there getting pissed. I'd got Gee, But It's Good to Be Good to Be Here on repeat. The next morning, my neighbour rang the doorbell and she said, Ray, she said, have you learnt that song yet? Because we're sick of it. That's how I learnt it. I learnt it in 24 hours. I got it off. She said, some of we. They don't live there now, but the lass I used to say, been rehearsing again, haven't you? Yeah, sorry.
Which leads me nice. Tell me some more of the music that you use, some of your favourite music, or things that have been important maybe through the years.
Yeah, well, what makes a man a man? We went into that one. Yeah, that is important. That's very important to me. But my mum was always an absolute fan of Shirley Bassey's. She absolutely adored the woman. And my Uncle Raymond used to sing with Shirley Bassey, you know what I mean, and years ago. And so there was always music in our house, always, in one form or another. It might be my dad bashing hell out the piano, it might be my granddad blowing on his bugle, it could be an uncle playing a guitar, or my auntie playing country and western and whatever. They all did it. My grandma was marvellous in the respect she couldn't sing, but she'd attempt it, and she'd sing songs to me. And when I was younger, and she used to sing to me a lot, did my grandma. And there'd only be me and grandma in Edinburgh Street, and she'd sing there, and she'd say, come on, sit here, talk to me. And she'd be sat knitting or whatever, and she'd sing to me. And she used to sing, I can't remember it, the full, my brother Sylvester, 14 medals on his chest, big chest. He fought all the army and the navy, my brother. And it fascinated me. And I thought, oh, Sylvester, it's the song. And it's the song telling a story about a brother, Sylvester. I thought, all right, yeah. And my great-grandmother, Maud Beagle, was her real name. That was my grandma's mum. She was 4'8". She used to play a pump organ, because those kids used to have to pump the bleeding thing. She had a budgie that could only say fuck off. That's all it ever said. It didn't say no, I just told her to fuck off, 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 fuck off. So I think that's maybe why I swear. And she used to live near Needler's Chocolate Factory, and I remember this distinctively when I was younger. I used to go down, and this big organ thing was in the window. And we used to say to her, Grandma, play the no. And she used to smoke a clay pipe. You know these big clay pipes? She smoked. she'd puff on that, she'd go, no, where you been pointing out, blah, blah, blah. And then my grandma used to say to her, oh, go on, give us a song. And we used to have to put the fucking organ. And she used to sing, my old man said, follow the van. Do you know, I still do that song to this day in my show. Every so often I do an old-time musical sketch, and that is the star song in my show, that. And I do it for my great-grandma. I've just done a show not long ago, and I did a sketch called we call it Mabel, and it was the outfit was created for me for Valentine's Day, and it's black sequin with little red hearts on it, and then a big red heart here with all beads coming off it and a hat to match. And the song is called Mabel, and it's from Mac and Mabel. And the song goes, look what happened to Mabel, they call me Grandma Mabel. So I do that song for Grandma, for Mabel, because I mention her in it as well. My cousin and his wife was in the audience when I did it, and he went, because it was for Grandma. But music, I like songs that tell a story. I love country and western, but I like songs that tell a story. Shirley Bassey, with Bassey, it's unlimitable, the amount of songs that I do in the show. You know, I don't have the copyright to all of this, by the way, these songs. You know what I mean? But
she won't copy.
Yeah, she won't. No, but people say to me, "Oh, do you know so and so, such and such a song?" No. Who's it by? Oh, it's so and so and so and so. All right, I'll learn it, and then I'll bring that into the show. A lot of people have asked me for songs over the years, and most drag acts don't do straight, what I call straight songs. Most drag acts try and do songs that are funny or charty. I don't. I do a lot of that, but I don't. I like songs that tell a story. When I had the St. George's, no, before I had the St. George, when Clarice had the St. George's, this woman says to me, she said, oh, do you do any Rosemaries? I went, sorry? Do you sing? I said, I've never heard of her, love. Never heard of her. She said, you've not heard of Rosemary? I went, no. The following week, she brought me a single record in. She went, here, I learned that. I went, oh, it's Rosemary, and I want you to learn it. I went, aye, all right then. I took it on. I've got to like a song to do it. I'm not one of these people that think, oh, it's funny, we'll do it. No, if I don't like it, it don't get done. And I played this song, and my mum said, Ray, who's that? I said, it's somebody called Rosemary. She said, what a beautiful song. Anyway, I brought it into the show. And in a rough pub on Esel Road, down St. George's Road, I'm doing Rosemary. You could have had a feather drop. And I thought, it's a very emotional song. You know, so lucky in my life, you love me as I am. The words and the lyrics, and you're thinking, I do loads of Rosemary stuff now. Bless her. And Rosemary was touring with Joe Longthorne. And Joe came to see me at one of the shows that I was doing in Vauxhall, and I did Rosemary, and he was in the back room with Joe, and he went, our Rose. Bang. I went, yeah, he said, I'll tell her. I said, aye, all right, then you'll tell her. And he did.
So these are, what's interesting, I think, is often these are very powerful women.
Yeah.
So can you say something more about what it is about these powerful women? Why, you know, the class, you know, everybody you've mentioned.
Yeah, it was like I was on board the ship. You mentioned about the ship earlier on. And our cabins, you know yourself, cabins on ships, the walls are like, well, wafers. And I was up one day and I was getting shaved. And I had no music on in the cabin, which is very unusual for me because I always have, always. And I heard, simply the best. And I went, Steve? He went, yeah. I said, who's that singing? And he went, what stone have you crawled from under? I went, what? I said, I only asked you. And he went, it's Tina Turner song. I went, oh. He went, Where are you living? What planet are you on? I'd never heard of her. I'd never heard of Tina Turner. I'd never even heard of Ike and Tina Turner. Don't ask me why I didn't. And I went, can I borrow it? He went, no, it's a tape. He said, no, you won't foul up in your machine. I went, oh, all right, fair enough. So he recorded me a tape of it, and that's how I learned Simply the Best, getting shaved on Bob the Noland. I think it's women that are powerful. It's, look at me, I'm here. Be noticed. But I love Barbra Streisand. Cher is definitely my favourite of them all. And with Cher you can get away with cheeky outfits. And for a man, I've had lesbians sat on the stage licking my boots before today. Because I've had thigh-length PVC leather boots on. And the outfit's all cut away and whatever. And I've had lesbians, yeah, it's happened. It's been there. Done that. Get off.
So they're show girls, for want of a better phrase. They're powerful. What else is the attraction in there, do you think? Obviously the costumes,
the outfits. Yeah, it's like, I mean, if I'm bringing somebody new into the show, like Lady Gaga is an example. I'd watch what she's wearing. I'd clock the music, what she's doing, then I'd have something made very similar, not the same. Maybe a bit of this outfit and a bit of that outfit and a bit of another outfit. You know what I mean? I mean, when we did Lady Gaga at the Vauxhall, and I had tin potties on my head. You know what I mean? And hanging off me, and it was all piss pots hanging off. She did it. You know what I mean? And then I had another one with plastic pork chops off because of the meat one she did. But it was all dog squeaky toys. That was been there, done that. Done. And you've just done it straight away. I've got a laugh off you instantly. You haven't seen it on the stage. And where are all the women in the show that I do? It's all what I listen to, what other people like. You know, and I'm thinking, oh, they like that. So then I'd maybe bring that into the show. And you listening to people, you learn, well, I've learned what to do and what not to do. I've spent hundreds of pounds on outfits and on wigs and everything, and it's been wrong. The spot's been wrong. Don't do it. It doesn't work. It doesn't work for me. Might work for someone else, doesn't work for me. You know, I can get away with a lot, but there's certain things. There's one gay guy comes to the shows very regular, and he's been saying to me now for the last 10 years, when are you going to do Carly? When are you going to do Carly? I'm sorry, but I don't like Carly. And I'm too old. You know what I mean? Man, I'm saying I'm too old. If I was to, I'd send it sky high. It'd have to be. You know what I mean? I couldn't do it dead straight like that. I mean, with Bassie, you can get away with doing Bassie two ways. You can do it comedy, or you can do it straight. And with Bassie, I mix it up with Shirley. Definitely, I definitely mix it all up. It's like the Nun sketch. When we brought the Nun sketch into the show, that took 3.5 weeks to figure out, and then it took another 2.5 weeks to record, because I think there's 104. I think there's 104 songs on it in an 11-minute tape, and we had to, all these bits had to be done. And in those days, it was all done off record and tape recorder. It wasn't done on hi-fis like we have now, and it was a gay woman that thought that up. I had a load of lesbians and a load of gay people in Hull writing down what they thought should go in the songs, and that's how it was done. I announced it on the stage one night. I'm hoping to bring this sketch in, but I need all ideas of being pregnant. What? I said, well, the nun will be pregnant. Oh. And then what we did was, they all wrote them down, then we went through them all. There was 3 people in here, well, not in this house, in the other house, and we went through it. Where to fit it all in? That's what took the time. Where could we get? We need this. That doesn't fit in. That this does, that done. Oh, it was, but it worked. By God, it worked. That was, oh God, 35, about 35 plus years ago, and I only did the spot 2 weeks ago. People are still asking for it. It's like, I announced this on the stage, maybe I shouldn't have done, but I did. And I turned around and said, why is it? I bring new spots into the show. I spend thousands of pounds on outfits, music and all the rest of it, wigs, the lot. Then I come off, they go, well, you never did Tina. Well, you never did Cher. I said, what do you want? And there's people in the audience shouting, Bobby, why break it? Why mend it if it isn't broken? We like you to do what you do. There's so many sketches. There's so many different sketches that's in the show. I mean,
how many?
I forgot about that. I don't know whether this is the right one or wrong one. Right. These are the sketches that I do. Right. We'll start from. That's all opening numbers. So there's 30 of them. All silly seconds, which I call silly seconds, which are funny songs. There's 25 of them. So, right, so that's that. So we've got the first spot is finished. Right.
And that would be, tell me when costume changes would happen.
Well, that's a fair, I'd pick a first spot, and then I'd pick an outfit for that first spot. And I'd keep that outfit on for the full first spot. But I can guarantee that will be very glamorous. It had to be. It'll always be sequins and feathers, or it has to be. I won't have it any other way. No way in this world. You wouldn't see me go on the fucking stage in a bin liner. No chance. Right, then we've got, here we go, Mabel. That's one spot. My Boy Lollipop. That's 2 spots. Dick Henry, 3 spots. Half and Half, 4 spots. Old Carnival, 5 spots. All the Sound of Music. All the Fat Lady, All the Fairy, All the Salvation Army, The Nun, Andy Pandy, Old Shirley Bassey, Edith Piaf, Old Country and Western, Old 60s, Old Donna Summer, Old Dinah Ross, All the Supremes, Old Bette Midler, Old Madonna, Old Ellen Shapiro, Old Petula Clark, Eartha Kitt, Tina Charles, Whitney Houston, Dusty Springfield, the Union Jack. Oh, that's part of the Union Jack, right? An Xmas medley, an Army medley, another Army medley. Fun stuff, that's all different. Rosemary, what I've just spoken about. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sketches of Rosemary, and it's all different music in the full 6 sketches. That's that. All Tina Turner, all Cher. Almost Cher. Cher. Dolly Parton. All Irish. And then you've got all ABBA. All fun pub stuff. What else was that? All Carnival. Oh, then we've got all different ones as medleys. Barbra Streisand, Alexandra Beck, Jane MacDonald, Eartha Kitt, Lady Gaga, Dorothy Squires, Cilla Black. A different kind of nun. This is a black, I call it the black nun because the pregnant nun, she's in white. This one, she's in black. So it's a black outfit. 60s, Adele, the Star Sisters, Vera Lynn, Beryl Reid. Oh, that's the one I was just talking about. Don't dilly dally on the way. There it is. Don't Maya Manson follow the van. That it's right there. Manners. Judy Garland, Amy Winehouse, and that's about it. So when people say to me, "Oh, once we've seen you," I say, "Have you?"
Yeah.
And all that lot in that book
Yeah.
It's all the music, all the songs, they're all there. Everything, you can see it's been well thumbed. And I laugh, when people say, oh yeah, I say, oh yeah, alright then, okay, fair enough, you've seen it all. Say, come to my show on Tuesday, I'll pay for your night out. Well, I've had people do it, turn up. And I've said, and at the end of the night, oh well, we thought it was the same show. I said, no. I said, I'll tell you something else. I know. I said, what? I said, I can come back to this pub 30 times and you won't see the same opening outfit or song or outfit. How do I said, 30 times I can come back here. I said, so that's nearly a full year. Oh yeah. I've had arguments over it in the past because it really annoys me. I've put so much effort and thought and work into it, and like I've just said to you, Kate, if it's not right, take it out the show. I once spent an absolute fortune on this outfit. I'd gone mental for Shirley Bassey, and I was at Tower, and whenever I did the Tower shows, always complete sellout. Touch wood. Always 2,000 people every time I did it, and my mum was always there. If she was home, if she went on the jaunts away abroad, she was always there, and I always presented her with a bouquet of flowers at the end of the night, and I'd introduce her to the audience. And while she'd been away, I'd had this new outfit made. It was all black sequin with white feathers, and I think it was a big white feather boa, and I changed the style of the wig. And I could see my mum from the stage, and as I'm working the stage, it was all new songs, and I saw her go, and I looked at that, and then I said to my grandma, that is her mother, my grandma, I'll tell him. So when the music stopped, I said, what was you going to tell 2,000 people in the audience? What was you going to tell me, mother? You don't like the frock and you don't like the music. I don't like it, and I don't like. I said, it's not. It's all right. You don't like it. End of. Flag off. I thought, oh, taught me a lesson. Did that to ask other people before I do it. Go on, do it myself. I ask now, and I still do. What do you think to this? Because I have them all drawn. If there's a new outfit coming in, I'll have it drawn first. Do you like that? And I'm having it made in this, and this, and this. That's how it's done. All right. But my mum that day, I thought,
she was a harsh critic.
Yeah, very.
Right from the very beginning.
Right from the yeah.
Essential.
I needed it. I needed her input, and it was all done with love. There was no nastiness or anything like that. But she always used to say to people, if we was working in a club out of town or whatever, it's my son that. I used to think, and she used to say, what do you think to him then? I said, mother, you shouldn't ask people in case you got the wrong answer. But she was very critical. The wig's right, the colour's wrong. Don't wear such and such a lipstick, it doesn't suit you. Take your lips up a little bit higher. The jewellery was wrong. Shoes was the best thing. And she used to go, what made you put white shoes on with black dress? I said, well, it was white feathers. Well, look, don't look right. Should have been black shoes. All right. So I put black shoes. Now it looks right, she'd say. I said, oh, okay, fair enough. And when I started to get naughty with the shows, in the respect of when I never used to swear, I never used to speak much on the stage before. It's nearly all talking now. And I found out that over the years, if I got a little bit naughty with the language, the audience loved it. So it got naughtier and naughtier. And in the end I couldn't stop it. Because none of my family swear. None of them. None of my brothers, my sisters, my mum, my dad, none of them. But me. Does that tell you something? Must have been definitely strange. As the in-between. I mean, I'm the middle of 5 kids. So I brought up with 2 sisters. You know what I mean? I wore hand-me-downs till I was 17. I looked to Twatman at school in a pencil skirt. But, you know what I mean?
But going back to being to swearing and being a performer and an entertainer,
Mm.
and also and also gay.
Yeah.
All of that within that family unit. How was that? Obviously, they're proud of what you do.
Mm.
Rightly so. It's
Mm.
amazing what you do.
Mm.
How was that for them growing up? You being
My sisters, both my sisters, adore it. My youngest sister especially, Sandra, she would... I have to say to Sandra, my sister, Sandra, it's the Bobby Mandrell show, not the Bobby and Sandra show. Now get off the stage. She's up there with me. So that would, oh yeah. She'd fight the world for me. Oh God almighty. Nobody says anything wrong about Ray. Oh no. No. But my family, my grandfather never lived long enough to see Candy Lee Barry, Bobby Mandrell. He died before any of that. But my grandma, she was brilliant. She used to say to me, have you thought of putting a country and western spot in? No, well, try it. Just try one song. Then she'd say, try putting in so and so and so and so from such and such a musical. Then I'd have to listen to the musical and think, yeah, she's right. So they'd help me that way. My mum was the same. My father was wonderful in the respect of, I think I told you, I once asked him to make me a wig box, and he made it out of wood. You couldn't even lift it, let alone put wigs in it.
And was he always?
No, definitely not. I lived at home, as I told you, I lived at home with my mum, my dad, and two younger brothers. And when I came out to be gay, it was a 3-bedroom house we lived in on Orchard Park. And when I went home, I'd been married, and I went home after I was divorced and we separated, and my dad put a bowl on the bedroom door. He didn't think it was right that a gay man should be in a house with younger men, well, younger guys. So I was locked in a bedroom every night. And he was alright, was my dad. We got on. If I didn't flaunt anything in front of him, you know, if I want real camper out there, I didn't like that. Didn't like that at all. And then all of a sudden, I don't know, suddenly changed about it. I think there was times my mum was working at Kingston in the marketplace, and I was working at Punch. I'd only just recently left my wife, and I'd just come out. So I'd been about 19. And there was a load of gay guys in Punch this particular night. My mum used to come home from work and pick me up. So on her way home, she'd collect me from Punch, then we'd catch the bus together home. And this particular night, she was early leaving for some reason, I don't know why. And there was all these lads in, and she's talking to them all. And I said to her, how do you know they? She said, oh, I've known Alan, not years I've known John works at so we get on like that, me and you, don't we, John? She said, why don't you all come back to our house for a drink? Well, I went, what? So what about my dad? She said, it's my house as well. That was my mum. So, on this bus, going back to Orchard Park, was 10 of us. Me, my mum and 8 gay guys. Well, my father had no say in the matter when we got back. He enjoyed himself. There was one bloke. We had one party where we had. It was Steve Oust, Steve Oust's birthday. And Steve used to work with me at Punch. It was his birthday. Nobody had planned anything, or so he thought. So I'd arranged it with my mum. My mum's Jace, Coaster could come back. All the 20 of us went back. And my dad used to breed tropical fish. No. Some of the things you're getting me to tell you. From Thurn Pet Shop. Guppies with the real fancy tails he had and all that. So all these lads came back to my mum's, and my dad had put a buffet on, pre-arranged through my mum, for Steve's birthday, even a little cake and everything for him. So my dad sat in this chair looking at the aquariums, and one of the gay lads didn't know it was my dad. So he's got his arm round the chair of my dad, and he said, and what's your name? My dad said, George. What's yours? So-and-so. I went, oh. Yeah, oh, he said, aren't they beautiful, George? My dad said, yes, they are, and I'm Raymond's dad. Oh, sorry, George. And he was tapped up, and he thought, my father thought it was hilarious. Hilarious. He said, so I said, oh, was it? My dad said, doesn't matter. I did find out who it was. And I'd have said there was a good 40-year age gap between my dad and this lad. I thought, please, but it happened. And he came back to our house quite a few times, did this particular person. And my dad always just go, sit over there. Always. But it was funny things like that he accepted. And then he was real poorly. And I always remember I was making an outfit, and at my mum's house, where the dining room was, there was a door. They had a table here, and there was a door there that led into the living room. And I was on the sewing machine making this coat or whatever, and my father said something about the sewing machine. The sewing machine was noisy, and he went, Raymond, he said, enough's enough. And I said, I've nearly finished it. And my brother jumped up, and he picked a pair of scissors up and put it to my neck. And I said, push it. I said, if that's what you're going to do, push it. Because you don't frighten me, Barry. You don't frighten me. You've upset my dad. You fucking queer bent bastard. Me and my brothers still don't really get on. And we haven't done from that day to this. We talk. We civilish with each other, but we don't get on. And that's me, my middle brother. My oldest brother, out of the two of them. You know what I mean? He's never spoke to me for quite a few years, and we was at his daughter's wedding this year, and he spoke to me for the first time. And all my family, my sisters, my other brother, my sister-in-laws, my nieces, nephews, Uncle Barry's talking to Uncle Ray. Bang. When I'm working, if I'm doing a show and Barry's in the audience, Barry will stand with his back to me all night. All the time I'm up on that stage, dressed as Bobby Mandrell, he will stand with his back to me. But the minute I go off the stage and come out as me, are you alright then?
Tell me what you think that's about.
I don't know. I can't explain it. I don't know. I don't know at some point whether me being gay and maybe he's being approached by somebody, I don't know. We've never been able to sit in a room and talk about it, which I would like to do. And I've said many, many, many times, it's about time me and you got this sorted out. It's never happened. I don't know. And it hurts me. It hurts me. He's 6 years younger than me. So I was 6 when he was born. But you see, when you think about it, when he was 6, I was 12. So when I started work in the Merchant Navy, him and then Jeffrey was grown. My two brothers are real close. I'm real close to my two sisters, but my two brothers are close as brothers. I once went out for a drink with them a few years ago now on a stag do, and he says to me, what the effing hell are you doing here? This is a man's night out. I said, well, what am I? He went, but you're not a man, are you? You're a queer. I said, yeah. I said, with 2 sons. And he went, oh, well. I said, in your opinion, Barry, I said, shouldn't gay people have children then? Aren't we capable of making children? Effing mistake. Effing mistake. And all the rest of that night, he was over there and I was over there. Never spoke no more. You know what I mean? And he'd criticise what I was wearing. Oh, brogues. Are the London brogues? Yeah. Oh, I can tell you're not married with kids, can't you? Why do this? Why be nasty? You know? But, no, Valerie was poorly, I've just told you. My sister was poorly. I had to phone my youngest brother to tell him. And they went to see Valerie together. I wasn't asked. You know?
Upset him.
Yeah. Yeah. His youngest daughter is called Rachel. I'm called Raymond. You know? Whether there's any connection or not, I don't know. I'm assuming. But, yeah. Yeah, I got on great with his wife. His wife's lovely, our Julie. The kids are great. His son, our Dave, thinks I'm the best thing since sliced bread. You know what I mean? Thinks I'm a nutcase. Bang, love it. You know? Because I'm one of these people, when I'm out, if we go out for a drink, I don't want you to stand there all night with a face like a well-slapped ass. I'll make you laugh. I'll have you laughing before you know it. You'll have a good night out with me. I'll make sure of that. Because I want it that way. You know, I was put on this earth to do these things.
And what is it about that? I mean, I think we've talked about it before. Is there's a responsibility? Is it to entertain? Is it a front? Is it a protection? All of those things, maybe.
Yeah, I think when I was a bairn, when I was younger, I was very quiet, very shy. You know what I mean? I'd stand back and let you do it. And in fact, in some cases, I'm still like that now. I can be very loud. Oopsie daisy, leg stuck down there. I can be very loud, or I can be very quiet. And people say to me, "You're quiet." But there might be something playing on my mind, so I will be quiet. One of the guys on board the Norland once said to me, "You are an introvert extrovert." I went, "What?" He said, "You are an introvert extrovert." He said, "I've seen you sat in your cabin reading a book." He said, "Then I've seen you in your cabin," he said, "slinging your tits about all over, the music blasting out all over the place." He said, "You wouldn't think it was the same person." But that is me. And I think with Bobby Mandrell, when I'm on the stage, I belong to the world. I belong to you. I'm yours. But when I'm off the stage, I'm real shy and I belong to me. That's finished now. Does that make sense? Because I love to entertain. I love to make people laugh. Part and package of me, that. But I'm quite shy with it as well, underneath it all. And I think one of the most beautiful songs ever is "Sending the Clowns," because that is me to a fault. You know, I'm behind this mask, you know, and
that's what I guess I'm asking is this to do with your family and your brother.
Yeah.
There's
it's a mask. It's all a mask. Quite a lot of you, I've just said something and I'll revert back to it now. When Alan and I, my last partner, we was working one night somewhere, I can't remember where I was, I'd be lying if I said I could, and there was mobbing me in the dressing room and Alan didn't like it, and I kept moving back, and all I had on was just a pair of swimming trunks from doing what makes a man. They'd not even give me a chance to get cleaned up, and there was in the dressing room, you'd have thought it was Shirley Bassey on tour. And in the end, Alan managed to get them all out, and he went, "Well," I went, "What?" He said, "Are you satisfied?" I said, "What have I done?" "All that lot." He said, "Raymond," he said, "on the stage, Bobby Mandrell belongs to them. Off the stage, you belong to me, your man." And I went, "Hang on a minute, I'm not anybody's, I'm my own person. We live together." I said, "I know we live together and everything, Alan, but what can I do?" I said, "It's them people that's paying the mortgage on the house, that's paying for holidays, that's paying for your meals." And he went, "Well, your man, off the stage, your man." And I thought, all right, okay, I'm yours. I must have been really good because we split up. So there, Alan. Yeah. I always turned around and said, Kate, honestly, if I'd never taken the St. George's, Alan and I would still be together now. St. George's ripped us apart.
Yeah, and we haven't really talked about St. George's, and I don't want to jump off that into St. George's, but yeah, do you want to talk more about Alan, or do you want to talk about St. George's?
Alan was very... I'll make a cup of tea.
Yeah.
Because Alan, just remind me on again about Alan, because Alan, it was in Vauxhall. I'd been on my own 9 years. I didn't want anybody. I didn't need anybody. Because I had my career in the Merchant Navy and I had my career on the stage. I had people that worked for me that adored me and I adored them. I was in love with the stage. I was in love with people in general. I didn't need anybody in my life. I didn't need anybody to disrupt what, like I said earlier, I like things to be the same all the time. Anyway, I was in Vauxhall one night, home on leave. It was bank holiday weekend. Graham, my best friend, and I'd booked to go to Benidorm for a fortnight. I'd never been to Benidorm, so it was something new for me. Let's do this. Graham had, I hadn't. So, but Graham worked on the oil rigs. So, I was already home on leave. Graham was due home on leave 2 days later. And then we was flying out to, I think it was 4 days. And you'll understand what I'm talking about in a minute. I think it was 4 days. Then we went out to Benidorm. I was sat at home. Graham was away on the oil rigs, as I say, my best pal. I knew I was going away on holiday. I was getting excited, and I thought, oh, what's going on? Oh, son, I'm going out for a drink. So I got myself ready, and I went to Vauxhall. I think it was midweek. Something tells me it was midweek because it was quiet. And I always used to stand in the same place in Vauxhall, always. I always used to stand near the telephone as the bar went round there. So I'm stood there at the bar and I'd ordered my drink and I was drinking lager then. And I looked up and this bloke went. So I went back. I thought, don't even know you. I thought, oh, what's going on here? So Harry, the landlord, he says to me, that's paid for. And I went, well, I hadn't paid for it. He said, no, he has. So is it? So I call him Alan, he's just started coming in. I went, all right. I went, thank you. He went, you're welcome. So I sent him a drink over when Margaret drank. Anyway, so he went, never said another word. So at the end of the night, Harry says to me, no, before the end of the night, Harry says to me, how come you're in here? You're on your own. I said, oh, Graham and I was going to Benidorm. I said, something tells me it was a Saturday, was flying out. This was a Wednesday. I don't know why. I can't remember. And he went, oh, I said, he's away. I said, I'm sick of. I said, I'm excited, Harry. I said, I'm going away on holiday. I said, I've never been to Benidorm. And he went, well, you've been everywhere else. I said, I know, but I haven't been to Benidorm. I said, I've heard it's real good. The gay scene. He went, oh, he said, it's marvellous. Anyway, why don't you stop back for a drink? So as I'd gone to toilet, I come back, and there was nobody there. There was all in the back room. So I walked round, and who was stood right here but this Alan? He said, hello. I said, oh, hello. Bang, bang. I was together 10 years. From that day. I never left him for 10 years. From that day. I went over to Benidorm. I cried every day. I phoned him twice a day. Every day while I was away. He was working for Willoughby Caravans at the time, and there was 2 hour time lapse for Spain and here, and I'm phoning him and all the rest of it and blah 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 blah, and we had our relationship, basically the love started over the phone. And Graham turned around and said to me, we'd been away about 5 days, and Graham said, I think you should go home, Ray. I said, why? He said, you're not eating nothing, you're not drinking anything, you're not sleeping. He said, what's the matter? I went, I don't know. He said, you're not enjoying this holiday. He said, places I want to go, he said, to take you, you don't want to go. He said, you're more concerned. He said, who is this fucking Alan? And I went, well, he said, how long have you known him? I said, about a week. He went, what? He said, when did you meet him? I said, 3 days before you came home off the oil rig. He went, aye, all right then. So we'd been for a drink one night and we're coming home, and I always used to stop at this same phone box in Spain to phone Alan. And I phoned through and Graham said, give me that phone. He said, now then, and I heard Alan say, hello, is that you, Graham? So he said, yeah. He said, it is, Graham, yes. He said, I'm warning you now. He said, hurt him. He said, I'll break every fucking bone in your body. He said, because he said, I can't do that with him. He said, he's a right fucking mess. I hope you're satisfied. What people don't know is, Alan does, I'd fallen in love with him, hook, line and sinker completely. I loved, and still do, I love the bones in the marrow in his bones. I always said if ever was in an accident and he needed a limb, take one of mine, make sure he survives. And still do. He's up there. That's what those things are. Alan's the top one. We had them done in France. But I come home, and this is when I was saying about the music. We'd only just met. 3 days before I went away, I was laid on the floor, bang. He had his own home and everything, and within 2 months, he moved in here. I was still in the Merchant Navy, and I used to phone him. I used to stay up till on board the ship. You had to wait until you were so far across the ocean before you got a radio link to phone. So I used to wait up until 2 o'clock in the morning so I could speak to Alan and say goodnight to him. And then I used to have to be up at 4:30 for work, to do a full day's work. I was absolutely, but it worked both ways. We got married in a private ceremony in Paul, and nobody knew. We didn't tell anybody until I was working in the George for Margaret and Mike Phillips, and she said to me, "Oh, you want a wedding ring?" And I went, "Oh, I've always," she knew, I haven't. She said, Alan's, she said, "Have you 2 pair of bastards got married?" And we had. Nobody knew.
Was that important to get married?
Yeah. He, I used to pick him up from, we had Tessa. I had Tessa the boxer. And he used to work on the Willoughby Caravans on Headon Road. So I used to go and pick him up from work when I was home on leave. And when I was home on leave, I took him to work in the morning. I used to go and pick him up on a lunchtime, bring him home, have some lunch, take him back again. Oh, it was backwards and forwards in the car. Anyway, and I used to take him, I used to surprise him with all silly little things. Because Alan was a big lad, in the respect of, before I met him, he weighed 27 stone. When I met him, we was exactly the same size. We're both 12.5 stone. Could wear each other's clothes. So he used to say to me, "I don't want to put all the weight back on again, Ray." So I used to do him salads and such. And I used to take him, I used to do crazy things like I'd pack a picnic up, have the dog in the back of the car, have the picnic in the back of the car in the back seat, and then it'd say, "Where are we going?" And I'd pull out of his works. Instead of going right to come home, I used to go left. I used to take him to Paul, and we'd have a picnic in the car, me, him and the dog, watching the ship go up and down, blah blah blah. And then one day, we'd only been together about 6 months, if that. And I pulled the car up, and as I started get the picnic out the back, he said, "No, don't move, don't move, don't move." And I went, "Why?" He went, "Will you marry me?" Bang. And I just said straight away, "Yeah, no problem." Bang. And that was after 6 months. And I still was together nearly 10 years. But Alan was going to be made redundant from Willoughby Caravans. Alan was the most fantastic person on the phone. He could charm the birds out the fucking trees. He was a quality control buyer for Willoughby, so he was used to it. But face to face with people, not very good. Didn't know how to talk to people. He'd speak to you like he would speak to you on the phone. Not very nice. And it took me a while to more or less train him to be nice with people. I said, "Alan, bang." Anyway, we was going, I was working. No, wait a minute, let me get this right. He left Willoughby Caravans. It had a major row or something happened. And he left. And I says to him, I said, "You've thrown everything away, Alan. You've thrown your redundancy." He said, "I don't care. I don't need it anymore. I've got you." So then he started working with me, alongside of me. I did all the driving and the shows, but he did all the electrics and lights and all that crap. So there was one day he was out of work, unemployed, and the phone rang, and I was working somewhere out of town. I can't remember where. And it was John Golding, the area manager for Mansfield Breweries. Anyway, cut a long story short, they'd offered me the St. George. Now, what had happened was, the pub had changed hands, and there was this guy called Barry Steele took the pub. Didn't like gay people at all. Didn't like he want having fucking mental fucking lesbians and queers in his fucking pub. He's not having a fucking drag act on the fucking stage that charges too much and there's nobody in. And I thought, really? So I got sacked from the St. George's. Didn't want me. And I said to him on the last, I did the show, and then he sacked me. And I said to him, I just went to him, sorry for pointing, I went, you? I said, I will be the landlord of this pub. I said, within a fucking year. I said, I'll see you out on the fucking street. And he went, I don't fucking think so. It's going to be a fucking sports bar, this. We're having football or we're having... I said, really? I said, no, the gays and lesbians like football and rugby as well. I ain't having them queer bastards in here. I said, okay, fair enough. So I went on the tom-toms, dum-dum, and I made sure none of them went in. As I left, the fucking crowd left. I thought, I'll teach you, you bastard. The phone rings this day, and I can't remember, we was working out of town, and the reason I keep saying that is because the conversation was the conversation about the pub. I'm sure it was Kobe. Anyway, by the time we got to Kobe, we was taking the fucking pub. That's how it happened. And we went, and Alan said, well, it had solved a lot of problems. I said, what do you mean? He said, you've still got your job on North Sea Ferries. He said, you're still working. He said, and I'll have the pub to run. He said, I'm bringing in money in as well. I went, so you want me to take the pub, still do the shows, still work on North Sea Ferries? I said, when am I going to see you? When you're on leave. I said, so I'm in my house and you're in the... He went, no. Anyway, cut a long story short, here we went. So, they wanted 15 grand ingoing. So, John Golding came down here and interviewed us both and talked to us both about it. Neither of us knew how to run a pub. So we had to go on this crash course in Mansfield. That cost me God knows how much. Anyway, we both passed, so we both became licensees and how to run a cellar and all this and all. Anyway, Alan was brilliant with books and figures, where I'm not. So, he said, think about it, did Johnny Golding, about taking it. Now you've got your licence and what have you. Seriously think about taking the pub. I said, but I thought you'd already offered us it. He said, no. He said, I asked you if you'd like it. I said, don't tell me we've gone through all this and now you're going to take it back. He went, I'll phone you tomorrow. And that was this conversation. No, it wasn't. I'm mixing it all up. I'm getting confused. No, because the next day phoned back. Alan answered the phone, I want here. And Alan said, yeah, we'll take it. So I had to pay 15 grand ingoing and what have you. And on the day, right, here we go, was taking over the pub. Alan was like a bee, like full of honey. He was, he made up, take this fucking pub and what have you. I'd had to take leave from the merch, cancel, all the shows had to be cancelled. All of them. Everything I had in the country had to be cancelled. Because I couldn't leave the pub. So I was real popular. Anyway, we gets there and Barry Steele's there behind the bar. Alan walked in and he went, oh, you're the new fucking landlord, are you? Are you queer? So I went, yes, he is. And he went, you doing here? I said, I'm the new landlord. I said, I told you 8 months ago. I said, not a year, 8 months ago. I said, I'd have this fucking pub back. I said, and I have. So that's when the old Daily Mail and everybody clicked onto it. Sacked act becomes boss. Bang. I'm in. We took the pub over. We had to move in the morning and open it on the tea time. We'd never done a pub before. I didn't even know how to change a fucking barrel properly. Anyway, so the next day, the Daily Mail had been and everything, took photos of us and everything else. So it'd been 2 days later, Alan said to me, we need cigarette papers, I want to say. Anyway, I'd gone into this paper shop and it was cigarette papers. And as I stood there, I went, oh, and I'll take a Daily Mail. And I went, she went, that's you. Front cover of the fucking Daily Mail. She said, how many do you want? I said, give us a dozen. And I took 12 copies of the old Daily Mail and I'm on the full front page of the Daily Mail. Sacked act becomes boss. The BBC, Yorkshire Television, Lincolnshire Television, London Weekend Television, all the national papers. I was in every single paper. I did an interview on the radio with 42 different radio stations all at the same time. I thought, well, what's so special about what? Why? But it was the way they'd worded it. Sacked act becomes boss. Of course, drag me in there, don't? Yeah. That's you saw some of the pictures where I'm sat on the bow with all the feathers. That was it. I was in and out of drag for a month. In fact, it got to the point where I used to get up in the morning. I said to him, do I get dragged up now? He said, well, you might as well at the same time. There was people arriving, there was cameras, there was the Chat magazine, Woman's Own, there was all there. It was just fascinating to think that this drag act had become the boss of the pub, and it was the way it had been worded.
And I think somebody's asked you a question about this before. Do you feel like there was something revolutionary or liberate? I can't think of what the right word is, about empowering for the queer community.
Yes, I felt so good to think I was never going to change the George to a gay bar. Never. It wasn't on the curriculum. It wasn't going to happen. It was going to be a cabaret bar, which it had always been, but I was going to make it better than it had been, which we did. But when he turned around and said, no fucking queer's going to... And I thought, I'll teach you, you bastard. Because I thought, if there's people like him saying things, how many more has? And I did it for the gays. That's why Alan and I took the pub. Well, Alan wanted the pub more than me. I didn't want the pub. I'd already worked at the St George's 28 years. And I had a good career in the Merchant Navy, which I gave up. I gave my career up in the Merchant for Alan. Because before we took the pub, it got to the point where he was saying to me, I want you home, I can't handle it. He couldn't handle me being away. Even though I was only away for 8 days, like every other day I was home, but he couldn't handle it at all. And I thought about it, and I thought, well, if I stay in the Merchant Navy, it's going to split us up. It'd have killed us off. So I thought, right, 27 years. And I gave it up. And as I gave it up, the morning I gave it up, one of the assistant pursers called me into his office and he went, have I just seen you put in your resignation? I went, yeah. He went, Ray. He said, they was offering you promotion to assistant purser. I went, what? And that's what I'd worked for. And I lost it.
Do you regret it?
Yes and no. Yes and no. I had a wonderful time when I left the Merch. With Alan, we had a fabulous life. We had a lot of fun, a lot of laughs, a lot of ups and downs. And I also had a lot of fun with Bobby Mandrell. I saw a lot. I was doing more with Bobby Mandrell and seeing more places straight off than the Merch. But it took me so long to break out of the routine. I mean, I got home at 8:30 in the morning that I'd left the Merch to come out, and it was like the nun. Have you ever seen that film, The Nun Story, where she's a nun for all her life, and then she decides to leave, and they open this door and she goes. That's how I felt. I felt as if it hurts. I felt as if I'd walked away from it. They'd closed the door behind me. Shut, gone, it's finished. All them years that I'd worked for and I'd enjoyed had gone. And we came home. I got here at home at 8:30. 8:45. Alan and I were in B&Q buying a blasted lawnmower. I thought, well, here we go. This is life. And then, as I say, with the St George's, we moved into there, and I was poorly. We was there 4.5 years, and I was ill in the respect of they said I was going through male menopause. I was really nasty with people, and I wasn't sleeping, I wasn't eating, I was drinking, but I don't know what it was, and I was on a lot of medication, and I pushed Alan away, and I think it was my fault we split up anyway. And I always said if it hadn't have been for the George, we wouldn't have split up, because it was the pressures of the pub. I was in drag Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Alan didn't drive. I had to do all the driving, all the banking, all the warehouse, and then come back and do all the shows. It was killing me, slowly but surely, but killing me. But I was just so tired and drained, and the only time I was getting any relief was up on the stage, because I knew what I was doing up there. And people would buy me a drink, and at the end of the night I'd finish a parcel. And then it'd cause an argument between me and him. And then I'd said to him, and this is where it all gets sticky. I'd said to him, it was on about doing the accounts. So, and somebody had said to Alan, oh, you need a computer, because we didn't have one. So for Christmas I bought him one. I bought him a computer for himself, and I thought, wham, that'll help him. But he didn't know how to use a computer properly. And I definitely didn't. But Dave, one of the gay customers, and his partner Alex, that came into the George every week, knew how to do it. Knew how to work the computer and everything, right? I'm downstairs serving customers in the bar. Alan's upstairs in the office with Dave and the computer having an affair. An affair started because of the computer and because of me. It was my fault, and we split up. We parted, and we had Etienne on in the pub, and I was behind the bar, and I was in full drag, and which people liked to see. They wanted to see Bobby Mandrell, not Ray. They wanted Bobby Mandrell. It had to be Bobby Mandrell. Bang, no problem. Nothing to me. So, fair enough. And I was serving, and in the St George's, this was the main lounge. I'm serving here, and there's a door. That door led into the porchway where the toilets was. So you came out there, through a door there, into this porch. This guy says to me, he said, I don't know how you're doing it. What? He said, you need bricks backing on your head. He said, honestly. He said, you've got the constitution of a cow. I said, what are you talking about? He said, you've just served him. He said, he's on with your fella. I went, what? He went, didn't you know? And it was Ian, Etienne's lodger from Leeds. So Barry and Etienne was an affair. Etienne was a drag queen, by the way. Ian was the lodger, right? So I said, I want a word with you when you come from toilet. So I'd finished serving, and I went, right. I took him in the downstairs kitchen, which we used as a dressing room. And I said to him, I said, what did you just say to me? And he started crying. He went, no. I said, oh, you should fucking. I said, you're not going out of here till you tell me what's going on. He said, Ray said, didn't you know that Alan was having an affair with Dave? I said, that's totally stupid. I said, when's he having time to do that? He said, upstairs with the computer. He said, has he been to Bridlington a few times recently? I went, yeah. He said, he hasn't. He said, he's been through to Leeds, to our house, with Dave. I went, what? So I thought, okay, fair enough. I said, okay. He said, you want to? I said, no. I said, of course I won't say now. He went back to his set. I went to Alan, I want you. And he went, I said, yes, I know. And he went, and he drained of old colour. He always used to stand there, the DJ's box, to operate all the lights for everybody. And Dave was outside, and I went in his back, I want you. In there he went, I wondered when you'd fucking find out. So I got them both in the kitchen, and this Dave's rolling a cig up, and I said, I just want to know what's going on. Been going on for nearly a year. Yeah, and I went, what? And Alan said, well, he said, I can't help it. He said, I'm in love with him, and Dave was running this cig, leaning against the fucking wall, and I went like that. And only said something about, I told him it was all a bit of fun. All it is just a bit of homosexual fucking fun. And I went like that with this fucking, I said, look at me when I'm fucking talking to you. I said, I'll kill you. I said, I'll kill you both stone dead, still in full drag. So Alan started crying, and this Dave said, I told him, he said, it's just a bit of, I'll never leave Alex. I said, does Alex know? He said, no. He said, you better not. I said, don't threaten me. So Alan said, well, it's all over between us. I said, is it? I said, did you tell me it was all over? Did I tell you? Anyway, he went, he said, take no fucking notice. He said, we'll carry. So with that, I thought, okay, fair enough. So I went upstairs. Off came all the drag, pair of dragging bottoms on, the biggest fucking t-shirt. I don't know where the t-shirt had come from. I filled the case with clothes, dumped 2 dogs there, 2 boxes, both on leads. I went straight back into the lounge was fucking packed. And as I walked through, it's silence apart from the music. I said to Crystal, switch that bastard off. I said, right then, ladies and gentlemen. I said, this is the CUNT. I said, and that's the CUNT is on with. I'm off. Bye-bye. Enjoy the pub. I walked straight out. Grandma can't come back here. He made me live in this house for 3 weeks with no heating, nothing to cook in. And we had 4 microwaves in the pub for when we did meals and such. I had no television, nothing. I had to sleep on the floor in this house because all this lot was there. And that was it. And I went back to see him to talk about it once I'd cooled down. I'm putting you on a week's wage. You'll be on the same as the bar staff. Pardon? I said, you forget it's my money that's in this. But I said, Alan, I said, you didn't have any money. I said, it's all my money that's done this. Oh, here we fucking go, Bobby Mandrell. I said, no. I said, not at all. I said, it was ours. I said, it isn't anymore. I said, and you're on with Dave. I said, so you definitely, I don't want you, he said. No chance. You kill that. And I went, oh, all right then. So, fair enough. He said, oh, and you won't be living back here at all. So I went, no. I said, I know what, Alan. I said, because he said, I've already been on the phone to the brewery to tell them that I'm revoking the licence. You can't do it. I said, you fucking watch me. You watch me. I said, you think I'm going to let you run this pub? I said, well, I've got no involvement in it. You can come every Saturday and do the show. I went, what? I said, and I'm on the hourly rate that the bar staff are on, and you want me to get up on that step? I said, when I can earn the money. I said, you can go fuck your fucking self, mister. So, right, there's the laughable part about it, which you didn't know. I've been doing the shows 52 years on February the 14th, Valentine's Day, right? It was February the 14th, Valentine's Day, that I walked out on him in the pub. And by the May of the same year, the pub had, I went and took the keys in an envelope and gave them to the landlady of Rayner's. She'd watched them. I said, the keys from the St George's, bunk. And Alan had got a flat in town. I said we was going to split everything down the middle. Everything. Half his, half mine. Don't effing want it, is what I got. And when I walked out on him in the St George's, all he had was the television and a deck chair. Oh, and a fridge. And his bed. Everything else gone. And I said to him, I pleaded with him, please take half. I don't want it, I'll take half. No, No. We had a dinner service, but as a Christmas gift, the year we got married, when everybody found out, and it was a very, very expensive, I can't remember the make of it, but we had a lot. It was everything, even down to the tureens, and it was all in a big, do you know the big old-fashioned travel trunks? It was all in there. The day I left him, he pushed it down the stairs. Just pushed it down the stairs. You could hear it smashing. And that's what I think to that. That's what I got. So, and then we gave the pub up, and all the lighting and everything that I'd had fitted, and all the PA system, the day that he was moved, the official day he was moving out, he phoned, oh, that's what I never told you. Every Sunday, before we split up, every Sunday, a friend of ours called Josie, she used to come in with her husband, well, a boyfriend, Brian. And I never saw this, because this happened while I was upstairs getting ready. And it was, one or two of the customers said, why does Alan give Josie a white envelope every Sunday? It's Saturday. I went, I don't know. So I asked him. I said, why do you give, he said, it's that money I borrowed off her. I went, oh, right. I don't know what fucking money you borrowed off, but I just said, oh, all right then. Right. When we eventually did finish, he went bankrupt, did Alan, for 34,000. Right. I went bankrupt for 91,000. And 61,000 of that was my own money out of my own pocket that I'd worked for on North Sea Ferries. And everybody kept saying to me, oh, isn't it a shame about poor Alan? I went, why? What's he lost? I had to start right from scratch again with Bobby Mandrell. I had to grovel to people who I'd let down because of the pub. But Alan, no. Anyway, we gave the pub up, and of all the bloody places for everybody to go for a drink, Vauxhall. So I'm in Vauxhall having a drink with Graham, my best mate, and there's Alan with the crowd that he was with, or he wasn't having an affair with. Oh, I got threatened with a walking stick across my head, and oh, you don't know half. We talk now, but let's be fair, it's been 25 years, you know. And at one point, he did say, I said, no, Alan, I can't take it, we can't get back together. You've done it now, you've done it once, you'd do it again, you know. But there you go. It was really, it was nasty, it was really nasty. But all I can turn around and say is, for the record, my public kept me alive. My public kept me going. It was the love that I was getting off everybody. The people that used to say to me at venues, where's Alan? Oh, why aren't you out with Alan? Where is he? It was like glue. It was together, always. No. But, you know, and he said, this tickled me. This will amuse you. This really tickled me because he said, whenever we went on trips to Blackpool, you know, we used to run trips from our pub and take them all to funny girls. And at first I thought it'd be all gays. It was nearly all fucking straights going to the gay places. It was hilarious. You know, I mean, we had more straight gays than we had gay gays. Honestly, oh, the laughs. Anyway, when we split up, he said, it's wonderful to go to Blackpool and not have to go to fabric shops, wig shops, frock shops. He said, for what was it? For fucking stuff for drag. I'm fucking sick of drag. I'm sick of it all. I'm sick of it. This is what he said. I went, oh, okay, fair enough. Right? He actually, his boyfriend, he's been with his boyfriend about 17 years now. His boyfriend is called John. And John used to be one of the Cargels. Who was a drag act. La Cargels. Who was a drag act. Huh? He didn't want to be with a drag act. He's fucking living with one. So, yeah. And they live in Willoughby, does John. But he's never done drag for years and years and years and years now. He's younger than me, just slightly younger than me. You know what I mean? But he used to work with Gavinia in La Cargels. Have you spoken to them yet?
No, but I know the La Cargels I know of through Pearl, a woman I think used to make costumes for.
Pearl Anderson. Yeah. I was only talking to Pearl the other day. And I saw her the other day. Yeah, she used to work in this little bridal shop on Esle Road, top of St George's. Yeah. Well, she's real good pals with my sister.
Ah.
So they're all interconnected.
Yeah, always.
Yeah.
It's Hull.
Yeah, I did a lot of shows. Not a lot of shows, but I did a few shows for her when she lived in this sheltered accommodation.
On St George's.
Yeah, and I used to go and do the Christmas shows there for them. Bloody hell.
But thinking about, I mean, that was clearly a very hard time, emotionally, physically, financially, all of those things. But the impact that George and that time had on you was immense.
It was horrific.
Horrific.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't want to go back in the pub. When we left, somebody took it over and they said, oh, you want to get Bobby Mandrell in here, he'll fill it up. It's always full when Bobby's on. And they phoned me up and I said, no. I said, I can't do it. All the time, Kate, that we lived there, it was never my home. We lived upstairs in the flat, lovely flat upstairs, big flat, big kitchen, big utility room, living room, 2 lovely bedrooms which we converted one into a dressing room, and the office and a bathroom. It was nice, but it was never my home. It was Clarice's home. It was her home, not mine. When I worked for Clarice, I used to get changed in Clarice's bathroom. It was never my home. I never felt as it. I used to come home here to check the house over and it was completely empty apart from this carpet and that bloody unit. And I was home. I pleaded with Alan. I said, can we put somebody in the pub and us go home? No, it cost too much. Because one of the reasons we went bankrupt was because our entertainment spill was through the roof. I wouldn't have any shit working on my stage. I wanted the best, and I wanted the best money I could afford to pay them. You know what I mean? I mean, we had Brian, American colour chap, Brian, got his name. Anyway.
It'll come to you.
It will. From London, from America. And I paid £1,400 in a pub for him to do 2 nights. And that came out of my pocket. I felt the pub and I felt in my pocket. You know what I mean? I did all the stage. I altered all the stage, all at my expense. I was giving Alan cheques for VAT. That was not on my account, not the pub business. And the accountant said, well, why are you paying the VAT? I said, because he said I had to. Oh, that's what I was telling you about the white envelopes. When we eventually went bankrupt and the pub had gone, the reason I had to go bankrupt as well was because Alan was the actual landlord. He was the land licensee, not me. And we did that for a reason, because if I'd have been the licensee, I couldn't have worked anywhere else as Bobby Mandrell. So, but we both signed the tenancy agreement. And because we'd both signed that tenancy agreement, meant we was both responsible for everything. When it all went to court, and what have you, and my accountant pulled me in. The accountant for... I still had the same accountant for Bobby Mandrell and the business. So the St George's was one business we had with him and Bobby Mandrell was the other. So everything was legal and above board. I paid tax and all. Anyway. And he turned around and said, there's 18,000 here, eh? He said, I can't account for. I went, what? He said, 18,000. He said, well, it's 18,000 going on 22, but I want to say more 18 at the moment. Then we found out these white envelopes with £1,000 every Sunday being given to this woman, and she was putting into her boyfriend's bank account to save for Alan. 18 grand in total. Josie, it was. And I couldn't do that. I'd worked my arse off, but so had he. He worked hard as well. There wasn't any me. And when we gave the pub up, I was in a right mess. I didn't know whether I was coming or going. I didn't know I was going to lose my home and all the rest of it. And Chris and Denise had booked to go to Tenerife. She said, why don't you come to Tenerife with us? We're only going for it. I said, I can't afford it. I just can't afford it. I ain't got the money. And she said, you're going to go. We're going to take you. I said, no, you're not. Anyway, cut a long story short, there was about 16, 18 of us went, and I borrowed the money to go, and we had 1 week in Tenerife. Alan had 2 weeks in Cyprus and a fortnight's cruise. I said, well, where's he got that kind of money from? And that's when it all came to light, this 18 grand. He moved into a flat on Midland Street. Twaddles lived in the same flats. And speaking to Twads one day, and he says to me, Craig, have you been to your Alan's flat? I said, not my Alan. And no, I haven't. He said, it's wonderful. He said, it's all brand new furniture. He said, it's beautiful. I went, all right. Not bad going for somebody that's got fuck all. So I was shit on well and truly. That hurt me more than him having the affair, you know. Because I never thought he'd ever do out like that to me, you know. But even to this day, I still love him. I'll always love him. You know what I mean? Even though it's happened what's happened, but there was no going back. And it's like my oldest sister Val said, Ray, it's better to have loved and lost than never have loved at all. I've got wonderful happy memories with Alan. I've got a lot of sad ones as well, but yeah, a lot of fun we had, you know.
And it sounds like the gay community did come around to support you. And
they mothered me, they absolutely smothered me. There was any problems in Vauxhall, when Alan and I was in there, we'd split up by then, and it was like 2 separate camps, but the separate camps was these 10 people round him I had to put up with these 150 people round me. Oh, it was... Frank used to tell us, for God's sakes, lass, don't do this. You know, poor old Frank, yeah. But it just... Oh, dear. No. It was a sad time, it was hard. And I'd never cried so much in dressing rooms as I did for nearly 6 months, because I was getting the feeling from the audience. I was getting the love from the audience. I was getting what I needed. I needed to be wanted again. I needed to put back that piece of jigsaw puzzle that I took out lost, if that makes sense. You know, and the public just did it for me. You know, my mum died in 1986. Dad died in 86. This is whole people for you, right? My mum died, and I was working at Tower. I did 301 shows in total at Tower, and my mum had died, and I was doing a cabaret show there. She'd been dead about less than a week, and my manager Leon at the time, he said, "You're going back on that stage." He said, "Because if you don't, Ray, you'll never do it again. She wants you to work. She wants you to work." I felt my mother when my mum died. I felt it go right through my body. And I was on the stage in... I didn't tell you that part, did I? I was working in Bolton. No, not Bolton. Preston. In Lincolnshire? Preston? Bolton. Lancashire. And it was a late cabaret. So it meant I didn't go on till 10. I think it was 10 till 1. And there was my partner at the time was Phil. There was Phil, Margaret and Les, and me. And my mum had been really, really poorly, and I'd been to see my mum that day before I set off with Phil. I had a caravanette then, a mobile home I had, And she was really poorly in bed and what have you. And Arthur, my stepdad, he says, she's got pneumonia, Ray, but she'll be okay. The doctors had been and said she'll be okay. And I thought, okay. So he said, you get yourself off and do what you've got to do. You go and do your show. She'd want you to do that. So I was real quiet all the way down in the car because she was worrying me silly. She was my best friend. She was my mum. She was my critic. She was my mate. Anyway, gets to this club. Goes in and does the spot, the first spot. Phil said to me, you alright? I said, I've just got a horrible funny feeling. He went, come on, he said. Just 2 more spots and then we'll be on our way home. I went, oh good. Gets on the stage, and as I was stood on the stage, and I remember it distinctly. I was stood on the stage, and I went like that. And I come off the stage, I just walked straight off the stage. Phil's went, Ray, you're halfway through, what's the matter? I said, my mum's just died. Oh, look at this. He went, what? I said, my mum's just died. And he went, you're tired, it's 10 to 12. I said, I want to go home. He went, Ray, we can't. I said, I'm not going back on. And he went, anyway, disappeared. And he says to the compere and all the owners, he said, he's not well. He said, we're going to have to get off. So the bloke said, I knew there was something wrong. He said, it's not the same as the last few times we've had him here. He's different. Cut a long story short, anyway, I lived on Bullfree Estate then. Pulls up in the car, and we lived on the last house on the right hand side, on the left hand side, down the cul-de-sac. Walking down the path, and the phone's ringing. 2 o'clock in the morning, this. And I went, and Phil said, Alan, I said, no you won't. I walked in, I picked the phone up, I said, hello, it was my Uncle Ray, who I'm named after. He said, is that you Raymond? I said, yes. I said, you don't have to tell me. I said, she died at 10 to 12. He said, how the fucking hell did you know that? He said, I was there. He said, it was 10 minutes to 12 she died. I said, I knew. She went right through me. And then, as I say, I was in a right mess. Honestly, I didn't know whether I was on my head or my heels, I didn't know. But anyway, Phil, Margaret and Les, they sorted all the car out and what have you, and I was just sat in the living room. And Phil turned around and said, he didn't say it to me, he said it to Les. He said, this is going to be the end of him, you know. It's because he said he can't cope without his mother. So Les said, we're all here for him. So he said, no, Phil said, no, he said it's been strange, which I had been. I was worried about her. Anyway, I never told you see what happened to my mum, but I will do. What actually did happen. And then you'll understand why I get chewed up about it. And anyway, that was that. And Leon phoned, and he obviously mum and dad, and he said, you've got that big show, he said, at Weekend Ray. He said, I'll cancel it. So I said, where is it? He said, it's Tower. I said, no don't. I said, I'll do it. He went, you can't. He said, you're going to have a good 2,000 people in the audience, and I don't think you're capable. So I said, don't tell me what you do. Anyway, I went. And I always used to do, for my mum, I always used to do Palomar Cradle Days. What a friend, what a pal. Yeah. I was bringing up on the stage. That picture on there, I was singing it to her on that picture. Anyway, the show had all been planned out for me, what I was doing, what I wasn't doing, what sketch I was doing. And I went, I want to sing, and no you're not. And I went, pardon? Phil said, no. He said, you can't, Ray, you can't. And sorry. Anyway, I didn't sing it.
Do you want to start?
Yeah, please. Wow. Yep. And he said, no. He said, she's not here, Ray. He said, you can't do the song. He said, a lot of people in this audience will be expecting to see your mum. So I announced it on the stage that my mum had died. There was a good 2,000, and it just went silent. you could have heard a feather drop on the floor. Anyway, that was that. And I got over it, and masses of rounds of applause and standing ovations and all that lot for doing the show, getting to it. And then when it was a funeral, it was raining. And they used to put in the newspapers funerals and things. And my mum was in there. And I put a verse and what have you in. And she got buried at Northern Cemetery. This is all people for you. There was nearly 1,000 people turned up to a funeral. And until the doors of the chapel opened and I collapsed. And I was all wet. And I don't know, she was there with me then that day. You know, and I don't know, there was so many people. They estimated it to be 1,000. They had to leave all the doors open so that they could hear the steps outside. And she was buried. And the next time I did the tower, the stage was just wash with flowers. It's people, honestly. And then people say to me, what is it about all? They looked after me, and they're still looking after me now. To this day, they're still looking after me. When I was diagnosed with a cancer, there was so many nice. I was receiving flowers and letters and cards, and it's unbelievable. I genuinely can't. I don't know what I've done to deserve this. I don't know what I did all those years ago. I wanted to prove to other people that we're gay, but we're the same as you are. You know, cut me and I bleed red blood the same as you do. It's not a different colour. I'm no different apart from the sexual side of my life is different. I can't help that. I didn't ask to be born this way. It happens. You know, when you're told by a psychiatrist that it's an illness, how can it be a fucking illness? My father walked out of that room and left me in a mental home because I'd attempted suicide because I'd been raped, because I didn't know what I was. That was the hard part about it all. But all these years later, I still get people saying to me, I remember when you was young and you did all the shows. I can remember queuing up. He said, outside of Tower. He said, waiting to go in. He said, and we'd be stood there maybe an hour before they'd open the doors. And I think, well, why? What have I got? What have I got that I'm giving that you want? I can't answer it because I don't know. I was told by an agent many, many years ago, and I think I told you this before, what do you hope to achieve by doing drag as a queer? As a queer in this town, wearing a frock, what do you hope to achieve? And I turned around and said, if I can make somebody laugh for 5 minutes or once in a night, I've achieved something. I've made that person forget the worries if they've got them. And that's the way I am now, and I'm still like that now. I still feel and think that way. The determination's still there in my heart. Nothing's ever quavered about that, never. I know over the years, places I've worked, a lot of people haven't liked the show. A lot have. You know what I mean? And I used to worry about it, thinking, I don't like me. And then I thought, bollocks. I don't give a shit if you don't like me. You aren't paid to come in. You're not paying me wages. That's the way I would look at it. You know, and gay venues and such, because I never, when I was on the road with the show, I never went to many gay venues. I've always told people I'm a cabaret artist. I'm not a gay person's act. I'm not a gay person's drag queen. I'm a cabaret act. If you're going to come and see me, I'm a cabaret artist first. I'm a drag act, but I'm a cabaret act. You know, I want you to go through when they build the show as the Bobby Mandrell show. It's not just Bobby Mandrell drag act, because it is a show. There's a start, a middle, and an end, and that's the way I want it for you. And over the period of the show, I've proved once again about gay people. I've proved that you can have a laugh with gay people, and gay people aren't going to. You're not going to get a disease and pop and die. You know what I mean? Because I've touched you. You know, which when AIDS and all that was flying around, that was frightening. And I still carried on through all that. I carried on, same as the Dreams did. We carried on doing the fucking shows, bang, just to prove a point. You know, it's crazy. It's,
so it's been a fight.
Yeah, some of it's been a fight. Some of it's been a fight, and some of it hasn't. But out of 100%, if you said to me, out of 100% towards the fight, I would say 80% the fight. The lower, the 20% living by day to day, you know. I had some photographs taken a few years ago for the whole Daily Mail. The whole Daily Mail came down, it was 40 years. Bobby Mandrell had done 40 years. And I think I was on the front cover of the Daily Mail that time as well. And he says to me, he got some fantastic photographs and such in here. And then he says to me, he said, can we take one outside? And I went, what? I went, oh, I don't know, because my neighbour's never seen me in drag out there. And across the road, just a bit down the street, those flats across the road, there was men working on scaffolding, and I didn't see them, so we went out, and I'm getting all the photos taken with this big white bear in there. I went, come on, Bobby, give it loads, and they all bloody knew who I was. I could have held up and died. I thought, oh, don't do this to me. And the photographer went, I thought they didn't know you. I said, I didn't even fucking know they was there. It was all up on the roof. Go, Bobby, give it loads. I thought, oh, thanks. Yeah. So, yeah. But it has been a fight. It has been a struggle. Every show, I still get real nervous. I still want to give you everything I've got. I still want you to go home happy and glad you came to the show. I want that. You know what I mean? So I'll fight for it all the way. You know, it's like a lot of the young guys now that want to do drag and such, or a lot of the gays, the young gays, they'll come and have a chat with me and they go, because, you know, I'm sure I'm history. You know what I mean? I'll be putting a bomb. Because they ask me questions like, what was it like when you was younger? And, you know, what's different today to when you was younger? And it's like we've talked about this. What is different now? You know what I mean? And then I get, can I have a picture took with you? And I go, of course you can. My grandma used to love you. I think, aye, all right then.
Thanks.
Yeah, we'll have that picture then, shall we? You know what I mean? But I get it all the time. Over the years, I've had a lot of friends that have been gay and been petrified, horrified to tell their parents. Really, really frightened. One particular guy sticks out in my mind, Gary Jensen, and I always remember Gary because he's got a funny second name. But I loved him. I do love him to bits. But his mum was one of my biggest fans. She was one of the Bobby Mandrell fans right from the Candelly Barry days. And I'd walked into this pub one night, and I went, "You were doing in here?" And it was Gary. And he went, I said, "Gary," I said, "I've known you've been gay for years, love." He said, "But my mum and dad done. How do I tell them?" So I said, "Why?" Oops.
say.
Yeah. What it is, next door, she's got house rabbits.
Uh-oh.
And she's got Peter, he's huge. He's bigger than him. And the other day, I was doing summer, and I went out and I thought, where's Ben? So I goes out there, there's only Ben sat next to the fucking rabbit in the garden, and the rabbit's chewing whatever, I think I'd thrown some fruit out. It's eating that and he's sat in it, I thought. So I've just said to her, I said, it's a good job, I said, he's not a vicious dog. I said, else he killed your bloody rabbit. It keeps getting through. It's this big. It keeps getting through under the fence. And he comes in and he eats whatever there is, then he goes back again. She said, I think my rabbit's in your garden, as he's been in the garden all week. So he keeps coming through, he has a look, and then he goes back. And he thinks it's wonderful. Do you want to drink? Shall I make a cup of tea?
Yeah, sure.
Do you want to repeat? Yeah. You guys are into it. Oh, he's in the garden now.
I'm coming to look.
He's in the garden
Can
now.
I see him?
He's here, look. Strangest dogs I've ever come across this.
Is that Jack Russell?
Yeah, it's so massive.
Hey? Did you breed him or did you buy a puppy?
Ben?
Yeah.
No, it's a rescue dog.
Oh,
I've had him about 10 years. And I'll tell you a story, off record this. Vauxhall changed hands. And this guy, Frankie, left it. And Ashley took over.
I went in last week to meet the woman and that's now running it and said, or whatever, I'd come to see who was there or meet whatever, and I said that you'd said that it got taken over and it changed. And she said, oh, I don't know what happened. I said, well, no, nor do I. But she did tell me there was a giant door handle in the ladies the size of a cock, an enormous cock.
That's right.
Was that original?
Yes, there used to be 2 of those. Frankie had that pork. You never went into the Vauxhall, so you don't know nothing about it, do you?
No.
Right. I will find some photos of Vauxhall.
Yeah.
Because to see it, Frankie was obsessed with Amsterdam. He always said that when he got old, he was going to Amsterdam to live. It was always his thing. Unfortunately, it's never happened. But the laughs. You used to walk into Vauxhall and he'd say, right, what do you want to drink? I'll have that. Where have you got that from? And there'd be a dildo hanging off the fucking ceiling. Or there was this blow-up cushion with a big vibrator stuck to it. And then the door handle, the wind was going to tell him, the door handle's a big dick. Frank said, don't worry, I've got another one here. And he'd have one behind the bar. You never knew. The starers, and you'd stare your drink and it'd be a cock, and you'd go, oh, yeah, all right. You never knew what he was going to bastard do, mate, honestly. And people used to go in there to see it, because it was all hung off the ceiling. He did photographs. He took your photograph, and then the next time you went in, you'd be on the wall. And it went right the way around the pub. Big collage like that, right the way around the pub. It was fantastic the way he did it. In the back room, they'd all totty pots hung off the ceiling. Thousands of them hung off the ceiling. It was just, he was so creative with it. the gents' toilets was wallpapered with all pictures of naked men. You used to get the women go, excuse me, I've got to go to toilet. This is the gents. I know, but I'll just have a look round first. Hey, all right then. So I said to Frank, what are you going to do? He said, don't worry, I'm going to sort the lasses out. And then this handle came, and it's about that big, and it's a big dick, a door handle. And I've known people have the photographs took out of this. Everybody did it. Frank, he go, well, you know what I mean, lass. Oh, it was funny. So he could swear at you. Frankie could swear at you. And you'd laugh because he'd sworn at you. If you walked into his pub and he'd go there, now then you cunt, how are you? You'd bust out laughing because if you'd have walked in and he'd said to you, now then, Kay, are you alright? You'd, what's the matter, Frank?
Yeah.
You'd thought there was something wrong. You used to call me fucking Pinocchio. We all had different fucking names. I asked him one day, I said, why do you keep going? He said, because the fucking lies you tell on that stage. I said, Frank, I'm creating an atmosphere. And he said, well, you've told everybody your 2 hours is. I said, then I say, don't I? That they belong to the council. Oh, I didn't hear that. I said, no, you fucking didn't, did you? Oh, I wonder where them bleeding photos are.
Whenever he rings at Tony's, if I'm there, it's got worse, but yeah, I mean, is very, very funny.
Oh, he's funny. When we worked on North Sea Ferries, honestly.
Was he with you on North Sea Ferries?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I didn't realise.
Oh, yeah. There was Frank, Michelle, Frank, Mike, all our female names. So there was Frankie, he always got Francis. Then there was Mike, he was Michelle. Martin, he was Mimi. Steve, he was Stella. Me, I was always Candy. So there used to be Frank, Mike, Martin, Steve, me. Oh, there's a coloured lad, Miss Barnsley. There was about 12 of us in total, when I think about it. There was one old queen that came on. She was from down south. Can't remember where she lived. Oxford, somewhere like that. And Doris, they were really called her. She was an old queen. I mean, she must have been 60 when I was 40. So she was old now. And she just wear these fucking big fluffy slippers. She'd stand there having a smoke and just go, oh, careful, there's a spider there, Trip. A spider, dear. And he took the piss out the way we used to turn, but it was so funny. Doris, oh, I fucking loved her. Absolutely loved her. It was, but Frankie, yeah, there was Frankie. Then there was Tubby and Tilly, two of the gay lasses. They was on there with us. What they did with us was there used to be 2 crews. So I'd do 8 days on while you was 8 days off, and then vice versa. So the splitters right up down the middle. So many gays here, and you know. Oh, Wendy. There was Wendy on there with us. Roy Wendy Gibson.
Yeah.
Kid laughs with that with Roy. Oh. He used to play the piano, you know. If Roy was still pissed from the night before breakfast, when everybody's got hangovers, he'd start bashing the piano. Will you have fucking piano? So one night, it comes into the mess room. The piano was screwed to the wall. It was red, white, and blue. The piano screwed to the wall so that it didn't move when the ship was bouncing around. And he lifts the lid up and he goes, just going to play one of some songs, lasted. When he lifts the lid up, the crew had on his stuff the back of the piano with bread buns, full of fucking bread buns. He said, now play the bastard. Was it sugar?
No, thank you, no.
No, yeah. Yeah, it was honestly. What was it they used to say? The piano that died of fame. Because they put the piano over the wall in the Falklands, you know. He wore it out.
Really?
Oh, it's genuine. It is completely 100% genuine. I used to live in Salisbury Street. I lived on the top floor. Wendy lived on the ground floor of the same old-fashioned. It was Dr. Gavin Brown's house we lived in, so the windows was massive, really high. In Wendy, you'd have loved Wendy's flat. It was a flat, but then it had a mezzanine, and the mezzanine was the bedroom. Oh, it was fantastic. Right, it's the I'm doing a street party, lass. This is Wendy. Oh yeah. Where? Oh, son, they haven't got a piano. I've been to set mine. How are you going to get that out of here? The same fucking way it came in. Through the window. I went, what? I said, me and you? I said, we can't pick that up. He said, I've got some workmen, 12 blokes, lifted the fucking piano up, pushing this piano up the street. Honestly, crazy guy, fucking crazy. But it was funny. It was so funny. He lived on Nelson's Court, and we had to bring the piano all the way down these 3 flights of stairs. There was having it was the royal wedding. It was Diana's wedding.
Yeah.
That's how I come to make the Union Jack. And we had to paint the fucking piano all red, white and blue, and that was the piano that went on board the ship. Honestly, they craned that piano up onto the ship. And we got away with a lot of the stuff we did, you know, I will never ever know. North Sea ferries, before it became P&O ferries, they must have put up with all sorts from us, you know, because it's up to summer. We once had a party in the mess room, and it was Halloween, right? So we did all the full mess room out, all black, with all trees, all made out of black bin liners. We all turned to the next morning, not a fucking bin, not a bin liner available for all the rubbish on the ship, not a bin liner. And the person came through into the mess room and he went, "Did you all have a good night last night then?" I said, "Oh yeah." I said, "Well listen, you better behave yourselves because we've got no fucking bin liners for this morning, they're all in here. We've done trees and all sorts." I ain't got any of them other pictures of that. Frank had them all. But
so was he the same role as you?
We was all assistant stewards. Whether you was bedroom steward or cafeteria steward, you was all assistant stewards.
Had he been in the Navy? Had he been?
No.
He'd always been merchant Navy.
No, Frankie's parents owned a fish shop on Long Hill, because it's quite a complicated story and I don't really want to talk about his private life.
No.
But, right, something happened on North Sea Ferries that shook Frank rigid. And I'll explain this to you without on. What happened was, we all got on great. We all looked after each other, you know what I mean, what have you. But Frankie was always like the kingpin. Do you understand what I mean? It was always, if you've got a problem, we'll ask Frank first, because Frank was the oldest of us all. I was only 20 when I went on there. Yeah. Anyway, he come on board the ship, and I said to Mike, "Has Frank just come on board?" So he went, "Yes, I did not speak to him for some reason." He said, "Just slammed his cabin door." Because Frank had the biggest cabin, anyway, by and by about that. So, never came out. And that's what's so much wrong. So Steve came back on board, Mimi came on board, Wendy came on board. We all went and knocked on Frank's door because we thought there was something radically wrong. He turned up and said, "I don't know what to tell you." He was sobbing buckets, absolutely breaking his heart. And in the end, Mike said to him, "Frank, what's the matter?" He said, "I've just found out," he said, "that my auntie is my mother, and my mother isn't my mother. My mother's my grandma." What? Anyway, cut a long story short with this, his grandma, he thought was his mother, was his grandma. He thought was his sister. Was his mum. And then he was adopted by. He's got 3 families. Because he was adopted by somebody else, which he always referred to the old dear. He always referred to his adopted mum as the old dear, and they brought him up. but he's got one hell of a... If you had to see Frank's brothers and sisters, they all look the same. Do you know, his brothers, you can tell it's Frank's brother. It's really weird, but it ripped him to shreds.
To know there'd been a lie.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, he was well into his 20s. Well, he's 7 years older than me, sounds like he was 77, 78.
Yeah, he'd be well into his 20s, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he'd be late 20s, yeah. Yeah, and it was, I went, what? And then, it was months later, we was all invited to this pub round here. I can't remember the name of the pub round here, and Frank said, whatever you do, don't let Doreen know that you all know that she's my mum. And how do you do that? She knew, we all knew.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? But,
secrets and lies in families.
Oh my God, it was absolutely devastating. It was devastating.
But what was the devastation? That it was a lie, or that it was...
All of it. Because
all of it.
Because it was a lie, and he didn't know.
Yeah, it's like a
He'd walked into somebody's house, and he'd walked into the conversation. That's how we found out. He wasn't told. He went, what are you talking about? They said, you. What? And he laughed about it. It was the truth. He said, all these years, he said, I thought our Doreen was my sister, and it's my mother.
Really hard.
Christ. But
and I think going back to and I wonder if there's something in it. It's a bit like, why do people, when you were talking about your mum and what is it that I do? I don't know what I do. And you've talked to me before about laughing. You make people laugh. But I think what is also happening is that you are totally and have always been authentically you. You have lived a truthful life. No matter how hard or good or whatever, you've lived the truth. And not many people live their true selves. And I wonder in that moment as well, what's happened is he's, for all the difficulties of being gay, living a truthful gay, do you know what I mean, life, and then to have, this isn't true, that everything that I thought I was true was not true. So
what had happened was, he'd literally gone home to take some cigarettes, because it was duty free. So that's all he'd gone home to do. He said, he turned around and said, if he'd not gone to set these cigs off, would he have found out? Would he ever have found out?
At some point.
Exactly.
Because birth certificate.
Oh, I thought, Christ almighty.
Because it must be on his birth certificate.
Yeah. But as I say, he's got 3 families. He always says, I've got 3 families.
So I wonder if there's... There's something to me about being authentic that's really admirable, and you talk about the people that are trawlermen as having courage. I think to me, you've led an incredibly courageous life. It is full of courage.
Yeah.
Do you reflect on that at all? Has people must have said that to you?
I've been asked many times, many times. Wasn't you frightened to work in the bars where all the fishermen was, when all the fishermen were only home for 3 days? So they're out to have a good time and get pissed. It never ever occurred to me. It never occurred to me for one single second that I was in any danger. I didn't feel as if I was in any danger because it's a cup of tea. Because
it's all your community.
Yeah, there was always. I was only thinking about you the other day, and I was driving, and I was thinking about you coming here today, and there was a story I want to tell you because this always makes me giggle, this. I don't know whether I told you last time, but I was working I think I did tell you actually. I was working in this bar one night, Red Lion, and it was a charity show, and Ruth and the Rudens was singing, and I was on the bill as well. And when I'd finished my spot, I came off the stage. I didn't do what makes a man, because it wasn't my show. It was a mixture. So I come down, I got changed back to myself. I'd gone to the bar for a drink, and there was these 2 brothers. Excuse me, Arthur and his brother. And he said, now then, Candy. I said, I'm fine. And this bloke said, why you just called him Cand? So he said, well, it's Candy Lee Barry. He went, was it you on the stage in a minute ago? In the frock? I went, yeah. He said, well, he said, tell you what, he said, you're a fucking ugly man, he said, but aren't you beautiful as a woman? And I went, thanks. And I didn't know whether to take it. And I thought about this only the other day. And I thought, I didn't know whether to take it as a compliment or whether he was being funny. But he said, you make a gorgeous woman, but aren't you a fucking ugly man? I thought, thank you very much. But it was things like that. I felt a bit threatened then. Because I'd lost my disguise. I'd lost my mask had come down. And I did feel a little bit, but now, when I've thought about I find it so amusing, even to this day. Sometimes it shows, if I come out of the show and I'm still fully dressed as Bobby Mandrell, the amount of times I've had women come up to me and they bend their heads and they're looking up and I say, what are you looking for? I'm trying to work out what colour your hair is, really, under the wig. And I said, oh, I'm an eggshell blonde. Oh, well, yeah. Then at the end of the night, when I do what makes a man, I've heard the woman say, I thought you said you was an eggshell blonde. I said, I am. Skin. Oh, yeah. Please. I've learned, touch wood, over the years, to try and have an answer every time. I have tried, it's difficult, but I always try to get one over on you or answer you back as quick as I can. Otherwise, I've lost it. That if you get one over on me, bang, I'll to fight to get this back. And I've always been like that. Always.
Is that competition or
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. It's an old saying, isn't it? When you hear a lot of people turn around and say, is it difficult to be a drag artist? Yes and no. You've got to be brassy. You've got to be that little bit cheeky, and think, right. You've got to think you're not better than other people, but you're wittier. You've got that little bit more wit. If you didn't, you've sunk. I think so anyway. I think you sunk straight away. But it's frightening in that respect. I think, can I overcome this? I've worked places, where I've working men and all that, and it's been frightening. And showers your fucking dick. You go, it's like one bloke said, years ago, he says to me, he said, I'd love to fondle your tits. I said, when I take them off, I said, you can have them in a carrier bag. And he went, are they false? I thought, you're daft. Yeah, you know what I mean? And things like that, then you feel threatened. You know what I mean? I once did a show in Nottingham, and it was when the miners' strikes was on, and we was working this club, and there was a male stripper on and me, and we were working this club, and it was like, the old-fashioned Nisnuts, that like a dome, aren't they? It was like that. I can't remember the name of it, the place, and I was working with this stripper called Buddy Brown, and when we came in, all the dressing room was all steel lined. The door was metal, as if, mind you, it was like sort of stood on its own, this club, so maybe bombshell, yeah. And they put this stage right in the middle, like a walkway, and we did all the show, and all the girls, a lot of the girls had never seen a coloured stripper. They'd never seen a black stripper. And he stripped down to this G-string and then refused to take it off. So there was virtually a riot. And all the people that organised it got us into this steel and locked in this dressing room. We was locked in there. A riot was going on. There was ripping the club to shreds. And within about 15 minutes we had boom! A massive... They'd only blown his car up. So when we went out, his car was on fire. And I thought, Christ, and that was all because he never took his G-string off. And then people said to me, have you ever been frightened? Yeah, I've shit my fucking self. Many times. Oh yeah, that was just on one occasion, that.
What did he say?
He just stood there crying. He didn't know what to say. He went, how am I going to get home? We parked our car at the front of the club, where his was parked at the back, and that's boom. But we heard it was boom. I have been in over the years when the minor strikes was on, and I was working all over Mansfield and Nottingham. We've pulled into a service station and been transferred out of our car into a van and then took into the venue. Because of all the explosions, the bombs and everything that was going off at the time. Oh yeah. You know, and you think, look. Another little story for you. I was once working in Lincolnshire, and on the contract it said, the bunker. So we arrived there, pulls up, I gets out the car and I went, if you think for one moment I am working in an heap of fucking soil, you can forget it. And Phil said, oh, give it a chance. I said, how can you go in there? I said, it's a bleeding mud heap. When we goes round through, and the dirt, wow, it was unbelievable. The carpets came up to your nose. It was unbelievable inside. They'd converted this bunker into a nightclub.
Wow.
It was fantastic. I did it about 20 times in total. It was fantastic. But from outside, it looked like an old bunker in the war. And I thought that's what was going to get us going in. You're joking. Pinchbeck bars always sticks in my mind. And it was Les, Big Les, was alive and working for me then. And we was working in Pinchbeck bars, and we're going along this road, and I said, but they're all greenhouses. So Les said, yes, and I thought that. We carried on going. Then all of a sudden the name of this club came up, but we pulled in, and it was a greenhouse. And I worked in this greenhouse, and it was a club. And in it, it had the most beautifulest big pond full of koi carp. And Les was sat there all night feeding the koi carp peanuts. Honestly, the laughs were mad. He sat there feeding them, I'm thinking, Christ almighty. But what I'm laughing at is, he was behind me. So I'm thinking the audience are laughing at me. They was laughing at him feeding his fucking koi carp. Oh, dearie me.
And you talked earlier about working. I mean, you did work at a time that was politically very difficult.
Yeah.
And through the AIDS crisis, all of these times that were really, really difficult times to be gay.
Yeah, yeah.
And
yeah, a lot of places that I worked when it was the AIDS scare, I put it to the back of my mind about AIDS and everything, because I was losing friends, and I won't say I didn't, because I did. I lost a lot of friends through AIDS. Not only in Hull, I've made a lot of friends over the years wherever I've worked, all over the place, whether it be Leeds, whether it be Manchester, whether it be Scarborough, Hornsey. I've made friends there, and I've stayed friends with them. But I was losing friends left, right and centre, and I've been asked, are you alright? In clubs. You ain't got AIDS, have you? No. Why? Well, said, no, don't talk so bloody stupid. I won't be here, would I? No. Oh, we're just making sure. And sometimes, I've even had to say sometimes that I'm not gay. That has been put through to me. If anybody asks you if you're queer, say no. And I've had that in clubs. And I've said, but why should I?
When you were performing?
Yeah. And I said, but I am what I am. And as luck would have it, no one ever asked. No one in the clubs ever did ask. But if they had done, I would have told them the truth. I'm not going to lie about it. What have I got to lie about? Oh, no. I've had Jorex thrown at me. I've had lube thrown at me. Anything.
Pants.
Yeah, pants. Yeah, oh yeah, pants. Just laugh it off. It was nasty. It was. I've been asked many times, at various places, have you lost any gay friends, because of what's... I said, yes, I have. I won't lie to you. I'll tell you the truth. But doesn't it bother you? I said, no, it doesn't bother me touching them or anything, because I can't catch it that way. I said, to educate yourself, I said, read about it, and you'll find out how he can catch it and how he can't. You know, there used to be a lot of people going around the gay venues, you know, and you'd see dishes with Durex in, and then there'd be leaflets about AIDS and everything, and that's in straight venues as well. You know what I mean? So I've been asked before today by straight men, I don't suppose you've got a Durex in your bag, have you? And I've been on the stage, I think, as well as it happened, I come to the dressing room and I've given him a Durex. Oh yeah, met this bird in there and she wants to screw in and I've got a Durex. Well, here. And they think, okay, fair enough. Oh yeah. But
and do you think? And is there something? I mean, there's two questions. Maybe they're for another time. There's something about men being attracted to the idea of what you're doing, which is being authentic, I guess, openly gay, and dressing as a woman. There is.
Yeah. When I first started doing the shows, I was frowned upon by the gay scene. A lot of the gay scene didn't like drag.
Why?
I don't know. They didn't. Whether it was a threat or not, I don't know. But a lot of gay people didn't like drag. A lot of gay people. And I think that's why I went the other way and I did cabaret. Because Danny LaRue was very big when I was younger. So I was a young Danny LaRue to them. But to the gays, it was like a threat. For some reason, it was like a threat. A lot liked it. Mainly, the lesbians liked the gays. They liked the drag more than the gays did. It's I don't know. It's we once went on a coach trip. This might answer this. We'd gone on a coach trip from Hull to Leeds, to Bananas Gay Club, and I was chatting to this guy. He was absolutely dead gorgeous. And I'm chatting away to him and what do you do for a living? I storm in the Merchant Navy. Wasn't a lie. I didn't mention Candy Lee Barry or Bobby Mandrell. Didn't mention it at all. Oh, great. And what do you do, sir? So yeah, blah, 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 blah. Graham comes walking past me, mate. He said, are you all right, Cand? I said, yeah, I'm fine. Do you want a drink? Oh, go on then. Graham had gone, he went, Cand, I thought you said your name was Ray. I said, well, a lot of people call me Candy. He went, why? So I said, that's my other job. He went, really? I went, yes. What, you a drag actor? I went, yeah. He went, wow. I won't be minutes. I'm just going to nip to the toilet. I never seen him from that minute to today. Never saw him no more. Didn't see him anywhere in the club. Nowhere. Gone. To have a relationship as a drag queen is very difficult. It is so difficult. They don't want you as. One of my ex-partners once said to me, if I want to go out with a woman, I'll go out with a woman, not a man dressed as one. And it's been like that all my life. All my life. Alan was an exception, because Alan got to know me as me. Alan used to say to me, he said, I love you, Ray, but I can't stand your sarcasm. He said, you're the most sarcastic bastard I've ever come across. And why, I don't know. Whether that was putting a barrier up to protect myself again, I don't know. Whether it was because something hadn't been done right that I wanted putting right, I don't know. I cannot answer you. But no gay man wants a drag act for some reason. Now, if it was a bisexual man, a lot do. A lot want you in female attire. I'm chatted up a lot, and I mean a lot.
When you're dressed up?
Yeah, oh yeah, by married men. I've been threatened by the wives, and I've thought to myself at the time, you're a very pretty girl. Why are you worried? You must have reasons to be worried. But why? I don't know. I don't know your life. You don't know mine. But It's right. The times I've had blokes in clubs say to me, "Can I come in your dressing room?" No. What do you want to come in there? Can I come and watch you get dressed? No. It's like a massive turn on for a lot of men. And I once, I can't remember where I was working somewhere. I want to say Nottingham. And I was doing share. And the zip went on the boots. And I went, what am I going to do? So my dresser said, put stockings and suspenders on. And I went, for sure. He said, yeah, it'll work. So I did. I got wolf whistled from the minute I walked out the dressing room all the way on. They had me dancing on these fucking tabletops with all these bikers. My legs was touched and touched and touched. All because they had stockings and suspenders on. Over the years, I've always been real cheeky, right? Always.
Really?
And yeah, and one of the things that's always amused me, and this is coming from me personally, from my heart, this. What amuses me more than anything is, I've got 2 grown-up sisters. I love the ground they walk on. I adore them. One of them's bow-legged, and the other one's knock-kneed. So why was I born with legs to die for, which I am told regularly? I wish I had legs like, oh, are you really a man? And then I get, and your ass is unbelievable. Now that amused me. So I started having outfits made where I could pull it up and I wore thongs, so it was just the cheeks and my arse. And even to this day, at 71, it's still got a good arse, hasn't he? And I'm thinking, but it amused me. So I used to do it even more. My mum used to say to me, Raymond, put your outfits down. Don't get away with it. But I didn't help a devil, and I still do. I'll turn when I've got a full sequin gown on, and I'll turn towards the back of the stage, and I'll lift my frock up and scratch my ass, and then drop it again, just for devilment, just to see what the reaction is, and I love it. Honestly, I shouldn't have even told you that, but I do. And then I get wolf whistled, then I get blokes coming up. And then when they touch me bottom, they go, wow, it's a dancer's ass. We've all got real tight asses. Wow, fucking hell, hang on there, Rover. You know, is your husband all right? Well, I think I'm going to be when I get home now. It's not showing me that. But honestly. But I do it purposely. I do it because I can.
Out of devilment, what's it for? Why on purpose?
I get this bit of a kick out of it, if I'm honest. I get a bit of not a thrill, that's the wrong word, but I think it's, you don't see a woman walking down the street lifting her frock up and showing her ass, or whatever, not purposely. I do, and I do it purposely, and it's just to see what the reaction's going to be. That's what it is, really. It's, can I get away with this? Can I push it a little bit further? And I do. I know I shouldn't do, but I do.
It's clearly worked.
Oh yeah, it's weird. I've even had people say to me, "You never showed your ass once tonight." Oh, sorry. Yeah, I shouldn't have done.
But is there the dressing up? I guess it's a question I asked the Dream Girls. Why drag? Like, what is the thrill of putting on women's clothes? You talk about it as a kid. You did it as a kid.
Yeah.
What?
For fun. I don't
was
really
it
know.
For fun?
It was then, but now.
Do you remember the joy of it?
Yeah. And I liked the feel of the material. I liked the sparkly and the glitz and all that, and still do. I love sequin outfits. If they're made of sequin, we'll have it. If they're not, I don't want it. It's a lot of my there's a lot of outfits here, but a lot of my outfits are sequin. They're not they're not cotton or out like that. I've got cotton outfits because I need them for certain sketches, but I want the glitz, I want the glamour, I think it's nice when you're up on the stage and you get women in the audience saying, oh, look at that outfit. Oh, what I'd give for that outfit. I've got that outfit, but I'm doing it because I know you want it. I'm wearing this because you have paid for this.
But you're also enjoying it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, very much so. Very much so. Oh, yeah. Not sexual. It's not a sexual thing or anything like that. It's just, I don't know. It's. Could it be the thought of being pretty? Or maybe because I was told that I was made an ugly fucking man but a bonny woman? I don't know. I genuinely don't know, but I do love I'm one of these people, as a gay man, I would say if a girl walked into the room and she was real pretty, I said, what a pretty girl she is. Isn't that outfit fabulous on her? And I can also be, well, her hair's wrong, she's a pretty girl, and doesn't she look a frigging mess in that?
Sounds like your mum.
Yeah, and I would tell them that. I would be the one that would, and then people would go, did you have to? I said, well, I'm sorry, I've got to speak the truth. And I would do it. I think, oh dear. It's like certain people, drag act friends, over the years, I've always tried in my own kind of way to advise. If I think they're doing something that's not right and could be made better, I wouldn't pinch that idea. I would tell them, the music's right, but the outfit's wrong. If it was me doing that, I would wear, I'd sooner advise. I'd sooner please you than offend you, you know what I mean? Or try to. And I've done that over the years. I just can't help it. I've made strippers' outfits, male strippers' outfits, and I've made gorilla outfits, firemen's outfits, bloody all sorts of outfits for different people. You know what I mean? I've had guys that used to come when I had the pub. The strippers used to come, and I'd be absolutely exhausted, and then I'd get a phone call. Oh, Candy, can you repair me fireman's outfit? Yeah, of course I can. So I'd get strippers come in and with a fireman's outfit. I used to say to Alan, he ought to have that sewing machine chained to my back. You know what I mean? But but yeah, I would advise. I don't want you going upon that stage and making yourself look a fool. I don't want you to make yourself look an idiot. I'm not going to mention no names. I'm not going to mention where. But there's a certain drag queen there's a certain drag queen around and about, and the wigs are wrong. And I'm not the only one that's said about the wigs. Most of the gay community have said about the wigs. The wigs are wrong. They don't look right, they don't suit, they're easy, but they're not right. And I'm itching to say something, but I'm not going to, because I won't offend. I won't hurt this person that way, but I think it. And I do always pass comment about the wig, but I do it subtly. The words.
But I think that, the idea of not being a fool, not wanting to be seen as a fool, that's also deeply.
Yeah.
You're not being a fool on the stage. You're not there like the.
I'm not a clown up there.
No.
I'm not an idiot.
No.
I'm not an idiot. I know what I'm doing, or I like to think I know what I'm doing. I'm very conscious about the stage. I'm very conscious when I'm up on the stage. I want everything to be right for you. I want it to be right. I've been told over the years by lots of people I should have been in the theatre. Said you should have been in the theatre. As an actor or anything like that, you've got it all. Because I know what I want. I know what I want, and I know how I want it. You know what I mean? Yeah. A few minutes ago, you just asked me a question, was on about the drag, about all the glamour and the glitz. I love it. I love all the glamour, I love all the glitz, I love all the big jewellery, the fabulous big wigs and all that. I love it all, but I also love to get up on that stage looking like a fucking complete mess. you know, with a pair of sannies on and an old tatty old frock on and ripped tight. Because I love that side of it. I love the comedy side of it. We call it cod drag. Because it is. It's just whack. You think. I've had people say to me, "Well, you don't look like the same person." I said, "I know, but that's the way it's supposed to be. It's a caricature. It's a character, and that's the way I want it. I want it to be that character." I do one sketch in my show, and they always want this one sketch, and I come on dressed as an old lady, and I've got a real tatty old wig on, big round glasses, an old hat, and I've got all this stuff being pulled out of knickers, but I look a complete. They all ask for that spot every single time, because it's funny. It is so, and I'm sending myself sky high, you know. But the love, but I do. I love the slapstick of it all. Then again, we do that. Then I go back into something glamorous because I want that. Mm. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's.
It's really complex.
Yeah. Yeah. I think you've got to. As I said earlier on, I'm a bit of a perfectionist. Now, if I've got an outfit on and the outfit's blue, I want blue jewellery to match that. I want blue shoes, and I'm more than likely will have blue eyeshadow to match the full lot. So it all gels in. I mean, anybody can sling a frock on, and if it doesn't look right, it looks a mess. I don't want that. I don't want that at all. I want it to look right. I love it when I overhear people, ladies especially, and I hear ladies say, "Did you see that outfit? I bet that cost a fortune. I wonder where he got that from." You hear this. Years ago, I used to work in a pub called the Rampant Horse on Orchard Park. I used to do that pretty regular. And a girl used to go, well, woman, went to the audience, said, "Your outfits and everything's fabulous." She said, "But your shoes are awful." I went, "Pardon?" She said, "Your shoes are awful." She said, "You seem to wear all the same shoes at every outfit." Do you know, and I thought, I'm going back a lot of years, and I thought, she's right. I do. Never thought about it. So I thought, So I says to Leon, "When are we working over in Belgium?" Because I worked over in Belgium, you see. So he went, "Oh, not till the end of whenever." I went, "All right. Why?" I said, "Can we go into Rotterdam as well?" And he went, "Ray, what's going on? Why are you asking?" I said, "Well, we're going across on North Sea ferries." I said, "We'll be going to Rotterdam." He said, "Yeah, but we're staying with Liz and Lisette in Belgium." I went, he said, so Margaret, his wife, she was a stripper, female stripper. And she said, "Why, what you?" I said, "Shoes." And she went, I went, "Yeah." She went, "You can buy shoes here." I went, "No." I said, "I've been told to go to such and such and such Kerkstraat in Rotterdam, and there's a shoe shop there." Somebody had told me, but anyway, cut along short, we went. Oh, I wish I'd have had £3,000. I'd have bought the fucking shop window. We'll have them, and them. The shoes was unbelievable, what you could buy. So I bought 4 pair of shoes. And it was to match outfits that I'd got, and it worked. The next time I went to Rampant Horse, I pulled this fucking frock up, and I was looking at her, and she went, "Love the shoes." And it was through a lady in the audience saying to me about the shoes.
And what was it about this shop, that they were flamboyant shoes?
Oh yeah.
And size wise?
No, I only took a size 6, so I could buy ladies' shoes like that. My first pair of black stilettos was bought from Fairman's in Savile Street, way back in the 70s. So I could just walk in. He used to let me go upstairs to try them on. "You're that man that dresses in ladies' clothes, aren't you?" That's what he said to me. I went, "Yeah." He said, "I don't know your name, but I know you're him. And you're the only one around here, aren't you?" I said, "I don't know him." I said, "Well," he said, "we get other men that come in," he said, "but not like you." I think, okay, fair enough. Yeah. Mr. Fairman, he was lovely.
But Rotterdam, the shoe shop.
No, that was in Hull.
No, but in Rotterdam.
In Rotterdam, the shoes was different. They weren't like ours. There wasn't a plain black shiny stiletto. It might be a black shiny stiletto, but with Diamante there and something on the heel. I'm going back all them years.
Yeah.
But it was expensive. You was talking a lot of money. You was talking good £100 a pair of shoes. Easy. And as I say, I bought 4 pair, so that was like a month and a half's wages gone.
You have committed a lot of money to this alter ego.
Yeah, very much so. I always put Bobby Mandrell first. Always. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I went out looking like a tramp when I went up myself, but no. I always made sure Bobby Mandrell had the best I could afford. Hull's always been a little bit backward in the respect of we never really had any shops where you could go and buy sequin fabrics or anything like that. It just didn't happen. You had to travel. Birmingham, Bradford, Leeds, Manchester, Doncaster. I used to buy a lot of fabrics. My sister lived in Doncaster at one point, so it was a good excuse for us to go and visit Valerie, and then I could go do some shopping on the market, and I could buy sequin fabrics from Doncaster. Then people, where have you got that from? I got in Doncaster, off the market. And that's how it was done. It was, but I always made sure, or I like to think, that Bobby Mandrell had the best that I could afford. And if it wasn't right, I would say it wasn't right. If I wasn't happy with it. I had a Carmen Miranda outfit made, all frills. And James, my dressmaker, was a perfectionist. That outfit you've got on 500 shows or 5 years. Out goes wrong, bring it back. That's how confident he was. And he says to me, I told him that I wanted a new carnival outfit making, all frills and what have you, and he went, got it. What colour? I said, it's entirely up to you. I said, but I want something special. No problem, leave it with me. I went and had all the measurements and all that done. Liked it, material, liked that. It's like a glittery nylon stuff. I loved it. Then he phoned me and he said, the outfit's made. It's all ready. And I said, do I like it? He went, I beg your pardon. Well, you'd have thought I'd spit fucking tacks at him. He went, what do you mean you don't like this? You don't like it? Honestly, Kate, if the fucking ground had happened, I'd have sunk, I'd have gone. I was frightened to death of him. And do you know what the problem was? When he'd done the frills, he'd done the frill to the frill. I didn't want that. I wanted frill. I wanted lots of frills, and he hadn't. That was the problem. So I went, we're supposed to leave it with me. So I went, I don't mind paying the extra. There'll be no bleeding extra. You're not happy with the fucking outfit. I've told you before, it's 5 years or 5. And I thought, oh, okay, fair enough. And when it came back, oh wow, it was spot on. Then he says to me, I was working at the St George's, and he always used to come and see me there if it was a new outfit that he'd made, and I'd wear the new outfit there first. James used to come and he'd watch. If it didn't work right or something was wrong, he'd tell me, then he'd rectify it. When he come marching in, he was in the fucking dressing room, he had this box, about that in length, about that. And I went, so what, you got a violin? He said, no, it's your light. I said, my light? I said, what for? Where's Alan? I said, he's upstairs, he's still gone, have a word with Alan. I went, so there's me and Gavin, Crystal, my DJ, getting ready in there. I said, what fucking light's he on about? Gavin went, I don't know. I said, we've got all the lights we need on the stage and everything. I couldn't work it out. Anyway, I comes to go on to do the stage, and there's this thing on the back of the stage. I thought, what's that? And it was this long thing, a light. Wow. Oh, I found out why. Off went all the lights, on went that, and the full outfit lit up. It all lit up. This blue light, all the materials was a special iridescent, and as he did, they're all going, oh, the others, where are you plugged in? I said, I don't know. I didn't even know myself. It was fucking glowing. I just didn't want the spot to finish. And that was what the light was for.
He sounds amazing.
He was so clever. I've still got that outfit and I still wear it.
And where was he based?
He was based in Hull. He was from Leicester.
And alive and still...
I don't know where he is now. Nobody knows where he is. He left very quickly in Hull. That's all I'm going to say. And he did move to Nottingham, but he's moved again a few times since then. I don't know why, a bit of a naughty boy, but there you go. But clever. He was trained by the Royal Shakespeare Company. He lived in Leicester. And when he lived in Leicester, he worked for the Royal Shakespeare, and he used to make all their outfits.
Wow.
He was so clever. Honestly, it was... I said to him one night, I think I told you this story, we was going to a licensed victuallers, and he made me a full black crinoline within 48 hours. Bang. Stunning. And that was... and there was an underskirt as well, separate. Absolutely stunning. He was so clever, you know. And...
And then who have you used since as dressers? Or as costume
dressmakers? Various people. But... it's various people. And, you know, and they've been good. They've been really good, you know. Some of the costumes have been... in fact, two of the girls that worked, they made 3 of the lift-up outfits. And they're the best I've ever had made. Apart from the first one, which Margaret made. And the new gown's just been finished for that one, funnily enough. It's only been here 2 weeks. I've never worn it. Pink.
Wow.
Come on, I'll show you.
Yeah. No, it's fantastic.
Now it's in a bit of a state, this room.
So where are we going?
Yeah, this is Bobby Mandrell. This is his room.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Show her.
Yeah. Can I take photos?
Yep. Did the Dream Girl show you theirs?
No. I'm going back for costumes.
Oh yeah. You show her.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Walk right in.
Look at the shoes.
There's the pink one. That's the new one. It's there. That's brand new.
So what am I looking at? Describe
This
it.
one, this pink one, it's the most fantastic colour in it. And I've got that. It's a replacement, this. I've got it to replace the dress that went with this one. This is one of the lift-ups that I was telling you about.
Yeah,
This is all rodded.
Yeah.
That one's rodded. That one's rodded. That one's purple. This one we've got in our hands now. This is the original. This was the very first. It's 40 years old, this. Where's the opening? There. There you are. That one's 40 years old. And it's still wearable. Yeah. So what I've done is I've had it altered. I've had this altered to go with that.
Which is a sequin, but with a...
Yeah, it's velvet. It's velvet and sequin, this one. And it's scattered sequin. It's purple at the top. And then from the bottom it goes gold into the purple. You can't see it now, but when I'm on stage, if you stand back, you can just see how it starts to go up. And then it goes right. Well, that one, the top of that, matches this one. There, look. So that's a replacement as well. Yeah, these open right, they go around my waist, then they open right up to that. That's another new one, the blue one. That's all blue sequins and royal blue feathers. When this was made, I wanted turquoise feathers. And she says, no, it won't look right. So I went and bought turquoise feathers. And it didn't look right. So it's going to have got royal blue. Should you need a contrast, which is the royal blue on it. That would split right up one leg, that one. So that's the one with the heart. Oh, I've got it the wrong way around. That's the one with the big heart here. And then underneath that, there's another costume. There's the big heart, no it isn't. Where are we? There's the big heart here. And that's the other costume that goes underneath that. So when I'm on stage, I do look what happened to Mabel, and when it comes into look what happened to Mabel, the frock comes away and leaving Mabel in a basque. But Mabel has her hat on. She's got a hat in her somewhere. There's Mabel. That's Mabel's wig and hat. There.
How many wigs are here?
300. I've got 300. There's not 300 there. These are ones that I use when what I'm using at the moment. They're like Cher, Shirley Bassey, Tina Turner, Cher. They're all different.
And where do the wigs? Who supplies the wigs?
I buy them from all over the place. I've bought them from Leeds, Manchester. If I'm walking, if I'm in a town and I see them in a shop and I like it, I'll go in and buy it.
And do you dress them?
Yeah, most of them I do. If it's anything difficult, then they go away and then they're sorted out by an hairdresser and she sorts them out for me. Because there's certain ones that are, look at that one, they say. And then there's another one, that one's got a hat on. You know, this is a brand new one of them. In case I have a standby for Cher in case anything had to happen to that. You know, so then.
And what would a cost of a wig be?
They vary. It depends what you want. The Tina Turner one, that was £450. That, just this one. But it doesn't owe me a penny.
No.
I've worn it. God, it must be 10, 15 years old. That, but they vary from, I don't know, about £30, depending on what you're looking for, and they can go up to anything up to 500, you know, £1,000. Some of them, none of mine are, but.
Which do you love wearing the most?
I like that one.
This one.
Yeah, but at the moment, this month, it's this one, and the reason I like this is because it's grey, and I've never worn grey. If you look, they're nearly all blondes or reds. But this, and I saw it and I thought, oh, I like that. So.
Is this you embracing an older?
I don't know what it was. It was just, I don't know. I just liked the colour and I thought, I wonder if I can. And I thought, at my age, I actually did say to my dresser, and honestly, talking about vanity, I said, it doesn't make me look old, does it? He went, Bobby, he said, you're 72 nearly. How old do you expect you're going to look in it? That's the gospel truth. I thought, all right, that's my very favourite of them all, that one.
Why?
I just love it because it's got roots, it's black roots, and it was just, it's big, it's loud, and it's Bobby Mandrell. That one.
It's very Hazel Road.
That is, yeah. Roots. That one. And there's another one somewhere. They all remind me of Hazel Road, the style. This one, that's the finale wig. This one's, I wish I could get another one like this. It's so easy to keep because it has to be thrown. When I do that, you know, and but it looks lovely on. When it's on, it looks absolutely brilliant.
I like the pink one as well in the corner.
Now that, when I saw it in the catalogue, I thought, oh, I like that. And it was all these curls, I thought, fabulous, looked like that. When it arrived, I thought, what the fuck is this? So I combed it up and cut it. And cut loads of it off. That's why it looks like that now. This was this length.
It's a beautiful colour.
Yeah, the pink. It's only been worn once, and I won't keep. It needs sorting out again.
Well, if it doesn't work though, you can like it, but doesn't necessarily need to work.
It's good for comedy, anything like that. Because I have an outfit, and it's pink. It'll be somewhere in there because these are full of costumes.
I was going to say, what are we? How many's in this room? Dare we say?
I would say in here. I would say about 300. About 300. Because that's full.
Wow.
That's full. they all are.
And have you got all of them? Everything from the beginning?
No. I've got some, I don't know where, but there is some because that's full as well down there. That's the one I was just going to tell you about, the butterflies.
Yeah, tell me about this one.
That's a James. That's one James made. I wanted an outfit making for a little girl to pull stuff out of. And I couldn't work out what I wanted. He said, leave it with me, so we'll come up with something. And it's got, oh, where are they? It's got massive big knickers that go with it. And they're the same.
Beautifully made.
Yep.
And so you stuff things
yeah,
in
it's
the
also
knickers?
yeah, and then that's got an underskirt. There'll be an underskirt for it, and that sticks out as well. But it was the butterflies that I liked because he knows I like butterflies. So he said, I've got a little surprise for you for your lollipop outfit. And I said, oh, what? So what is it? He said, you'll see. And this is what he came up with, and I fell in love with it. And then when I bought that pink wig, I thought, oh, that's perfect because it will go with that straight away. But that one, yeah, there's so many of them.
Every one has a story.
Oh yeah. There's Union Jacks. There's these bags. They'll have the props will be with them, so that I know exactly. Then there's jackets. I have a lot of jackets, sequin jackets. There's one, if I can find it, and it's my favourite. And I don't know where it is. Oh, that one. I'm giving that one away. This dress. I'm giving a friend that. It's got big roses all over it, look, but it doesn't fit me. And he wants it for some thingy. It's all made of shot silk. And James made all these. And it's all over the dress.
So it's going to another drag?
That is, yeah. That one, yeah. That one. Oh, that's the one that I wear when I do the old lady. That's that one. That's Madonna, that one. And that's my favourite Cher outfit, that one. It's so tiny, it's so old. That's the front. That's my favourite Cher outfit of them all, that. Oops. There you are.
When would you have first worn that?
Wow, now somebody asked me the same question only the other week. This outfit, it's 30 years old. It's got to be, because I made this when I was working on North Sea Ferries, and I've been left North Sea Ferries since 1996. So, and I still wear it, and the boots are there.
Tell us about the boots.
The boots, they're new ones. I've only worn them once, don't like them, because I've only got little feet, and when I've got them on, I look as if I've got real big feet, real big pointed toes. So I'm not over keen on them.
But they're thigh length.
Thigh length, yeah.
Patent.
I've got one, two. There's white ones there. The red ones they're platform ones as well. They're the ones. Oh, the soles are done in Diamante. See, oh, there's some missing there. The Diamante, they're ever so old. You know, they're that old. They're all cracking, look.
Oh yeah.
So the neck, they really should be thrown away, but
you can't.
I can't. And I've got my white as well. Then I've also got velvet boots, silent somewhere. These are all the boas. The rainbow boa. This is my favourite, the black one. That was a birthday present last year. This one.
So this is rainbow coloured.
Yeah, and I have a gown all done in rainbow tassel to match this. I also have another gown which is sequin, but it's got all the rainbow feathers to match this.
And what song might you prefer? What is the?
That one, it's kind of what did we do it? Anything really. I can use this one for carnival or anything because I can use it with the big dress, which is all. I was going to show you that one. I think I'll find it. There's a rainbow one there, look.
Oh yeah.
There's that many of them. There's all this lot, look. That's a Christmas outfit. That's one of my favourite outfits, this one. Look at that.
Wow.
It's stunning, that, actually. We call that one the, we actually do call that one the hologram, because when I've got on, it is all hologram. Yeah, because there's that many of them. There's tailcoats, there's this is another one with the lift-ups. That's got the rods in as well. And that's, I don't know where its gown is. Its gown should be with it or near it. Why is that? Oh dear. It should have a blue. Oh, it's there. Oh, I didn't think it'd be far away. That's one I've just finished. Well, that one, I made this one for Christmas. I've just finished that one.
So what are we looking at?
Well, it's red. It isn't. It's a burgundy velvet sequin and plain velvet, and then I've trimmed it all in I can't remember what they call this fair. It's like Yeti fair. So I put Yeti fair around the bottom and Yeti fair around the cuffs to make it Christmassy, and then I did all the diamante there. Look, it's like this brooch. See that there? I was in Rainers, and this lady just before Christmas, she had that around her neck, and I said, "Oh, I love that little brooch that it shows." So I thought, right, so I've put it on there, and it's exactly what I was looking for to match this. I thought there's not like cheek. But one of my very, very favourite outfits of them all, what are out on display now, is this one. No, is this one. Absolutely white. It's a colour I've never worn on stage, apart from a Diana Ross one that I had made. But this one, we saw the material, and I said, "I don't know what you're making. I want that." And, what? I said, "I want that," and that's why this was made. And I absolutely adore it.
And what would you perform wearing this?
As an opener. I've used this as an opener. I've worn it for Shirley Bassey, and I've worn it for Ethel Merman. It's just different for me, in the respect of, with that white wig, that blonde wig, it looks stunning, because you don't see many people wearing white. And on stage, it goes blue. So it's absolutely with the sequins. And gold, yeah, as it there. And it's long sleeved. And I don't wear many gowns that are long sleeved. They're nearly all strapless or short sleeved, you know, but like that one's long sleeved. Yeah. That one's no sleeves, that's got no sleeves.
Yeah.
But this one, that's my favourite at the moment. You know, I go through
I'm going to say
stages. There's too many of them for me not to. You know, that's Cher. That is a coat. That is unbelievable. It's huge. I can't take it out because there's too much of it. But, isn't it? It's all black silk, and it's got big two-piece sequins scattered all over it, all different colours.
And it's a boa.
Yes.
What would you call that? An organza boa?
Yeah. What it is, that's the coat.
But meaning it's that ruffles.
Yeah, it's ruffles, but it's all over the coat, and it comes right down on the floor, and then it's got massive big sleeves. I had to have the sleeves altered when it got here because they was too long, and I've only got little arms. So what they've done is they've taken, I don't know if you can see there, look, they've taken the sleeves up for me and shortened them, so it's made them a lot fuller on the cuff. But that's just the sleeve.
I'd love to wear that.
It's fabulous, isn't it? Absolutely, yeah. When it arrived, I was a bit disillusioned because I thought, I don't like that, and it looked real small.
And then you put it on.
And I left it out here, and I thought, I came and I looked at it. I thought, all right. Took a couple of pictures of it, which I do. I thought, oh no, I'm not keen. I came in the next morning. I went, Jesus Christ, where's that come from? It's massive. It's absolutely huge. Yeah. That's why it's in that bag on its own, because there's too much of it. You know, yeah, it really is, and it's that all over. So it's the same as the boas. Yeah.
And is somebody making the boas, or are you? I mean, obviously somebody makes them, but this is who makes the boas?
These two was bought off the Dream Girls. They owned Boa Creation or something. And I messaged Steve and he said, what's the matter? I said, I need a black boa tomorrow. He said, it's on its way. And they made me that. And then I wanted a silver one. And that was the nearest they could get to silver for me. You know, to go with certain outfits that I have. And then what we did, I have everything. I have these put on everything on the boas to give it a weight. If you notice, they've all got them on the ends. And
tassels.
And they're curtain tiebacks.
So that it doesn't flap away.
Yeah, exactly. And I've just done them for these. These have got the silver ones on. But it gives it just that bit of weight when you've got it on so they don't flap all over the place. And I'm going to a big wedding later on this year. And that's my jacket.
As Ray or
as Ray.
God, it's beautiful. What is it? Tell us what that is.
Well, it's black velvet, silk, and royal blue sequins done in diamonds, and it's all over.
In a checkerboard.
Yeah, in a checkerboard. Yeah.
Inch.
Yep.
Inch wide checkerboard blue diamonds.
Yep, and it's a man's jacket.
What would you wear with that?
All I'm going to wear with it is black trousers, and I was tempted to wear that with it, but I'm not. So I don't properly know what I'm going to wear with it yet. What shirt? But yeah, shirt. Yeah, very much so. Oh yeah, we'll have one of those then. Black sequin shirt. So, but yeah, that.
But do you? I mean, clearly you love these costumes.
Oh yeah.
With these costumes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So what is the? Is it the thrill of wearing them?
These are just my shirts. These are just going out shirts for me. These.
Which I like incredibly flamboyant.
Yeah, they're all loud.
I like the sailor one.
Yeah, that's never been worn yet. That's a new one. That's a new one. The crocodile skin. And then I was at that wedding. I was at last Wednesday. I wore that one. That's lovely. That. That's a new one. This I'm going to a Contiki party, and that's the shirt. So that's a new one.
Do you love thinking them up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I've always loved clothes. Always. This is full clothes as well.
Bobby Mandrell clothes.
But yeah, this is half and half. It's got Bobby Mandrell clothes in it and Ray's jackets, shall we say? Just one or two, about 40. Up there, this is the photograph on the stairs where I've got all the feathers. With all the feathers.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the feathers. That's the headdress, and that's the backpack in there.
I wondered if that was the pink. Can he get you gun?
That's the hat. That's it there. Yeah, and then underneath that there's a sombrero, and I did Abba's put on your white sombrero. So we was on a cruise. We pulled into this place and I bought that sombrero, and the girl Denise and Chris, what you bought that for? So I said, for that song, what said you daft bastard, you can buy them from Withensea. And I'd bought it abroad. I thought, oh well, never mind. So I had to get it in the case without damaging it. But that's where it came from. But this, and then there's the shoes. I am shoe mad. And I like. Do you know who was talking downstairs and was it about the shop where I bought the shoes from in Rotterdam? That's a pair of them. Now, they're so old. I mean, God, I don't know how old they are. They must be 40 years old. But that's them. And I've worn them better one. They're knackered now. They're no good. They're falling to pieces. So that pair there, with all the rainbow colours on, are to take over from them. They're so old. But it was the heel. Because the heels are... Look at that. You don't see... No. You didn't see... I mean, when I first got them, this was all black patent leather. And this was all the colours that they're there. But it was done... Oh, it was beautiful.
But even the gold salt... This bit,
that
detail is gorgeous.
But they've broken and they've been glued and they've been repaired, and I've rode and I've cried and they're there. And these They're Mr. Chews. And they're absolutely knackered. These have done, I don't know how many shows these shows have done, but it was always like they're falling to pieces. You know, nobody sees that when you're on the stage, unless they're looking real close.
But these are all about a 3-inch.
Yeah, and some of them are. That's about the highest I wear now on these silver ones. They're actually, these are about buggered now. With the travelling, a lot of the rhinestones have come off, and I have a beautiful. Oh, they're there. Those.
But no, that's not. Would you not wear them for that, or would you repair them?
That will be. It's going to be repaired.
Yeah.
Because that's my favourite pair at the moment.
These ones.
Yeah, the ones with the they're the rainbow ones. Yeah, I've worn those for Pride. There was one for Pride because I told you I made an outfit for Pride. That's all. It's the rainbow flag, but all done in tassel. It's the rainbow. It's behind there somewhere. The rainbow.
And
colours.
where are you buying now? You're not buying them from Rotterdam.
Online. Literally online.
Deadly.
Yeah, it's fatal. It's fatal. Because those was bought offline. These, and I won't lie, I'll tell you the truth. The mule ones, those, and those, was all off Shein. I've paid up to £150, £200 for a pair of shoes, and then I've paid £4.50 for them. Oh God, those you've got in your hand, they're one of the oldest pair of finale shoes that I've got now. Those, all the Diamante. And believe it or not, I paid £15 for them. And all the Diamante was already on them, and I thought, no. I thought they'd be any good when they get here. And wow! And I've worn them, always for the finale, never for anything else. Finale. And they're knackered. Absolutely. Yeah.
And you said your shoe mat. I mean, there is a lot of shoes here.
Oh, yeah.
Look at these. Oof. They're good.
Aren't they? Yeah, they're leather, those. Most of the shoes round here are, and I bought those to go with an outfit which is it's white and gold for Dusty Springfield. And I couldn't get any shoes to match the outfit. And I was walking in Blackpool past this second-hand shop, and they was in the window. And I went, "You've got a pair of white and gold shoes in the window." Oh, she said, "Nobody wants them, give us a £5." And they are, I can't remember, they're a real good make.
Amazing.
Cartier.
A 5 and a 5er, and they've lasted.
Yep, made in Spain. Yeah, and honestly, that we're talking, Jesus, I bet we're talking 30 years there on that pair, but that was for Dusty. Shame the outfit didn't fit anymore. It was when I was a lot slimmer. And these blue ones, you see, the blue, the green, there was a shop on Esler Road, and I can't remember the name of the shop now. She closed, but it sold shoes. And I was in there one day, a lot of years ago, and I thought, them there was black suede shoes. I thought, I liked them. And what I liked about them was the heel. It was a lower heel to what I'd been wearing. That, because I usually wear higher than this. Yeah, it's not by much. Now I've got higher than that. Those, it's this heel that I was wearing. I think it's them. That's the heel that I normally wear compared to those.
Yeah.
Anyway, I goes in and I thought, I like them. And there was black velvet, and there was no price on them. And I said to this lady, I said, "Excuse me, how much are them ladies?" She said, £2 a pair. I said, "I'll take 6 pair." She went, "What?" I said, "Have you got 6 pair in the size 6? She went, "Are you serious?" I went, "Yes." I said, "Did you say £2?" She had £2. So I took them back to the pub, and Alan went, "What have you been buying now?" And I said, "I bought a pair of shoes." He went, "Oh, Ray, not another pair." I said, "No, 6. And that was glitter glue that you put on kiddies' cards. Literally glitter glue all over them. We did them in blue. We did them in green. I had them in silver. I had them in black and gold. And everybody said, where you got them fabulous shoes from? I said, I know, the one-offs. There was one off. I'd made the bleeders myself. £2 a pair. And that was a lot of years ago. But
and what are these?
Oh, the Dolly Parton. Whoops.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's Dolly Parton. Them. Good God. Yeah. I bought these from a shop down Newland Avenue, and Clothes Factor. And the manager from Clothes Factor phoned me up. And he went, I would like to speak to Bobby. I said, it's Bobby speaking. She said, you come in and have a look at my shoes. I thought, because I told him, if ever he got any stilettos in sequin, to phone me. I went in, I bought these. I bought them red ones. These. Them.
But like Wizard of Oz shoes.
Them blue and black ones. There was another pair I bought. Oh, and the gold boots there. All within 5 minutes. Them, thank you. Yeah. So, oh, that's Riverdance. If you're wondering what that wig is, that I do Riverdance, and that's the wig that goes with it. And then I have a big cape going over like a little frock with a pinny ear. We do 11.5 minutes. I used to do, I don't know, 11.5 minutes tap dancing of Riverdance. That hat, the trilby and what have you, is Judy Garland, and there's a pair of shoes in there. Can you see them with the spots all over them?
Yeah.
I was on Walton Street Market about 10 years ago, and I just went like that, and I said, oh, them dotted shoes. This woman said, are you Bobby Mandrell? I went, yeah. What size shoe do you think she can have them? Boom. And it was exactly what I was looking for an outfit, which is... Have I still got it? Let me find it. It's yellow and black spots. It's not that one. Oh, that's a rainbow one. Oh, that's Amy Winehouse. That's another share, PVC. I can't find the bloody thing now. Tina. That's the outfit that goes with all the feathers, that one. That's Dusty Springfield. That's an army outfit. That's an American outfit. This one. Oh! This caused a riot. I nearly got disowned by my family because of this. Alan and I had been down to London we've been to the theatre to see Oliver Twist. So I said to Alan, if you're going to see Oliver, can I see a show as well? He said, yeah, what do you want to see? Copacabana. Okay, no problem. We was walking through Carnaby Street, and I stopped dead, and he went, this was Alan, oh no. I said, what's the matter? He said, what are you saying? He said, you've seen summer. He said, you just stopped dead. I said, I want that. He went, you're joking. So we went in, and she said, it is for ladies. I said, I know, but I was real tiny, real slim. There's no back in it. That's it. That's the front. That's the back. I'm doing a show at Withensea. My grandma's in the audience. Right at the... Did you want a picture of that one?
Yeah.
Do we take the bag off?
No, it's fine.
I'm doing share. My grandma sat right at the front of the audience, right there, and I walked out and I had that on. It is beautiful. I had that on and a pair of glass, what they're called, donut shoes. I don't know whether you know what I'm talking about. There was all glass with an hole through them, and I had one of them. And my grandma never swore. What the fucking hell is he wearing? And I went, and the audience, and my Auntie Carol said, Mother, she said it's indecent, he's not even dressed. And then when I turned round, she went, oh my God, I need smelling salts. Grandma, stop being dramatic, because there's no back in it. There's no back in it at all. That is it. And that was that one. And that was bought in Carnaby Street. It was 25 quid, that. And I remember it because I had to borrow 20 of Alan to buy it. But the costume, that's the half and half. That's the one that's on the picture.
Yeah.
That is for my 40th birthday. That's the Union Jack. There's one, I don't know where I've put it. There's a jacket I wanted you to have a look at because it is absolutely unbelievable, but I can't find it. Where have I put it? There's the blue one. Oh, there's the yellow. That's what I bought the shoes for. That one.
Perfect.
Yeah. It's a coat. There it is. I'm walking through Leeds Market. And Alan and I, I've gone back a few years, and it was my birthday, the same day, and was walking through Leeds Market. And do you know you do it? And you I don't know if you're like me. I look everywhere when I'm out. I don't want to miss a thing. And I was in this, Alan had seen this shirt he liked in this package shop. So he goes into this package shop and I went, I want that. And Alan went, what? I said, that. And this coat was sort of like pinned, they had old clothes pinned to the ceiling. And he went, are you sure? I went, I want that coat. And he went, well, it should, and if I buy you it, it's for your birthday. I'm born in now. He said, I suppose it'd be for bloody Bobby Mandrell. And I went, yeah. So he went, oh, we'll take that. Oh, can you have a look at that coat? So they brought the coat down. I tried it. It was too big. And I went, oh. And I went, oh, it don't matter. And Alan went, you do like it, don't you? He said, and I know full well you'll be able to alter it. I went, yeah. He went, I will take that. She went, okay. She said, that's £450. He went, what? And she went, it is £450. He went, oh. He said, I was going to buy him it. He said, but it's too expensive. He said, at that price. He said, because it's his birthday. She went, oh, your birthday? I went, yeah. She said, oh, yeah. Why you want sequin coat? I said, I work on the stage. He can have it for £200. I like him. We got it for 200 quid. But it's my favourite. I've lost it again. Oh, where is it? You'll see why in a minute. I absolutely adore this.
Wow.
That's a coat, isn't it? Isn't it something else? It weighs an absolute ton. I wore it on one of the Pride marches in Hull, and people hadn't seen it, you know, a lot of people hadn't seen it. But it's.
And what do you wear this with?
Just a pair of black trousers with Demonte going down the sides. That's it. And
what is the character?
On this one.
Who are you imagining?
Well, it can be anybody really. I've worn it for Dusty Springfield. Yeah. I've worn it for Rosemary. I've worn it for quite a few. Country, I've worn it for that. But it was just the colours. And that's how it was on the ceiling. As we've got it now, it was pinned to the ceiling like that. And as I say, in the end, he got it for 200 quid. She wanted 450 for it. But it was too big. In fact, I think it's been taken in for me. It has. It's all darted. Because it was too big. And it was all hook and eyes down here. And my dressmaker took them all off and put the zip in. Yeah. Because it's easy. But I've got a blue coat, a black coat, a black and gold coat.
Are these your favourite colours?
Yeah, this one. We always called this one the peacock because it was all the colours of the peacock. But it was the first coat the first coat I bought was this. And for it to be ready made, you know, but I just adored it. And still do. In fact, I forgot I had it till I saw it just then. It's stunning. And look at the back. Do you know, it's been thrown on the floor and all sorts when I've done quick changes, but it's still as good as ever. Is that, you know? But yeah, that was the Leeds trip. I think Alan came home crying. But I have a blue one, a black one. There's a gold one, look, gold and black. That's different again.
So who have you been giving them to?
There's a friend of mine, Milan.
Yeah. And
he's just. Oh, that one's multicoloured as well. That's green, but that's the top, that one. All sequins as well. It has to be sequin, although I don't want to know.
They're same colours.
Yep. That's just a little dress, that. It's
just a little dress.
Yeah, it's just short. I meant a little short dress is what I meant. Yeah. All this side of this wardrobe, they're all the small gosh, they're all the small outfits.
Like shorter ones.
Yeah, the short ones. But that side, that's what I call the money side. That's got all the costumes, all the big outfits are all there. There's hundreds of them, you know. And then That's full. That's full.
All the suitcases.
That's full. Behind here is full.
This is the favourite photo, Boa.
There you are. Yep, there's the
of
boa.
Tony's favourite photo.
Oh no.
The one where you're.
Yeah, no. That got put onto a dress, and then the dress got stolen.
This is real feathers.
These are real feathers. These, yeah. That one, when you've got that out, it's on. Let me show you. This is beautiful.
Yeah,
I know you're going to like this because it's so different. When I show you what it does.
These must be worth a fortune.
Give it a little quick shake, and then when you put it round you,
they all.
That's it, yeah. And it weighs
nothing. Like wearing a bird.
Yeah, literally, not a thing. That's a bigger boa. That one there. This is what the cock. This is the cock feather. That it was pure white. But over the years, and I won't clean it or anything because
it might fall to pieces.
Yeah, I don't want to. But that one, that was bought for this actual feather is what they put on hats. Yeah, it's for hats. And I said to the lady in the shop, but I wanted to wear it as a boa. She said, hang on a minute. She did speech come back. She said, is this length any good to you? I said, I'll take it. She said, there you go. Give us half price. I got that for half price in Blackpool.
Yeah. So is Blackpool the place to also go to look?
Yeah, for sequins and such. Oh yeah. Yeah, I tell everybody when you're in blanks, I think they call it blanks. I have spent an absolute fortune in the shops there because, funny girls and such. All the materials for funny girls comes from these shops, so they've got them in. They've got all the feathers. There used to be
these are suppliers.
Yeah, but it's open to the public.
Yeah.
There used to be, I can't remember the name of it. There used to be this shop. I won't where that was from. It was where that one was from, and I can't remember the name of it. And the very first time I went in, I just stopped. I mean, I can talk the hind legs of a donkey. And I walked in, and Alan went, "Oh," he went, "No, it wasn't Alan. It was Phil." Phil went, "I don't believe it. It was like in Aladdin's cave. There was feathers, headdress feathers, and I've never seen anything like it." And I thought, how much money have I got on me? Have I got a credit card? I'm glad I didn't have a credit card moving because I'd bankrupt myself. There was that much stuff. It was pulling these rolls and rolls of materials out, and the fabrics was unbelievable. And I thought, and he went, this is the chap who owned the place. And I think we finished up spending about £1,000. Now I'm going back 35 years ago. And I thought, I bought full reels of sequins, which used to get 2 yards from Boise's. This was a full, in fact, I've still got some of them in one of these sewing bags down here. It'll be somewhere down there. But, oh, wow.
Amazing.
There's feathers, then there's more feathers there, look. Rainbow feathers. Then we go on to a lot of this stuff. That one I took to pieces and I put it back together again yet. That's another one. These are all outfits that I made for the St George's, all my staff and the lady boys. These was their outfits, which I've still got. I made that one for Alan, this one. Oops. It was a big lad, was our Alan. And
for working in the bar.
Yeah, we was doing an American night, and I wanted everybody in American. The bar staff I made all these, and Gavin and I's outfits was this one. I've just seen it here, and I said to you, didn't I? That's American. Where's it going?
Oh yeah.
Can't see it now. It's that material.
Yeah.
Our outfit. So I'd made all the outfits for the lady boys. I'd made all the lady boys skirts, rip-off skirts, and waistcoats, and bow ties. And 2 days before the show on the weekend, Alan said, "Why ain't I got an outfit?" And it was the one person I never gave a thought to. I said, Alan, I said, I never give it a thought. I said, I'll go out tomorrow morning to Boris's and get the material. I'll make you a waistcoat. Jumps in the car, went to Boris's, sold out completely, I thought. So I said, he said, am I out? I said, leave it with me. And this is made out of all the scraps that was left over. And all I had was that piece, and them 2 pieces, and the bits for his cuffs. But that's how it made. So everybody said, I love your Alan's waistcoat. I thought, oh, that fucking time I spent on all these different costumes, and I liked Alan's best. I thought, thank you very much. But that's one of the lady boys. That there's another one there. Look, see that? You see, their waistcoats was this back and front.
Yeah.
Alan's is that. I said, I've done yours like mine and Gavin's, and the lads. Great. Never knew. I just didn't have the material. Christmas outfits. There's a butterfly here as well somewhere. Looks like a butterfly. Schoolgirls outfits. There's all sorts of stuff.
So if we were to do a photo shoot with Tony, what would you bring?
I don't know.
You'd have to think about it.
Yeah. It depends on how many shots you'd want.
Well, how many ever we want.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he's like, I'll give up a whole Monday or a Sunday to do it. We could have, because he doesn't. The shop will be shut.
No problem. It's what I would do. I would wear a lot of these because they're outfits Tony hasn't filmed.
Yeah.
They've never been professionally filmed. That's never been. I've only worn that twice. No, once. I've only worn it once since it was made. The next time I'm working at.
When is the next show?
April. I've spaced it out. It's April. But the next show that is the Comedy Lounge. That's the opening outfit. It's that coat, and I've already decided on it, so I know exactly what I'm looking for because I've just seen it. There it is.
Wow.
It's that gown. It's that gown, but with that coat.
And then one comes off.
Yeah, then the coat will come off. And it'll be Shirley Bassey, the opener. So it'll be La Passione. Because it's big, it's loud, it's there. Yeah, that one.
So yeah, to take photographs with Tony, I guess it would be the most recent costume.
It'd be all the latest ones, which it would be. That one.
But I'd love to recreate the Marlene.
Oh, the feathers,
with
yeah.
With one of these, you
Yeah.
know, like to do it now.
And somewhere...
You'll have the original.
No, the original was put onto a gown.
Oh yeah, you saw it.
The original feather boa that is sewn there was that size, and it was pure white with all these big feathers was all black tips, and we put it onto a gown. And somebody wanted the gown, I'd use it, and in the end I thought I'd use it loads of times as a boa, and then I thought, oh, sod it. So we put it onto a gown. I can't remember who it was, and I still take the bloody thing, you can have it. I said, I'm positive, take it. So I know I haven't got but that would work the same.
Yeah.
No, you said it would. But, yeah, it would be all the latest costumes, definitely. Because, as I say, there's...
So this is a new one, the pink one is new, did you say?
That's brand new, that. It's never been worn.
So will you wear this at the next show, do you think?
Yes, I think I am, the pink one. See, there's all these, look. There's
so many, Ray. It's incredible. What a collection.
This is stunning.
What the hell are you going to do with this collection?
Oh, I don't know. You'll love this.
It's amazing.
And I've got that in red. I've got it in gold. This is a short one, but I've got it in gold to the floor. And then I've got the black and gold one is... See if I can find it. It's the same idea, but it's black and gold, and it is absolutely smacking the... That's the one that lights up. That's it.
Oh, yeah. So it must be UV. That's the big frilled
one. This one, yeah.
Yeah.
It all lights up under a UV, that one. But they're all sequins, everything. 60s.
And how many costumes will you go through on one performance?
It depends. Oops. It depends on how long the show... I can't find it. It's that many, you know, honestly.
Yeah. Another time.
It's, I've worn it recently. That's the black nun. It's, there's the blue dress. That's the blue dress that goes with that.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. It looks lovely on that one. And that's a red tailcoat. And that's got a hat somewhere to match. That's the one I made. This one was specially made for the Lord Mayor, and I had it specially made this because I was doing the Lord Mayor's parlour, and it was the Rainbow Ball.
Yeah, so tell us what we're seeing.
What I did was I had the outfit made, which is like a green into blue sequin, solid sequin, all the way up to a velvet bodice. And then it's trimmed with the rainbow feathers, and it's all the gay colours. So we had that made purely for the Lord Mayor. That.
Did he like it?
He loved it, and his wife thought it was stunning. Could I take the feathers off? I said no, they're sewn on. She thought the feathers would come away.
Just come off.
I said no, it doesn't happen that way. But if you look at this one, it changes colour. Look, it's green into blue. And I like that. And you'll notice a few costumes I like that. I like that it's different. And the way people sing in the audience, I thought that dress was blue. Oh no, it's green. Oh no, it's green. Oh, what? Yeah, I like that.
But it's so you can see.
Yeah, I'm terrible. But red's my favourite colour, and I tend not to have any red outfits made.
I'm going to say there's a lot of purple and blues.
Yeah,
but I guess they look stunning on the. It's also about stage, isn't it?
Yeah, and these are what I made. I made these for last year's Pride, and it's a cape. All it is, it's literally just a cape, and it is a cape. The size of it. Go, there you are. That's the lining, and it's all the rainbow on the outside.
But what is that? That's a what? 6, 8 panels? 8, 10 panel? 6, 8 maybe.
No, it's only about 5.
But giant triangle panels.
Yeah. It was made off the pattern, obviously, but I don't know. It was a swam to make.
Yeah.
And I made 2, because Fanny had to have one as well, because it was a double spot we was doing. So there's 2 of them. There's this one, and his is identical to it. Because when I do outfits for us both, I do them so that we are dressed identical. I'll show you if I can find it. That was for last year's Pride, this. But I made...
I mean, you have worn things clearly there's things that have been worn numerous times.
Oh, yeah.
But you wouldn't... Like if you were doing a Pride, you would have a brand new outfit.
Yeah, 9 times out of 10 for Pride, I would make a new outfit for it. And I don't know where it is. There's one I really wanted to see, and I can't find it. Oh, what did I do with it?
It could be hiding in
Yeah. That one is the one I was trying to tell you about. Believe it or not, this outfit that I've got in my hand now, it's black and gold penny sequins with gold drops. This one. This dress must be, it's 25 years old, and I must have worn that about, I don't know, 100, 150, 200 times, and it's as good now as it was the day it was bought. I'm really meticulous about the outfits. When I come off stage, they're put away instantly. The minute I come off of them, they're all bagged like they are now, and that's put away straight away.
And was this was made to order?
This was made in what's that? Oh, that was in Northern. Yeah, okay. This was from Thailand. This was made by Sequin Queen in Thailand. This one, that other one I showed you, the purple one, they was all made by them. It wasn't made by any of my dressmakers or me. As I say, it come from Thailand.
And you're ordering these online?
Online, yeah. Put in all your measurements, tell them what you want, and bang it. I think it took about 6 weeks from ordering for me wearing it. And I've got, as I say, that blue one that I just showed you, that's one of theirs as well. And this one, but I can't find the one I wanted you to see. I can't find it. And it's the one that I made for Pride. And it's all the Pride rainbow, it's all the rainbow tassels. That's not it. That's green. That's it. Oh, I made these for, ABBA. And I did it with a twist. And I'll show you what the twist is now. Good God, have to be careful of that. It's going to collapse.
It's going to. Shall we take some off?
Yeah.
I'll hold some. You put some back.
I'll put some back. 1 second. Thank you. Just let me.
Do they have an order?
No. It's
squeeze them in.
It's a case of push back, squeeze in, and up the rest.
They're not light, are they?
No, they weigh an absolute. Sometimes when I'm working, we have to drag them in because we can't carry them. They're too heavy. And some of my dressmakers have gone, good girl. Yeah, we're working upstairs. We're going to kind of pass things up the stairs. Yeah, and I go, yeah, now we can see why they're so heavy. And then they go, yeah, but you're not wearing them all at the same time, are you? Oh no, I never thought about that, but you're right. Oops. Let me just get you. Oops. They really do need sorting out. I'll have to do it tomorrow. I'll sort them out. This one was a catch. We did. Was doing a double show, and Brian said, "Oh, why don't we do an ABBA finish?" And I went, "There's only two of us." He said, "Well, everybody does ABBA." So I said, "I reckon." So I made these. I didn't make that. Brian bought them, and he went, "These will do for ABBA." I said, "I reckon." Well, I didn't like it, and he went, "You don't like it?" I said, "No." He said, "What?" I said, "No, I don't like it." I said, "It's like wearing a fucking tablecloth." And he went, "So what are you going to do?" I said, it's a gay thing that we do. He said, "Yeah." So I cleverly
wow.
I put
rainbow
silver all the way around silver. But when you lift your arms up, it's the gay flag. So I've got all the gay colours going round inside. And he went, "How do you think about it?" I said, "It just came to me." I thought, dunk. And so that was that. And there's a little dress that goes underneath it. So you've got that little dress that goes underneath.
And you added the diamante.
I did all this. Yeah, I hand stitched all that lot. Because you can't machine stitch it, so that all had to be hand stitched. Yeah. And then I added this that recently. And I've put a zip in them. They didn't have a zip in the dresses. Because I thought it'd be easy to pull on our reds and like this. So I had to take it all to pieces, put a zip in before we could wear them. But they're real heavy as well. But that was, and the amount of people that sort of, "It looks like you've got the rainbow." I said, "I know." I was real made up. I thought, "Look at this, how big head." Yeah. Well, that was it. Yeah.
So, do you worry about what you're going to do with them?
Yeah.
Is that why you've given them starting to give some away?
Yeah. People. My family keeps saying to me, "Ray, you should sell them," because there is a lot of money there. Here, I know there is. There's thousands, but I've never got around to the thought of selling them. And what I've done is I've parted with one or two recently that I know I'd never wear again, that I know don't fit. But this lot haven't been touched yet. There's costumes here that I've never shown you. There's costumes there that are unbelievable. There's one in there, and it's right at the very back at that end, and it's all gunmetal It's my favourite. It's all gunmetal sequin. The full gown is encrusted in gunmetal sequins down to here, and then it's got like black stars done in a different sequin. And we bought it. It wasn't made. It was bought in a shop in Athens. Alan and I was on holiday, and I found this shop that's all they sold was sequin gowns. And I went and I saw it, and I went to Alan, I want that one. He went, you haven't even looked, so I want that one. And we bought it, £1,000 it was. And I can't wear it now because it doesn't fit me. But it's so tiny, but I knew the minute I got wolf whistled as I went on the stage, because I knew it was just stunning, and I knew it had happened. And it was bought for Shirley Bassey. It was bought for the Bassey sketch, bang, and it's still there, that, somewhere back there.
So you're clearly keeping them, well, they're prized possessions, they're kind of thing, you've worked really hard, you're, in order to afford them and have them, and creatively thinking about them. So I can understand why you wouldn't want to give them away. But could you imagine them being, what would your dream be for them?
I'd love to see them being reused.
By other performers?
Yeah. I mean, as you're in here now, you're in my personal, my space. He's normally not allowed in here, but he's in today. But this is my space. When my family visit me, nobody comes in here. Nobody. Now they're my sisters, my brothers, my nephews, my nieces, my own grandkid. Nobody. It's my main. This is my room. Nobody's allowed in here. I lock the door from the outside.
I feel very privileged then.
Because it's me. This is my memories. It's me. But I would love to see, you can see that I'm so meticulous with it all, that everything has got plastic bags on to keep them clean when they're not being used. But I'd love to be able, I wouldn't say it, but I would think it. That was mine. Did it look as good on me as it does on you? Or did it look better on me than it does on you? Yeah, but I would love to see them recycled. I'd love to see somebody else get the pleasure out of them like I got the pleasure out of wearing them, and like the audience got the pleasure of seeing them.
I could imagine a fashion show type thing of wearing them.
There's so many, honestly.
Sending people down to see them, like just being shown.
I would love this lot to go on display.
Yeah.
I would love to see them all on display, because over the years, over the 50 years, there's that many costumes that people must have seen that don't see. Because I've gone from a size 6 to a size 22. Well, 20, roughly a 20. So, I mean, when I was real tiny, and they're there. There's some of them still there. And I've often thought, I wonder. I mean, I'd like to go somewhere one day and say to one of these bulk people who are selling, can I borrow 300 dummies? And then shove it all on display. So people go and have a look. Because they are beautiful, and they are creations. They're so special. It's just, and it's all a part of me. It's all a part of, I don't mean that big-headedly, but it's like took me on a journey. All my life it's been a journey. I always turn around and say, and I've said this for a long time, I wish my mum and my dad and my grandma had been alive now to see what I've done, to see this lot. You know what I mean? My very first gown made for me was made out of coat lining. The full outfit was made of coat lining. I couldn't afford sequins right like that, but coat lining was cheap. So they made the full Shirley Bassey outfit. It was all made out of coat lining, and it was trimmed with one row of sequins all around. I thought I was the bee's knees. I'd got the world. It wasn't from a second-hand shop. It wasn't second-hand, it was mine. And it was made of black coat lining. Don't know what happened to it, actually. No, I said it. I don't know what happened to it.
But I think also of course, it totally shows you. It shows your life and and the changes of your act and all of those things. But it also shows the people that are the makers, the history of costume in a way over the years of drag,
and the way they've lasted,
the different styles, I guess, and what. So to me, and your dressers and the dressmakers, all of their histories are in these clothes.
It's in here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. This coat's huge. Doesn't look it, but it's absolutely huge. And I wanted a blue coat. So I don't know where I was. I don't know, I was in Doncaster or wherever. I can't remember where I bought this material. And when Jim's got it in his hand and he started cutting back halfway. And I went, what do you mean? He said, on fabrics. He said, cheap material like that. He said, cheap sequin. I went, what do you mean? I said, it's sequin. He said, the stick-on sequins, they're not sewn on, the stick-on, it's cheap. And I went, oh, right. He said, that won't last 2 minutes, I'm telling you now. He said, normally, I'll tell you 5 years or 500 shows. He said, I'll give it a year. And I went, oh, have I made a mistake? He said, what do you want making of that anyway? And it was in a bungle. And I went, a coat? He went, aye, all right then. So he made the coat, and it's, when I wear it, it's like, do you know, like in the church, like they wear like a smock and then it's got like another sleeve? That's what that is. Right? That coat that I've got in my hands, this blue sequin coat.
Iron-on sequin.
The cheap iron-on sequin that won't last a year, is now going into its 31st year. Is that cheap coat. So if you're listening, James, I've still got it. But there you are, look. It's because the sequins fall off. They have done. But he went mad. He went mad.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would love to see this displayed. I think dressed properly, it'd be gorgeous.
There's so many. I mean, these lift ups.
Yeah.
People say to me, "Oh, I saw you in that lift up." I said, "Which one?" "That one you've got." I said, "I ain't got one."
You've got many.
There's a blue one, a pink one, a purple one, a Union Jack one. Because that goes behind me, so it lifts up like a peacock. We call it the peacock because it comes behind me, and some of them I can only wear at certain venues because some of them are bigger than others. They're all the same idea, but they're all different, if that makes sense. I've got a red one, there's a green one, a silver one, but the pink one, this is my favourite one at the minute. That's like,
you're obviously in a pink phase.
Because of that. I mean, that's I like this because it's ordinary sequin and penny sequin, and I like it for that reason.
What colour pink would you call this? A cerise? Pale cerise?
Yeah. But it's just, I don't know.
Even a blushed pink. I mean, it's
just different, isn't it?
Beautiful.
And it's got a slight fishtail bottom, that.
Oh, yeah.
So it's slightly fishtailed at the bottom, which I like. You know what I mean? But it's just something different again for the public to see.
I mean, it's an incredible investment.
Oh, yeah, I suppose really, over the years, I have spent a lot of money, thousands upon thousands upon thousands. I've gone without holidays. I've gone without new cars. I've gone without dinner parties. I've gone out without going out for meals and such. Bobby Mandrell's always come first. And I don't think, in the relationships that I've had, I don't think they realise, these people that lived with me or whatever, realise that Bobby Mandrell always came first. It was like over my life. It's as if I've had a love affair with him, and it's been me and him. I've got a lot to thank Bobby Mandrell for, but I've got a lot to not like him for. It's caused me a lot of heartache over the years. But then again, you get out one day, you're back on the stage the next day, so does it matter? And now I've been on my own now, 25 years. I said there'd be nobody else after Alan, and there never has been.
Well, you've got Bobby Mandrell.
Bobby Mandrell's here. He took over. I just threw myself into the shows, and I had to prove to me that I could still do it, that I was still wanted by the public, and that I was still loved by the public. That the public was my love affair. I was in love with them as much as they was, obviously, with Bobby Mandrell. But just one of those things. But I went without lots of things. You know, the nights I've sat in sewing sequins on, and he'd be sat in a dressing room waiting to go on stage, and I'd be sewing sequins on a basque, you know, for somebody else. You know, not only for me, but there you go, yeah, take it. Because it is what you did. You know, and I don't know. I get a lot of pleasure out of doing stuff for other people, for making things and such. Because I do make quite a lot of the stuff myself now. Because I've got the time to do it, which I never had before, you know.